हेलो भाई मैं 5 मिनट से बात कर रहा हूँ सबके साथ। मैं 5 मिनट से सबके साथ बात कर रहा हूँ। गोल डाल रहा हूँ करके बोला, बात किया, लाइक्स हुए वो बोला। कब से बात कर रहा हूँ? मैंने लाइव पे क्लिक किया लेकिन वो लाइव ही नहीं हुआ था। मेरे को वापस रिफ्रेश करके लाइक करना पड़ा। व्हाट द फक, मैं लेजिट 3 मिनट से बात कर रहा हूँ मैं सबसे। मैंने लाइव पे क्लिक किया था सच्ची। हैं? ये फर्स्ट टाइम हुआ। हैं? ये नया था। मैं बोल रहा हूँ मस्त तीनों मैप जाना चाहिए, मस्त टीम्स है ये वो। और मेरे को लोग गाली दे रहे, आना आना लोड़े आना मैं बोला अबे पागल वागल है क्या? फिर 2-3 चैट और देखा, बाद में मेरे को पता चला मैं लाइव नहीं हूँ। लॉल। चाय वाले पे भी बोला चीयर्स करके। बाप रे, कम नींद का नशा कम।
2025, and it was a chance in the upper bracket
कम नींद
semifinals
is also a
against
blessing
MIBR,
at this
a
point.
nail biter of a series that had to be won
कहा
in
ज़रीफ
2
की कसम, ज़रीफ
overtimes
की
in a
कसम,
3-mapper
किसकी भी
for
कसम।
NRG. And one of those maps,
सच में
this
लाइव
one
कब
right
से
here,
सोच के बात
Abyss.
कर रहा था।
But this time NRG comes in with a whole different composition. No more Harbor for Ethan. But at this time, and as you see how NRG's been playing, they are taking a
इसके
lot
बाद
of
अपन पेंगे Red
advantages
Bull
and
2030।
exploiting this Tejo and Waylay.
MIBR starting on defense. NRG is going to hover towards that B side first, seeing Tex usually left on an island. The team's perfectly fine doing that in the early game as we see Zekken start to trend over, but this mid control is big right now for MIBR. That's a shot from Scuba, ready for it. Slight bit of default as the rest of NRG goes back and forth to see what they can see at the sites, and now they switch the sides of the map, but the push isn't over. Verno still looking for space, looking to get this trade for his teammate as NRG sets up towards the A side, and it looks like he might just get backstabbed as well. Ooh, 2 for Scuba already, and we haven't even really started the round, Vans.
Oh my God!
While Scuba's just doing God's work at
भाई लाइफ में कुछ नहीं करेंगे वो लोग अभी।
So right now, all the objectives are being taken by NRG to have a very strong start in this pistol. And you talked about Tex having to play on the island quite often. He's going to use these cyber cages as one-way smokes and try to slow things down for a bit and go for the hero play.
It creates a little bit of a backside for himself, but he peeks right away. And a third for Scuba. Are we ending Breeze from the other day here with his clutch? My God, he continues. And the whole team is basically packing sheriffs and ghosts. So as they line up to get these final kills, Vans, it should be enough damage coming through.
Calls already out there for Ethan to have Scuba continue to go for a hunt. I mean, that's 3 shots for a sheriff. All of them.
Bro, उसने कुछ मिस नहीं किया, उसने 3 मारा और तीनों लगा।
Already pissed around looking for the ace for Scuba.
With basically 100% aim on all of them. He's just going to wait it out. Let's see, Brock's going to be the sentry for him to search. Scuba with the shot.
Oh my God!
For Scuba to start it off.
Want to come out strong for the side of NRG.
Hello?
MIBR starting off the pistol round, what they do wanted to play that
क्या
contact
ये?
that's going to surprise some players, but look at the positioning coming out from this player right here.
ये शॉट भी क्या क्रेजी था।
Who has been
ये भी
unstoppable
सब
here in the
कनेक्ट हुआ।
VCL, going into this stage 2 of Americas and also helping NRG hoisting that champs trophy in 2025. And already
भाई उसने सिर्फ ये कॉल दिया, एजा बीजा बस खुद ही मारा भाई। कितना बजा है, कब मारने का है।
Was that like an insta curse? That's not okay. Still no question about the Scuba skill. We're going to test it again here in a possible 1v5 situation.
He's got the shots.
Slight ping, giving the rest of the team time to run free across the map here. They just don't know it yet as the smokes go out on.
Bro, ये अकेला खेल रहा है बे सबके साथ।
Going here on the second round.
वर्नो ने पता नहीं क्या क्रेजी मारा।
An easy plan for NRG, and despite the ore missing, it doesn't matter. They're still on the anti-eco for NRG. But you're
भाई अकेला खेल रहा है भाई। 5 जन को रुका के रखा था बे पे बेशरम।
Make sure that nobody can really anchor within the sites as he actually threw those salvos back towards Trolla under that bridge in case you still had Tex playing in that spot. So now everything's just
impossible na retake
position to play a second round for the side of NRG. The interesting part about this too for MIBR, especially on Abyss, they could jump out of the map, go back into the next round, but very similarly to the last time when they had to play an eco against NRG, they're going for the re-hit, trying to make it expensive for NRG and his pulse.
And on more than one front, they come in from the back side as the team tries to hit the site head on from that heaven drop, and it looks like it's going to be too much util across the spike for them to get it as they look for a bit more damage, a bit more armor, half on the spike. And the kill's gonna come through for
heavy damage diya be. Heavy damage diya be.
More, still quite a ways away, but that's
Kam karo. Bhai kya sexy damage diya be.
The only thing you could get out of a positive in that plan is at least Ethan staying very confident and stoic in that 2 versus 1. Knows that he has the time in his favor, and at the same time, just even waits for the smoke to
लगता है ये 3 मैप के अलावा कोई बचा नहीं अब मतलब.
Trying to get that defuse. You see right there, ADS, easy kill. So he saves the round now for energy, and yeah,
कुछ नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है.
There you go, the sigh of relief towards the end.
Took quite a bit to get it out of the boys on that one. But I think that's one of the things we also see from MIBR is their ability to know the state of the game, when to play their life, and how to get back into the site together, having all that util. I mean, they didn't have much util there at all, but using each other accordingly to make that damage come through. That's what made him so effective.
पहला बोलते लेट ही आ जाता भाई.
Yeah. And Kiko, as you see this compositional switch for energy going
back
here
to
when he was technically supposed to be just slotted in to replace Som, and you know, Som has been playing nothing but controller going into 2025, and for them to win chance for energy in that last year.
Specific se thoda setup le lo bhai.
It's actually a great addition to the whole energy squad because now you have 3 players that can flex around to a lot of different roles. Being Ethan between Tejo and Astra, for example, on Breeze. You have Kiko now.
तूने क्या लगा कब सोएगा? मेरे को तेरे को देख के कुछ हो रहा है क्या हो रहा है?
You have the Swiss Army knife around Scuba as well. If you know Ethan's going to play the initiator role, he can go into the Omen role. So it allows right now for energy to have so many different approaches on different maps, whether it be double controller, double initiator, double duelist, they could have it. So that's going to give a lot of question marks for teams to try to prep against a champion team like energy.
I would like to change my vote, please. दूसरे पे click कर सकता था अभी.
Just yet, we pull out that, as you say, smoke now for MIBR, but they can still go through that entire cycle.
किसका गिर गया? किसका गया?
Situations where they know they need an upper hand. And the same thing goes for MIBR, right? A lot of this idea surrounding the super team that's built is, oh my God, seconds there, but will he play duelist?
कोई है ही नहीं.
Or is Aspas going to frag, and they'll continue to utilize throwing utility in front of him.
भाई जितना सोता उतना power up होता है, याद रखना. Cameraman भी लगी इधर देखो सो रही है.
These two teams. When you're looking at it too, we'll see how it's going to go. But at least earlier today, we got to speak with Mara and what it's like to face against Aspas in the server.
I think the hard games are the ones that you learn the most from. Aspas is, I mean, the most world-class
player.
So
किधर मैंने इन्हें लिखा है ना? इन्हें लिखा है.
He kills you on an angle, he kills you here, he kills you there. You learn these things, and you also see what you're doing is like working because it works against him or their teammates or anyone else on the team. So it's always fun playing against better teammates.
He's the guy. He's playing against the guy. I mean, even earlier in their previous match when MIBR was losing 6 rounds in a row, there was a timeout. What they do? Come out of the everything was okay again.
Yeah,
that's just it's just the way it goes.
And that's the thing. Aspas has found tremendous form again, going from last year into champs, and then continues it on into 2026. So
kindly keep all your jokes for afternoon and evening. Thank you.
They just gave him freedom of being able to work down towards wherever he wanted to go on solo, because he was playing Waylay with an op on the attack side, defensive side, whatever you want to do, and he's just going to land that shot. So to have the opportunity to see such a superstar in Aspas to play against Mata, who's pretty much like we were calling it the cover last year, but now pretty much proven that he can hang with the best. He's definitely in that conversation here for Mata to be one of the best that the game has to offer.
I can't wait to see, right? We're seeing these tier 2 players, now tier 1 for some time, just excel, right? And smash through any ceilings that people have for them in the beginning, and you see them approaching these veteran players very fast, and you're like, how far does that keep going? What is the next level for them? So really awesome to see players like Mata, Timotino, and all the rest across the regions really start to break out and show that It is.
तो ना कब एक वॉच पार्टी शुरू होते ही
new
दूसरा
tricks
शुरू है
that are
ये वॉच पार्टी के बाद
And you know what?
मिलेगा
You know,
2-3
sometimes you
घंटा
say
नहीं
you can't
फिर
teach
पैसे
old
तो
dog new tricks. Now it brings me to a segue to talk about dogs.
Is that Midima
if you
Phantom?
ever
Yes,
wonder why Osmos
sir.
brings out a stuffed dog on his stage during his matches,
Why is that?
you're about to get the answer. Not for me.
हेल्थ का ध्यान रखो चिल है टेंशन नहीं है
Hello guys, I am Aspas and I'm
Hello,
playing for
hello.
MIBR. This one here is Doguinho. He is the first gift that my wife gave to me. She gave when I was going to fly to Istanbul to play Champions in 22.
W हर गेम में तुम वो
And since then,
मोन्टाज
he's
निकलता है
been going
इसका
to all matches with me. He won a Champions Trophy in Turkey with me. When I won the trophy, I put him inside the trophy. During the moment that the team was going to raise the trophy, he was there inside the trophy. It was he and Dogão. He's Doguinho, but Dogão, that was the big one, he was inside the trophy as well. But Doguinho was on top. He won some Americas as well in 23.
भाई what the fuck तुम लोगों को कैसे नहीं मालूम पागल
24. Doguinho says thanks for watching.
We thank Doguinho for all the moments that he carried Aspas to champions.
Yeah, exactly. And being able to hoist trophies with Loud and then
Vamos, vamos.
in Americas with two of his former teammates being Tex and Mazzino. So that
भाई
brings
फाफा
to the
के
conversation
साथ आए
about
बे वो
what was talked about by Emily speaking with Aspas earlier on. Now you have this super team during the off season that was attempted to get
क्या
built
हाल
by
बंस
the
भाई
organization
लॉन्ग
by
टाइम
the
नो
art,
सी
with Fraud
आज किसको
as the
सपोर्ट
main
कर
coach,
रहे हो
but
बाजू
also bringing
MIBR
Happy as the
after to
assistant
love
coach.
you
Now
too मेरी
see
जान
his
जोड़े
legends from 1.6 to
Yeah.
2
मोस्टली
going down
MIBR
this.
ही थे
It's
एनर्जी भी अच्छा
crazy to see
है
how
2-1 जाना चाहिए
much
बस जो भी हो
effort
2-1
has
जाना
been put
चाहिए
into this roster for MIBR for this year, and now to see that you have a level of comfort for Aspas to play with older teammates and Mazzino and Tex to see him reunited again, and why maybe some people that were doubting Tex in the past.
जिसका गिर गया है साला वही गेम हारेगा लैंग्वेज गिरा आसपास अभी तक गिरा नहीं है
matchup last week. And MIBR is definitely like a strong powerhouse that we have here in Americas.
There's so many good voices on that team. Speaking of that, the other side, NRG. Can we keep
किसका टेक है ये लोग को देख के ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो लोग का टेक है MIBR वालों
thinking about right now. How far can they go? But we do still have the champions in NRG who've made one change and are still showing us exactly what they did at champions. Their first game, we're able to get through that pretty much as a breeze, and now we see them still innovating and bringing out new things. Starting 2 here. Have to see how it goes.
Brock.
I love that. And it brings a fun point as well for Energy, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
It's not a roster that blew up following a champs win.
Right.
It's not Loud of 2022. It's not EG of 2023. And now you're looking at Energy. Well, the reason why they went for a roster change was because Sam wanted to retire. He wanted to chill, doing a marathon right now with Shanks, watching all the games in all the regions right now.
FNS
So they needed
bolte.
to find somebody. And now it seems that
Prime sub war क्या है?
Homegrounds into now Kickoff fits in quite well, and even, like I said, elevates Energy in terms of being able to add new to the playbook. Because of how versatile
मेरे को नहीं लगता ये मैप में लेगा
Yeah, seeing him as the
भरोसा
judge
नहीं
merchant
लेकिन
slide around on Neon. Little home defense strategy from him in every site we saw on Breeze as the team was getting themselves into position to retake it from
जस्ट
Cloud9.
आस्किंग इंडिया में VCT
And overall,
होस्ट
like you
करे
said,
तो
the flex
आप
on
वहां
that
से
team is gonna
लाइव
make them such a dangerous
करते
prospect throughout the
कितना
year, even more
मजा
than they already
आता
are as the champions.
वो
You can't
आस्किंग
forget
है
it.
या तो बता रहा है या सपना
Now
देख
it's
रहा
the
है
brains of Verno
तीनों
and
चीज में
Ethan are
डाउट
also
है
awesome to look at because of
Twitch
how young he has
subscription,
one
अच्छा
IGL with all of these veterans around him, and then Ethan, a two-time champion.
आपको पिंकी
and pretty much
भाभी
has the
जी
answer
ने
for
डॉगिंग
everything,
नहीं
doesn't
किया
keep the
लैंग्वेज
pocket warm in
लैंग्वेज
any situation.
It was still fairly new going into IGL even last year, right?
Yeah,
So it's still kind of new for
absolutely.
these two, but it's really fun to see how, these
मेरे
two
पास
guys are going to get overworked this series.
विंगिनियो है,
Because you're now looking at
विंगिनियो।
Abyss, where this is the first time we're going to play
विंगमैन है
against
मेरे
Energy on
पास
this
बस
comp.
Yeah.
Split has never been seen before by either of their teams. And then go into Breeze, where we haven't seen MIBR yet since last year. So
Yeah.
it'll be a fun one to witness when we have a chance.
When we
सपना
have
है
the chance,
सच
we
होगा
appreciate your patience right now. We are
VCT
going to
India,
take a quick
okay,
tech
bye.
timeout. We will be right back after this.
क्या ये चालू होते ही डॉगी ने देने वाली ढूंढ रहा हूँ, फिर अच्छा खेलूंगा। खुद को ही रोस्ट कर रही है। ठीक है, बाय। क्या सीन, सो जाए हम? पता है 2 मिनट बता रहे। Pam 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 pam.
idea. He has a dash.
आ जाओ, तब तक अपन देखते हैं सैंडी गेम। सैंडी गेम What if Boaster is in MIBR? ए तू सो जा रे। What if? बस इग्नोर करोगे आप? मैं क्यों इग्नोर करूंगा? पूरा मैप का मैराथन भाग लिया क्लोव। सब्सक्राइब जब वो स्पोर्ट्स में कुछ करेगा। टाइटल देखो, आर यू लैग कॉज यू में माई हार्ट स्किप फ्रेम्स आ रहे। हो गया भाई। हाँ हो गया भाई। इससे अच्छा मैं पेंगुइन को ना देखूं। लैंग्वेज हाँ, टॉप फ्रैगर इमोर्टल 3 अपना। भाई टाइप भी कर रहा है बे, टाइप भी कर रहा है। ये सुनना पड़ेगा। कोई गाली दे रहे कि नहीं इसको? ये सुनना पड़ेगा, ये सुनना पड़ेगा। बाप रे, इसका कीबोर्ड वो नहीं होता है क्या? अनइंस्टॉल बटरफ्लाई को क्या टाइप कर रहा है?
पिंक से बोले गाली दे। अरे
लैंग्वेज
मत करो यार। आज आई एम वेरी सैड। आई हैव लॉस्ट टू मच।
Well, that's gameplay issues.
Now trying to look for something. Scuba untouched and unbeatable. Agora contra 4 jogadores vai ser pressionado. Pode vir, pode vir. Bora Verdo!
किल्ले में मार रहा था एक बंदा। हाँ
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Hope is on the horizon. I know you still see pause on the screen, but we should almost be there to recap what's happened in the game already. If believe it or not, an ace first round by Scuba coming out with beautiful share.
Love from Banco Chat. Excuse me.
Into the fire just so we can.
We cannot to pursue a career as a YouTuber, streamer, or gamer. What actual career path do you think he would have followed? Well, nobody will ever know because I am on this path.
Technically, right now, going into that third round where it should be a bonus round for NRG,
yeah, here we go.
It's supposed to be not an expensive buy, but they are investing a lot into this round.
Good gameplay.
So thank you for your patience as we get back here into the
Back
game.
to good gameplay.
A setup now for MIBR, try to find some active information. A knife early, sees nobody there from the side of KO. So that's the call right now for Aspas. You see the jiggles coming through. The camera stays up right now for Tex. So they could meet.
गेयर किसका आया था वो तो बताओ ना, तो उस पे नजर रख के अपन।
A high trip just to make sure nothing crazy going into the site.
Back in a flash.
And Tex is going to say, yes, I'm backside. Give Aspas a little bit of freedom to do what he can on the right there. His Tex draws attention. Scuba's going to bite, and he takes so much damage. That's where Scuba's Viper Bite goes. So they know exactly the room they had to work with.
अरे बाप रे माता रानी।
Outside, it looks like they want to make a double take for this, but Kiko says,
बाप रे।
no way.
Spam me pin this.
Down very quick here is, again,
Chat clean kill रहा है बे NRG।
A little bit just to get that defensive setup.
Almost feels like this should be a call, but Mazzino's still sticking out in the open and
it was करूँगा 11 वाला।
I gotta say though, Nice little idea to have that trip for the anti-dash, but at the same time, you're playing against a Whaley, an easier recall. That would have been perfect against a Jet.
Yeah.
That said, you're able to see NRG on that hit on the B side stay very patient. So many players trying to anchor towards this B side, try to bubble through smokes and try to prevent players from jumping through the abyss, but they just waited for the cages.
They just upgraded all their guns.
Where that blue X is at
5-man alive.
Cuba cannot anchor up on that site. Given a
Economy
good chance
Pro
here for NRG
Max.
to convert a bonus round and start snowballing the economy
Biome
on
का
their
ult
side,
build भी
especially
आ रहा
when,
है.
again, that second round was quite expensive for them to take.
A great focus from NRG, just being able to pinpoint an instant.
दिखते रहे आसपास वाले लैंग्वेज आसपास को कुछ मत बोलना.
See towards the back. So he does go in, pulls back out, and oh, the Teo util goes back there. He gets pushed into the Molly once again after getting shot with the Guardians. So yeah.
नहीं कर सकता. बैक साइड पे खड़ा रहना मुश्किल है.
Can't play
Funk
the
are
game.
happy with that protocol set down by the squad to get through the bonus round.
Might have to keep an eye on that conditioning too, because if now you're going to have to force Tex to relocate towards new box or something,
Yeah.
that's going to be watched when you're going to start
गन
scaling
वाले को
inside
कुछ
of
करना
NRG.
पड़ेगा अभी.
That said, you see the composition from MIBR. Last round, it was a knife out towards that A main side from Mazzino to spot info. This time, it's the active camera from
ट्रिप
Tex.
तो क्रेजी है लेकिन यार
Starting
वेले
looking at this new
के
meta,
सामने कितना भी
you're
कुछ
seeing
भी
a lot
ट्रिप
of
डाल
teams
दे
still
बे.
very comfortable playing this
एकदम
double
pointless
initiator,
है.
but also adding that third character to get that information and be able to get out. So that's Tex with the camera. Or on NRG side, it should just be the Whaley dashing in, finding info, recalling, and that gives a chance right now for both teams to react a little bit more around that map. It also causes for a lot of defaulting though around the map, which is you're seeing.
चल भाई thank you for the
cutting
fund
noise
मेरी
and
जान
forcing
गिरटे.
MIBRs next round to get info. Looks to be a drone
भाई
by
अच्छे
Verno
साइड
on
पे
the
जा
front
रहे
side of
हैं
A,
ब्रो.
but decides otherwise and finally pulls it out, and he's gonna get right onto the money.
Scary spot to be is
दूसरे
the
से
solo
था.
Sova. He just had that smoke to get away from that they've given him, but oh no, Whaley to top box, not to heaven. Safe for the time being.
क्या
as
करेंगे
MIBR
लोग
sets up the
लड़ेंगे या
retake and
कूदेंगे
NRG
दो
again.
गन से
Pretty
लड़ना
much
ही
a
पड़ेगा
flawless
वैसे.
entry into the site to get themselves set up.
उबा का अल्ट
Same
आएगा
two
लेकिन
weapons into the
लड़ेंगे
last
तो.
round was Aspas and Mazzino.
इतन का भी आ
Now, I
सकता
wouldn't be
है.
surprised if they go for it again. They did it with pistols in that second round. Now they want to continue to try to make it expensive. That knife now realizes that NRG playing off the site. Lineups, no salvos though really available, so they're just going to try to play the spray, actually,
Yeah.
if you look at the remaining utility available for the side of NRG on the attack.
Just trying to get somebody up
बाप
close. Omada
रे.
over the smoke already whittles down the numbers of MIBR here. He's just finding a few more, looking for those alt points, but Mazzino answers back. Now to the 3v3. Spike's going down.
Very
He's gonna
nice.
have to get it to half soon here as NRG lights up the kill feed.
Smoke
That's
खत्म.
going to be all they need to take down MIBR and get themselves
Chat
out alive.
अच्छा feeling नहीं आ रहा chat.
That's twice now that NRG. I mean, it's cutting it close, but at the same time, they're doing a great job playing.
Thank you
off
for the
the sides and
41
off each
seconds
other
मेरी
to
जान गिरटे. Thank you for the
make
40 and the
sure that
40.
the smokes that are being thrown by MIBR to attempt to defuse really have a chance.
बाप रे.
But I like the positioning. It almost feels calculated on the walls that they're setting up right
मस्त
now.
मारा बे
That side
Mazzino
for
ने
Kiko
लेकिन.
to play it.
Crazy
as a
मारा.
one-way smoke on the top of the box.
No trust, bro. No trust. Good job. Good comms. Good job.
स्ट्रीम डिले में आपकी सच्ची रिफ्रेश करो.
All right, into round 5. Is this going straight over the top?
It's quick.
Very quick. Push towards mid. They're going to see if they can get a ping off of this right away, maybe, and work it.
Oh
gosh.
my
And they ult
god.
immediately, taking all of vent and that upper heaven area for themselves.
Oh
NRG just
my
putting their foot down
God.
once again in the site, making MIBR question how to get back in.
What a nice little look. It's going to make it so
Tex
hard for
ने चल
MIBR
फिर
to
भी एक
remove-
मारा, good for one.
remove it back into the site, especially
Yeah.
with that pit on the top of heaven. We'll talk about it in a second right now, though, because MIBR are trying to find some value around Aspas' off.
भाई देखा
So
ही नहीं
many little
उसने.
setups that they have,
Blind
different
के
looks
बाद.
each round. It's like when MIBR does get
Save.
guns, they're not seeing the same thing. They can't even find
5-0.
that they saw the previous round. Looks like a save here for Aspas and the operator, since it is a key factor for them to get back in the game.
It was the biggest win con for MIBR against Envy.
Yep.
Potential will continue to do so throughout the season
भाई
for
clean
this
kill रहे
Brazilian
बे.
organization. But again, when we were just talking about this double initiator on the side of any teams right now that could slow the tempo and play a lot of default, you see how NRG could also up that tempo by using the Teo salvos to immediately break the doors and fast as they move
इसका
forward to
काउंटर एक ही
take
था कि मिड में
immediate
दो
control
बंदे और
of
स्मोक में
heaven
स्पैम
side.
कर रहे हैं
You're
और
not
कुछ नहीं.
allowing
इतना जल्दी वो
any
लोग को
team to play a retake if a pick comes
खड्डा
on that
लेने
team.
दिया ना.
No way. It's such an awkward position too. How many times
कुछ नहीं कर
you played
पाया.
around that anyways? To retake down a long hallway. You're
Cheers,
probably
cheers, girl, bye.
30
Thank you
health
for the
at
40
by
once again. Thank you for the 40, the
damage
40,
from
the 40.
pit anyways. Got a timeout being called here by the team, so MIBR
हाँ, normal
Rod
timeout
can
है.
get in the ear of the players and
By
figure
crazy
out
drone
where
spade
to put a stop
double
to
pick.
these energy hits.
हाँ
Well, it definitely looks like a couple of
प्यारा
rounds ago,
खेल
or
रहे
at least a few
बे.
rounds that we've seen so far. It's been
Dinesh
outside of
कब
that
खेलेगी
pitch round,
कल
where
ना?
that double walk down on middle.
क्वालिफाई होगी क्या?
The
होनी
rest
तो
of it has
चाहिए.
been kinda
Bracket
trying to be
खेलते
more
हैं.
reactive on things and giving too much space for energy to work with. And that was
Keep
probably also a
fighting.
nice plan that they drafted up against Envy in their last game. When you're playing the knife, it's not finding anybody. Verno usually goes for the owl drone right after, so they are trying to find immediate information by cycling util around that 1 minute 20-second mark, so that they could actually go for the stack into the fight. Right now, maybe you're asking here for, I mean, you're seeing on the side of
Tough है
Fraud
लेकिन.
here by MIBR. He's not saying too much, and during these timeouts, it's also been Verno
Problem
being
ये है
fairly
कि
vocal
upper bracket में
in
रहता
these
तो ना
timeouts against Envy, and they were able
तो
to convert
चिलता.
a few of those as
Lower
well.
bracket में ना सब ऊपर से भी
So
team
again,
आते
you talked
हैं.
about the
team
inexperience of
रहता है.
Verno on the IGL, but he's
Upper
very
bracket वालों को
confident
वो heavy
as he
advantage है.
reads the
3
game
मैच
perfectly.
जीतो सीधा
And one of
final.
the things they praise him for that I feel like always stays, it's not something that can waver, is that he knows the game around the ultimates, around what they can play, what the other team has. That's not a statistic that changes, right?
Tough
The
है.
ults will come up and go down. So he's not afraid of who's fragging, afraid of who's on the other team. He plays around the state of the game, and that's one of, I think, the biggest things for him as a young IGL to keep him focused on what the win con can be. Let's see if they have it here from the defensive side after their timeout.
Let's go, Siddha.
Verno already says if they try this again, Vence is locked down. Takes a bit of damage
Buddy.
there as they toast him up with a little bit of the Lego last jump from Brock. But it's not going to be too much of a follow-up. They just want this heaven space so they can begin to pressure MIBR.
Still a very nice call. He plays forward here to just punish that fast push again from Energy, trying to leverage our ults to take over heaven again. And as they play soft side right after, almost feels like 2 of those ults are now wasted.
बोलो
from the
का
side of
अभी भी लग रहा है
NRG,
कोई ना
allowing
कोई
now
लड़का
MIBR
है.
to have more util for the retake.
It's rare that NRG has pushed to the backside of this site. Usually you get kind of a drop over the AD.
Oh,
but
fuck,
they are
sexy
planting
smoke.
and getting back to hold it from a defensive position on their own side here. It's been working. The trips aren't even in use now, but Mazzino isn't going to matter. He just swings out on Brock and takes him as the team is now figuring out how to find where NRG is. Mata being a nuisance from heaven, another kill there, but Zekin's able to answer it back easy.
इधर diffuse हो गया ये
Coming
तो.
in through the smoke, however, for MIBR as they leave NRG
हाँ जी?
guessing to the situation.
It was
हाँ
just
जी?
like very nice where we talked about the lack of util. Well, that makes it even harder when Mazzino's going to start popping off that KO ult. The null command.
खेलवा देगा तो 40
the
the 40 the 40 40 40 मेरी जान की उल्टा है.
push from the flood of MIBR back into the A site. And that now finally have a full smoke covered up. Talking about conversions on timeouts for a side of
Rose
MIBR,
nerf
they've been
कुछ था ही नहीं
quite
util.
good going into those calls, but also very difficult.
Slow
when the
खत्म हो
string
गया,
rounds together,
dash
though,
खत्म हो
after
गया.
these timeouts. So
Yeah,
we'll have to see if
Raids
Energy
नहीं है,
has an
सो
answer
मर
that
गया.
right away. An op shot, but it misses.
पड़ी क्या leg?
you can see
Nice.
Ospas getting hungry now. Wants to make a mark at the beginning of these rounds instead of waiting
Hello
for
Binks,
something
how
to
are you
happen.
rooting for NRG? Obviously.
0 point gets destroyed here.
Obviously.
They're not gonna have more info than a few. They know the hit's going to come through though. You see how much he wants to peek, but everybody again playing their life here. Just Mazzino in sight to try and grab some info.
इतना
He's doing
sexy
a
team
great
है
job
NRG.
at somewhat delaying the situation here. Ospas goes down as soon as the smoke does, and NRG is locked on these angles with no fear when the smokes go down. Bull Zekin
Bro,
coming back into the site, gets taken
anti-base
down by
Zekin.
Kiko as the dust settles now at 2v3 for MIBR to get back in.
Yeah, good on Zekin to even slow the tempo once again from Energy, giving a chance here for heroic plays to come out. To get an ult out for Tex, but it's a little bit too far away.
Oh shit.
What?
That
Up
just
from the
spotted Bruno,
shadows.
yeah.
Yes, it did.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
बाप
hats off
रे
to
किको ने
It's
कितना
another
किया ये
one in
round.
the site, and they know exactly where Sova's coming from. Verno here holding the ult, obviously.
Flank भी
Just
देख
have the
लिया.
time to play with if he doesn't save. And
साइट
he's
वाले
gonna
को भी
back back.
reposition
Just
करके
too
मारा
much.
है
Yeah, the orb
जी.
cycle coming through from Scuba and from Kiko. There's no way you're walking up that ramp, especially now where they spotted from the shadows where Verna was
Zekin,
rotating from. There's
one
no
of
way
the
they could go for
best
surprise
duelist
play.
of Americas.
You have to respect Mazzino.
Is it
though.
right for
Mazzino's
him
attempt to stay alive towards that new
to
box has been
player
very good.
player
In his
smoker
starter game
are
last week, even at the same
MIBR
time, just
Yeah.
putting up high numbers as his
underutilizing
KO.
him.
And now he's just trying to stay alive to give a chance for his teammates to rotate on time for Aspas to find a timing and
you have
swing
to
out.
keep
But
trying
they
new
both
things
got
in
punished
life.
the end. Too many numbers on the side of Energy as they overtake that B site.
It's where they get into sight, they stand there, wait for the smokes, kind of like they do over at A. They don't enter the back just yet until they absolutely clear it. I mean, that's good protocol, but man, they are sticking to it right now. We'll see what happens as we get into the next round 8 here as they focus towards the A side. MIBR.
ठीक है, अच्छे से रिप्लेस कर दिया सॉम को. लैंग्वेज. सॉम is सॉम भाई. केवल भाई, thank you for the membership. मेरे जान कर रहे हैं. Thank you for the 40.
5-man hit. Tried to go for a push play down towards middle.
सीधा exec आ रहा है. सीधा exec आ रहा है.
Ready for Energy to say, okay, well, it's A or B. Let's just 5-man hit a weak site.
Waylay sight in. Better than a drone at this point, and Kiko's up top to still finish it, thinking they have backed off all the way. No, it is not true. They're still getting these inserts instantly into the site.
जब तक Fnatic plant करते हैं, ये लोग तो 3 round खत्म कर रहे हैं.
There's really nothing that can stop the side of NRG. Maybe a trip or two, but it's just
देखा ही नहीं.
shocked out.
Breaking ankles.
Okay. Whatever, Kiko.
Now just play offside. I mean, you got salvos. This is pretty much a done deal once again.
Bhai, line up!
That could be good with the shots. It could be nerdy with the shocks as well.
Look at that post plant. Shock post plant. Tejo salvo post plant. A little bit more from everyone when they want it. And there's 3 outside the smoke, just firing phantoms through mostly, so you can't even get a good return trade on the situation.
It almost feels right now that for MIBR, I think after that timeout is right. They still have to try to push forward and try to just lock down a lane. Since that timeout we've seen, or just previously we saw Aspas trying to opt down towards B. The pop flash try to push down towards middle, but it's just unfortunately gamble pushes that doesn't work out for their side. But if you're looking at the way that NRG is currently hitting this A site, sometimes they go towards heaven, or if not, it's the way they dash, so you kind of always keep MIBR guessing. You have to do a very good job right now for MIBR to just button things up on these aggressive pushes, and they're trying again.
There's that pop flash mid we saw or heard last time. Already ready from 2 sides of this. They pushed up to cover mid to react to that, what they just heard from last round over towards that A side. Just round to round educating themselves on how to beat MIBR in the following round.
Huh?
And all they had to do was to stay back and break that recon dart on middle, and as soon as that's broken, there's no value get off the pop flash recon dart. So Energy one step ahead of understanding how MIBR maximize this composition to surprise their opponents if they don't have enough money for that op, and they're doing a great job just
मैप देख कैसा लगा, जानबूझकर suppress हुआ, वो suppress हुआ.
MIBR to get early info.
And seeing this switch for Kiko too over to
देखो ये लोग अभी अच्छे साइड पे जा रहे हैं जहाँ पे 3 बंदे, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि होल्ड कैसे करेंगे.
These plays as the secondary controller or mid controller, they're both kind of doing the same amount of controlling, but it's just so on point right now when they go to make that play inside the site again. It's absolutely disgusting. Inside the cage of Tex kills him. It was the cover that Mata needed.
Spike planted.
उसके केज में ये खेल रहा है भाई.
Especially when you're leaving Tex, you could give him so much confidence to anchor up a site, but when there's so much util on top of that, a recon dart to ping you out, and there's no support to break that dart. They can't play that type of passive shot dart on top of heaven. They got to think of something new. Play a little bit more of that buddy system aggressively inside these sites.
Very true. Cosmic Divide here, coming in for the retake, and Scuba just sinks him.
Scuba playing around his Viper walls.
Wall of for efforts, love you, girl. Bye. Thank you for the 40.
That's crazy. Something we saw Energy doing versus C9 was that Viper wall on Breeze, they'd push up to it every time. They'd aggress on it, even let the other team know they were there. So in the silent moments, they're even better.
I thought they were saving where they take forever, bro. Jesus.
Brock just wants to play.
And that's why the advantage is always going to be on their side when you're looking at it here, Riv, because the more time you're taking for MIBR to set up, waiting for your teammates to rotate across.
इसका counter एक ही है.
You're just trying to find the perfect timing. Well, Energy can stay off site. We've seen all those lineups they can play.
वो side पे.
So I don't even know why
Cypher के side पे.
Vernal
Cypher के एक side.
active and vocal
So
because
भी
these
नहीं.
guys are playing
क्योंकि
to perfection.
Zekan का pull और nade, ये दो चीजें जो थोड़ा chaos create करके ना वेले को पीछे बेच सकता है या फिर वेले मरेगा या फिर पीछे जाएगा या फिर ट्रेड होएगा क्योंकि अगर वो अंदर आया और वो रुक गया पोस्ट प्लांट तो ये लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते वो लोग का कॉम्प नहीं है
We've seen some teams still try to attempt it by almost mimicking that comp. In Loud, for example,
no way.
Unfortunately, it wasn't, you know, the best
Viper,
success
smoke,
that we saw
Thoop,
from
nade,
Katana on that agent because
shock
the kit
darts,
has been
nah,
so,
no way.
I guess
तब तक तो कोई भी फ्लैंक मार के आएगा मेरे से.
And we look at this game coming into this week as a litmus test for MIBR. What's their position?
क्या crazy clean valorant बे. सीन ये कि वो लोग जो एग्जीक्यूट कर रहे हैं ना वो नहीं रोक सकते मतलब वो लोग सिर्फ इन्फो लेके एक साइड पे जाएगा और अगर वो साइड पे केओ नहीं है और एस्ट्रा का स्टार नहीं है लग गए स्ट्रेट अप लग गए स्ट्रेट अप लग गए
You just saw a fourth piece of the of how they could get active information. Kiko going for a jump peek TP back in KCC's like a push coming out on the eco for MIBR.
Yeah, अभी ये smoke recon डाला है अब
they're looking to just play more safely.
वो लोग को mid info लेने का
on this B side, so forcing energy
नहीं
to
ले
use that
सकते
util on their attack side.
पॉप फ्लैश करके रिक्लियर कर सकते हैं लेकिन उसमें भी मिड का पूरा इन्फो नहीं मिलेगा.
Matt Joel will now confirm that this should be a B finish, so MIBR so far reading this correctly.
ये राउंड निकाल सकते हैं क्योंकि केओ साइड पे एस्ट्रा का स्टार साइड पे प्रॉब्लम ये है कि नेट नहीं है चलो मरे गया लग गए कुछ नहीं कर सकते
There's that same clear that killed
Done.
Tex last time.
क्या करेंगे पॉप फ्लैश भी नहीं है
The Viper's bite. And it is just rinse and repeat again here. Aspas looking, lands himself in one of the salvos, but they do get out as the convergence pass comes through. Should be all right to get out of this situation. 3v3.
So you had to use a big ult just to
क्या
stall
लगता है
here, just to
आसपास
try to get the plant down. There's only 20
अभी
seconds
तो
left,
M2
and
ले
MIBR is
इसके पास
actually
गन नहीं है
primed right
लेकिन
now to be able to hit back. Especially now with the camera, you still have the blade storm available
जो
for
भी करने का
Aspas.
आसपास ही करने का उसके लिए वेट करो रिकॉन डालो ये मिलाओ आसपास मारेगा बेस्ट बेट वही है
To kind of squeeze NRG into a position of anxiety here, and they're wondering which way is the right one to look. That's cleaned up a little bit by Ethan to start him off. Triggering Aspas to go, but Mata already had the situation locked down. It took him a moment, but energy still.
Almost the lineup. It was a clean shot onto Kiko when they went for that double swing on that side.
Bro,
the amount of shots are popping
तुम्हारा
to bait the bounce so that
Kiko.
Aspas can get value off those blade storms. Nice little transfer in the end for Mata. They continue their run. I mean, that timeout, even if it looks disappointing for Fraud, they're still, again, in these eco rounds,
भाई
good
सिंपल
damage
है
being done for the side of
साइफर
MIBR,
मरेगा
but
तो
this
भी
is
चलेगा एक
important
टाइम पे केओ
when he's
नहीं मर
back,
सकता सिंपल
which allows Aspas to invest into another
केओ साइफर एक साइड बराबर खेल रहे स्टार है बराबर खेल रहे
already.
Last time Aspas tried that, he was able to walk out of it. So he probably felt real comfortable trying again.
And usually they use a KO knife to make sure that they could nullify some utility to not allow Aspas to be cleared out from a drone or anything like that, but it's just Mata walking up to get the pick. So that just comes down to the preparation for something like Bonkar when it comes down to
forward मरा वो लोग को पता है कि
Energy had
तो ये
such a
बंदा है
surge of results that put them into the finals of the Americas at stage 2 that made them win champs. This guy works around the clock and figures out here how their opponents play and just punishes them every time.
भी
It
रिटेक
really
कर
is
रहे
a core point.
कैसे
You have a
रिटेक
team that wants to
करेंगे
buy an op so much.
वो लोग फ्लडिंग के लिए है ही नहीं
That economy like a book.
वो लोग ने गैम्बल वो लिया है हैशटैग
was done for that for sure. Back into the B site once again. That back left connection always a big one for the team to take, so they know they have site coverage, and this is where MIBR could somewhat excel. It's what we saw them coming
मिड
back.
से रोटेशन भी काट सकता है पर ओ माय गॉड ब्रो कुछ नहीं कर सकता कुछ नहीं कर सकता सो अभी इसको पहले दिखाई देगा
Just a pop flash. The lurk
Oh
again from
my
Scuba.
God.
At least only gets one, but you're seeing on the other extremity
अभी
of
भी
the map
कुछ
here
नहीं
on
कर
the
सकता
defensive side. Everybody's just trying to go for hero plays. Just trying to hopefully make something stick.
Again, Massino trying to peek off a little bit of the util, but NRG has made all of these 1v1 situations.
10-1 where
they continue to do that as MIBR needs to search and see where they're inserted, where they're hiding. Because with the speed NRG's taking sites, you know they don't need everybody in there, and they probably didn't use everyone. Who's lurking is the question.
It's funny because we had the conversation before going to this game. Is there really a team that could start off here as a build-up and become a super team?
Yeah.
And almost when you're looking at the side of NRG for last year, you have two rookies coming in Mata and Scuba, and Brock as well, actually.
सीधा प्री मारा है bro
Expecting
उसको.
the biggest of results, especially with the attempts of NRG in the past in the super teams that they tried to build.
Played that little sound bite. I say he's gonna outdraft on the box, and I just kill him.
He
There
knew
you go,
it.
just knew.
He knew
Yep.
Crazy.
Watching that tape. But again, they look excellent now since the addition of all of these players around the NRG roster. Rebuild around the
Well,
now they're definitely looking just like a strong
अभी तक तो
super
उसने
team,
ओडिन भी नहीं लिया है.
at least in the Americas for now.
Nothing they're doing requires too much, right? It is an ABC. Your
Yep.
drone goes in, dart goes in, and the coverage is there. There's nothing you need to guess about. You don't have to. We heard Ethan say trust earlier, but I'd say it gives you all the trust you need. To
Yep,
look where you
yep.
need to on these site takes.
So they are trying to close down these gaps here for MIBR that NRG is trying to default at the beginning. So the salvos that breaks the door, very similar to what Verno did before. Aspas is going to try to take
आ गए
that
सब
door.
लोग अपने पोजी पे.
NRG is still keeping things very slow.
Very.
Up and down walls, creating
Oh
question
shit.
marks.
इधर KO नहीं
Now,
है.
with the orb being picked up, you know it's towards the A side. Aspas is already going to rotate there, but we're going to try to use util to try to clear him out so we can pit into A. There's still 50 seconds left on the clock, but now with nobody inserted across the map, it definitely looks like it's
Bro,
going to be
तीन
the
बंदे लोग फिर भी नहीं
explosion
hold
into
कर
this
पाएंगे.
And
A site.
this has to be one of the holds. Zekin and Aspas have been playing together a lot. They've been synergizing around these two roles. If they can make it work,
Nara.
this is the time. Zekin gets 2 on this as Aspas goes down, and MIBR is still looking to hold the site. But there is the salvo from Ethan.
इतना
It
utils
locks it down
बाप
a little
रे
bit more for the
इतना
side of
utils.
NRG. It's still 3v3 here, but Brock
Oh
is gonna
my
quickly
God,
change that
random
as Verno
shot
goes for
भी.
the peak. Zeno
और वाइपर
has
का
to
अल्ट
creep in,
देखो,
has a
वाइपर
ways to
का
go
अल्ट
before he
देखो
finds
कितना
anything
प्यारा
here.
है.
So he might even have to duck out. No. Gets Brock on one, is going to go ahead for a little bit of a refresh as he flashes back in. Now he knows he has Tex at the hip. A tap on the spike. No, they're going to continue to push forward to try to do the silently. Ethan finds Mazzino.
Oy.
Tex with just a running gun. But Scuba's able to
My
lock it down
God,
once they can
11-1.
in that final situation.
And it almost looked like it was going to finally work for MIBR, adding another body in there,
Yeah.
making sure that you're breaking out that util, and they almost had a pretty strong hold
भाई
for the
कितना
side of
utils आ रहा है
MIBR,
पता है
coming
backside
close
पे.
to the wire again in the final
वेले
moments
slow
of the
आया.
round.
Gosh,
सोवा
it's so
अल्ट आया,
not just
तेहो
Furia to push
नेड
somebody
आया,
into the salvo,
वॉलअप
the
से बंदे
reaction
आ रहे
time
हैं.
the energy has off of their abilities is wild. 11-1 here for NRG.
Bro, lane one is
MIBR has a
crazy,
big
bro.
hill to climb when we come back.
आसपास 3 किल लॉल करे फाइट कहाँ उसको फाइट करने किधर मिल रहा है.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car. And
पहला राउंड मिला रहेगा उसको. पहला
पहला
राउंड भी नहीं.
Not how it works.
पहला राउंड भी तो 2 टीममेट मर गए थे. उसका कुछ सीन नहीं था. दूसरा राउंड में उसने एक बार फाइट करने उसको मिला बस. पहला राउंड में ऑफ एंगल में स्कूबा ने मार दिया था. भाई अच्छा है बे वो वाइपर वॉल तो फिर. जस्ट वन वाइपर वॉल कितना बिटी दे रहे हैं. हाँ ना मेन ये कि वॉल की वजह से वो लोग एमिन किधर भी जा सकते हैं बे, लेफ्ट राइट. और अर्ली नेड वेट एक आ रहा है शायद बीमिन पे उसको यूटिल, जिसकी वजह से वो फॉरवर्ड भी निकल पा रहा है. गुड नाइट. हाँ जितने देर में फेनेटिक प्लांट करते उतने देर में एनर्जी राउंड खत्म कर रही है. लैंग्वेज गेम ही खत्म हो गया उतने टाइम में. ए सुपर चैट अरे यार रुक गया, मेरा यूट्यूब क्रैश हो गया. एक आया नहीं कि यूट्यूब.
Welcome back to VCT America.
Bro, I don't know what motivates you to put so much effort for watch parties all day, but huge heart to you by आज जल्दी सोयो. Thanks to Aspas.
Yeah, looking
नहीं ये
very
भी
strong
चलेगा
on.
लेकिन आराम से
Just
5
working
घंटा
that attack
मिनिमम तो
side
स्ट्रीम
at
चलेगा
whatever tempo that they wanted to for the side of energy.
फिर नेक्स्ट गेम
Now
भी
it's finally,
अच्छा है
hopefully, MIBR with the
तुम
basic
जरूरत नहीं
composition
आएगा
that we've seen in the past before, trying to get value out of this one as well. Once we get into the server, though, an interesting look at what we have for MIBR is in the past, though, we're trying to reboss Aspas by having Mazzino trying to drop, you know, like a ghost or something for Aspas so he could get an extra clout burst. But this time around, they're going for the flash ghost and also him just going with the sheriff. So you need Mazzino and, well, I was going to say, and Aspas to work together here, but he's just throwing a flash, trying to create a fake towards this A side first so they, MIBR can start activating on
घंटा नींद
trying to
कितने
cut
का है
these
जी
rotates across from energy.
They want quite a bit
Heath
of
bhai, thank you so much for the membership, मेरी जान कटे
where, who wants to play on what for the pistol round, and Tex gets the better of Mata to start off. I don't think he actually identified how many were in mid either, so it's still a
मार
question
सकता है
mark
लेकिन
for
मारा मार
NRG,
सकता है
but they're keeping focus on it.
The thing that's difficult now is how
ये
you're
सिर्फ
cross this
spam ही
line
मारता है क्या
with
bro?
this extra wall being put up by
Sheriff,
Scuba.
Odin
He used to play the Vice a lot in the past, using the wall to prevent players from rushing through, doing very similar looks now with the Viper Wall defense on B. Also, there to help is Ethan just around the corner with 2 salvos.
Salvos out, no dart info. And yeah,
Dart too.
quite stalled here. Brock's down
इसको
to
कहाँ से
4.
पड़ी
Exactly. It'll be a stop and go right now for MIBR. With 36 seconds left and all 5 of them on this side, they have to try to re-hit. Comes down to the fundamentals. Who has the best crossfire and who is able to swing off each other the best?
Second has 2 stars left. He's at the back of the heaven area. See if we get any here. It's going to actually split the site in 2 so they can work the front and get to the backside to plant on the left. And NRG is huddling just as much here. It's about to be a party at the backside. And Verno comes up huge with the sheriff. Aspas answers as well. And at least Kiko to try and do what he may from the side. And he's found out MIBR grab a very much needed pistol round.
And the beauty again of the fundamentals and having veterans like Fraud, like Happy, going into the buddy
तो
system.
वॉल डाउन करके मार दिया ओपन में अप डाउन सब करके तो सरप्राइज मिल जाएगा वो लोग को
to make sure that they could try to go for trades, and it's Verno.
इधर अच्छा वो स्कूबा को पहले मारा
Pretty good spacing for the side of Scuba and Ethan.
Oh, flawless. You heard this guy's flawless.
I heard it now. I heard it now. Holding with the Marshall on this one. So being real quick with those shots if Aspas needs to. Backed up by
इसने भी
Mazzino.
तीनों रीजन कर लिया क्या
They're actually just calling this push right now. The
आसपास ने
forward
भी
smoke from NRG.
तीनों रीजन का मैच
And they're
देख
gonna
लिया
try
क्या
to come out into the blender of MIBR.
Yeah, a lot harder to try to pop out of a smoke when you have flashes to work with.
क्या
So
हो
you're
गया ये
trying
लोग
to
क्यों नहीं
leverage
कूद रहे
salvos
आजकल
to break crosshair
कुछ चेंज आया
placements.
क्या
But MIBR were doing a great job just playing out towards that spawn.
Huh?
They were just ready for that push.
Too good.
हेवी ऑर्ब्स दे दिया
Nice control.
I'm glad you guys are having fun.
Oh, that was another flawless.
I thought it was going to be the
yeah.
second hot mic.
thought
was
that
that.
टिकी का गुस्सा से 30 सेकंड में 100 प्लस लाइक इंक्रीज सच्ची
This is a huge round for MIBR. The eggs are in this basket right now.
थैंक यू यार मेरे बीवी का बात सुनने को यार लव यू यार
Still keep the consistency of this mid push around, and they see Mata again.
आई लाइक कि तुम भी उतना ही डरते हो जितना
Just
मैं
using
डरता हूँ
the firepower to work together. Verno, who's been very good here on clutch scenarios. They're just trying to have him and Aspas scale up towards this mid. They're keeping energy quite cautious of trying to fight back at the spawn.
ये
so they're
स्कोर
doubling
पे भी
up. So there's a
बकचोदी
lot
नहीं
of space
रुकनी
right now
चाहिए
that
सोचो
MIBR can start
ये
taking
लोग
towards the mid round.
3 11 से 11
Drone
11
down should
तक
get
आए
broken up here by Tex.
एंजॉय करते करते और उसके बाद एक प्लेयर ने बोला देखो एक्चुअली विनेबल है सीरियस खेलते हैं और फिर हार गए तो ओह फक एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा
A little rotation out
हाँ
here.
एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा हो जाएगा
This could be some good timing for MIBR. They're still waiting.
ये मेरे को नहीं पसंद वॉल तोड़ के ऐसे आने का ये मेरे को नहीं पसंद
Playing aim practice over here. Brock holding down the vent.
मतलब टाइमिंग ऑब्वियसली ले सकते हैं अगर एमएन से प्रेशर रहेगा तो
Changes the mind of Texas.
ड्रोन ये वो कुछ ना कुछ प्रेशर रहेगा तो लेकिन ऐसा डायरेक्ट
Felt like there was a bit of a miss on how they wanted to open up on that door, though. Because when you have to drop that star down for that side of Zekin, you're already making a call. Okay, there is definitely going to be a push coming out from the connector here from middle onto the A site.
अभी तो
Now
चलो
you're
एक
forcing
नहीं मारा
Aspas to break the door and also trying to clear.
जब मालूम पड़ता
Or
ना
maybe
ये हो रहा है
somebody
वहाँ पे
should have
दो
stayed
बंदे
back
रहते हैं
as a second player just on crosshair placement, so they could try to look at Hopefully somebody
No
gets front of the
way.
door to trade out.
MIBR
But two
losing.
of them got caught off guard. The third one was stuck with util in hand and tried to go for the hero play, and it becomes an easy kill for Brock. Yeah, this is going to put energy on that point.
A few guns would be a little bit of money to buy there still for MIBR, and the question is now with the last round or match point looming overhead, do you get tempered and play where you don't want to lose, or do we see our first fast round from MIBR? Because it seems like the slow rounds are punished here by NRG. Just sit back and relax, coach. Team's got it for now.
Maybe they challenge the
Yeah.
You save 2 weapons, now you're forcing out for the rest of this game. At least the buy is still good for MIBR.
Certainly playing for 2-0 night. 2-0 impossible.
Yeah. Having that smoke on the
Next
top, trying to go for that early pressure
match
on
bhi
mid, and
acha.
Mata avoids the knife, but couldn't get the ADS on to Aspas. That's gonna now
Same 9:30, 10 o'clock I'll
Like
come.
bodies are a thing now. They just have to use Vans. Like,
But
hey, we're
wake me
here,
up at
power
1
numbers,
sharp.
peak us,
Tomorrow
we'll trade
G5
you.
adding.
It seems like
never given by energy.
No, they are very good at keeping themselves back and in
Unko I know how to dodge
playing
now.
with each other.
Huh?
Again, backing
वो
off,
rebound
just
करने का
to
था, वो
slow
rebound
them,
हुआ
and they
नहीं.
gather insight to take a different position because
Spike
they're not
drop.
sure what's behind them.
Lol,
Zeno
joke,
nicely
lol,
getting
lol.
that kill on Namada. A lot of action on
Lol.
vent throughout this game. It's been a priority for these teams throughout the rounds.
Shot. Shot.
That should pull everybody back towards B.
Hopefully, they got to be moving.
Already got that kill onto Z. You saw
Kayo bhai bhago.
the first contact that went out towards Ivy, and at the same time you're punishing a double push on B main. That's an open site. Brock and Kiko probably will have to save here at this point.
I love they're still going to play it like they have to take it.
बाइक वाला एम लगा के बैकअप देख के बाप रे क्या डिसिप्लिन कर रहे भाई.
From their spawn. Default smokes out. Gonna go ahead and retake or take this side.
3-12 में ट्रायड बे और लेके प्लांट वंट करने
That's
का.
also why I like the call from Verna going to this round.
जी नहीं है, I won't wake you up. जी है कल.
That point for energy to still play quite slow.
कल है, आज नहीं है.
Very aggressively for energy. They've done these before.
तुम लोग
In that
चुमटे हो
last
कि
week, when that map point, they just exploded.
आज क्या तो फिर?
That round, of course, on the defensive side, you can't be as quick, but you saw how we were just slightly overconfident on winning these duels.
Nongshim full sense
Every single
बाप
person
match.
got punished.
PRX
They were trying to
RR
push
के.
forward and close that gap. So MIBR
Wake me
potentially
up,
getting
चुपचाप.
their first flawless.
जी कर ले, जी कर ले, जी कर ले. जी कर ले, जी कर ले, जी फाइटिंग.
Need that money. Get Ospas back on an op. Another core factor for them. And this push here.
3 बजे उठाएंगे. नहीं नहीं
Have a
एक
dart, sir. Doesn't need it.
No, he's got minima.
No, that shouldn't help.
It does.
No, it's not the minima. It never will.
किसका स्मेल आ रहा है? Comeback का?
Nice job by Verno there, clearing 2 and at that tight situation event. And a few
किसको आ रहा है
rounds
comeback
for
का smell?
themselves now to here to start stacking the economy, make some decisions, and see if they can't really
तो
figure
जब
out how
MIBR
to
ने
crack
timeout
this
लिया तो?
energy defense.
It'll be tough. Another
डिसिप्लिन
guest coming through
तो
from
कर
the
रहे
guard.
बे
The first
5v2
offense
में.
comes out on
थोड़ा और
defense
डिसिप्लिन
too
हो
for
गया
energy,
5v2
so
में.
if the
लेकिन
guard
ठीक
trying
है,
to go
ठीक
for
है.
that fast hit on middle for that
As
control
long
in the
as
first place, then it's going to be instantly punished by
They are
Mata.
still in the game.
Why
They are
not? He's showing
vibing
you
good.
2 fights in mid. Why wouldn't you go back for it for another
Warm
one?
up हो गया.
He's tempting it
हाँ?
at that point. He's been solo every time.
अरे बाप रे.
There's a quick shot.
Kiko was just trying to
लीड
find the
इतना
timing.
बड़ा है ना
Smoke
कि
comes
भाई
up,
एक
counts to
स्मोक
3
थ्रू
seconds, trying to
मटका
go
हेडशॉट
straight.
डायरेक्ट गेम खत्म कर सकते हैं.
Beautiful Hunter's Fury though.
Almost hit him in the knee. TP out. Kiko safe for now. Very nice sight take. Aspas gonna hide on that right side.
Oh
Brock able to
my
find one
God,
through the
उसके बाद
smoke,
ultimate
starting
है.
before it even begins here on the retake.
Oh
my gosh, fans, it is just
God.
not stopping. From the vents here.
my
Verno, maybe
God.
another one, or Brock rather, maybe another one.
Yep.
Oh, the shot dart on the
my
text. We're gonna start
God.
trading util back and forth here. And we still just have a waiting Mata to help get back into sight.
Nice.
They finally have enough here to do it. Great hold so far by MIBR.
Left
They
clear.
can string this round together as well. And they're going to do that. No problem on it. Well, shot by Mata, though. Do they want to drop the up? How bad do they want to drop it is the question.
They don't have money to work with. I think right now for Mata, he should try to go for a pick, make it expensive if he can,
Yeah.
but just getting
अब
punished.
चाहिए आसपास warm up.
And as we
नहीं.
talked about, MIBR loving to use Aspas on the op.
Possible है, देखो अभी equal है.
Previously, they decided not to pick it up for this round, so Aspas is going to go Vandal side against NRG on the
Possible
attack.
तो है.
That said, you have to commend Tex right here in these plays. pushing forward and getting
ब्रॉक
those
ने
two
बिना
kills.
देखे 2 बंदे लोग को मारा है, by the way,
That
just
second
saying.
salvo is probably still available for
ब्रॉक
Ethan,
ने बिना देखे 2
which is
बंदे लोग को
another
मारा है.
great point to the composition that they're running here for the
Yeah.
side of Energy. They could really flood with a lot of util back at the site. And Tex was able to open that up.
I mean, I'm sure Ospas is talking a lot, but this is the most clips we've had of him in a game. Like, actually being vocal for the squad. Like, he's always saying things, but we usually don't get the reacts from him. So it's cool to see that he's vibing out there as well, even in his focus mode.
Yeah.
Bonkar chatting it up again.
Are we kidding me? The seriousness?
Listening here to figure out what they can do to stop MIBR's pushes here. They've actually played the rounds a little bit late, as we've been seeing. The one where Zekin was able to take out the push from B, and then the previous one we just saw a little bit quicker with the early darts and util use from both teams right out of the gate. So a nice variation of that, but MIBR do like the low round, slow rounds.
By 0.0059.01% chance से comeback का bro.
In 2 rounds rather. Maybe Lada being the first one.
Double इनी ब्रह्मांड का info.
But then for MIBR,
जब भी अल्ट आएगा ये लोग का एक राउंड तो आएगा ये लोग के पास 2-3 मेजर वाले अल्ट रहेंगे. तब तो डायरेक्ट ही जीजी है. तो एक साथ खत्म आधा मैप. बूम बूम.
I think the answer for me now is probably not at this point.
Would be
Even
like
though it's
maybe
very one-sided for Energy on their attack side to start. This is still now looking at a 4-1 on that second half for the side of MIBR. It almost looks like a very impossible task to come through here for MIBR to bring this into overtime, but it's definitely doable with how they've been opening up here Energy on their attack side.
Well, it'll take them a second to pop right out of the timeout because we are now into a tech pause. So they have a lot of time to think about it before they get into their strategy. But I agree. Have to see what they have in store for us. Fraud.
किसका गियर खराब है एक बार बता दो.
One of the things from
मैं ट्वीट करने के लिए रेडी हूँ.
MIBR side was watching a
मेरा अलावा सब सो रहे भाई.
previous game from it was cool from the players'
Hello?
to hear how their mistakes felt, and he said we made mistakes towards the late portion of the round and not the beginning portion, which means our fundamentals are very good and the late round is very easy to fix. And that was really cool to hear. Like, you maybe have a lot of them there, but at the end of the round, those are ones we can cheer up for the next time. And it seems like here they did have fundamentals, but getting towards the site, they kept getting attacked. The flip side, they have a different mentality, and we're seeing their attack, which is just their own in its own right. But that was very cool kind of portion from him to see how the team feels.
कुछ बचा है भोसड़ी वालों? कुछ बचा है?
And we've seen Zekin and G2's Jogamo do amazing things on our stage, but today they're facing a new challenge.
Hello.
Hello everyone, my name is Zekin. Riot Games has supplied me with a knife.
Split
the hot dog in half, so wish me luck. So, off the bat, I'm thinking about slicing it right down the middle, in between these flowers.
We'll roll the winnie around, make sure it's the correct measurements. Okay, the dog's looking good.
But I have to take into account these sprinkles, you know. Every one of them weighs like half
Let's go ball the chat. Shush and sleep.
All of them individually.
Alright, I'm cutting the wheat hot dog right now.
I just hope I make a clean.
आपसे ज़्यादा क्या है?
No. I'm feeling good about this.
Zekin जीता.
Actually, my right one might be a little bit bigger. I might be cooked.
Let's go. One.
आपसे ज़्यादा क्या है? आपसे ज़्यादा क्या है?
2-7.
Stay on the knife.
No. Obviously केक हारेगा. Oh my god.
What did it say? I didn't get it, man. Oh my god, the glizzy's. This glizzy's bigger than this one.
Huh.
A beautiful piece right there. It also has the table all over it.
What am I supposed to do? I'm gonna compare it. Yo, I just...
Yep. Topa बड़ा है.
Alright, the tip is bigger on this dog.
Yep.
My final weights were 267.6 grams for this slice on the left, and then 260.5 grams for this slice on the right.
Not bad.
For these dogs, I have, I think, 2.9
and 2-7. So the tip was a little bigger on this dog.
I think I did a wonderful job, and I think these are wonderful cakes.
This dog wins, unfortunately, and I did not win the split decision, so sorry about that. But I think I did a pretty good job,
and I'm very thankful to Riot Games.
By no way cake जीत सकता है लेकिन bro.
Thank you guys for watching.
No way, zero chance. PCM क्या? साइबो पढ़ लिया वो. अगर केला भी रहता था ना सॉसेज के बाजू में तो भी समझ में आता. केक इम्पॉसिबल भाई. क्या पता अंदर एक जगह मसाला ज्यादा हो. हाँ ये ईमी इतना लेट क्यों चल रहा है. चलो एक बंदे ने जोक पहले मारा तो अभी मेरे को समझ में आ रहा है ये जोक. हाँ ना कुकुम्बर भी हो सकता है लैंग्वेज. भाई ये लोग ने तो खुद के इसमें चैम्प्स ने लिखा है बंडल के इमेज में. हेलो
Now trying to look for something. Scuba untouched and unbeatable.
लाइक करके जाऊंगा. कहाँ जा रहे हो? सोचा डार्क सर्कल आ रहे हैं. कोई सीन नहीं. ये ब्रेक के बाद मोन्टाज दिखाने के लिए ब्रेक डाला था.
We are back with VCT Americas. Thank you for your patience.
Bin bhai Pinky Ji is right. थोड़ा सोचा मुझे health is important. Please take care. बाकी loves take care of health. अरे first class health. टेंशन मत लो.
So the throw from NRG on their bonus round is
first class है मेरी जान के
right back in it. They caught their breath.
Casual game में रहता जाने देते रहे. अच्छे games.
And they're making a run for this.
Never.
That's why the timeout's super important.
Until unless कुछ काम हो दूसरा और मैं busy हूँ.
For MIBR to make any mistake.
या फिर मैं ऐसी जगह पे जहाँ पे PC है.
NRG have to button things up a little bit on that side.
या फिर हॉस्पिटल का राइट
for some information early with that knife too.
या फिर इंटरनेट
Realizing
नहीं
now
है.
that NRG is playing off site.
या फिर नेट लेकिन स्लो चल रहा है.
Who can follow?
वरना तो never.
Everybody's in. They're realizing that they can kind of bully around NRG here on the lower by round, and that's exactly what they should be doing.
या फिर नेट लेकिन पावर ही नहीं है.
Nospas is going to stay up there. He's like, yeah, I'm going to play the risky position for a moment.
And for those reasons, I'm out.
NRG are definitely looking to flood back as well. Drones looking for info. Shock dart. There's some damage. That's good in the end. The round's going to come in for MIBR, but
there's
a small misstep on MIBR's end.
6 में से 15 round flawless है.
Plant for Mazzino and not to give it for anybody else. Tex is now 2 away from his ult. If he actually got that plant down, they could go for orb control in the next. Aspas is also 2 away on his own. That would have given him a chance here to again snowball some ultimates. Give him a chance to
alarm ने बजा या फिर alarm ने बजा.
Rounds, but it's a little bit of a mishap.
कर रहा है. ये भी enjoy कर रहा है अभी.
That's a new song apparently.
भाई वो है बे.
Over towards the left, looks like they might just rip this null command.
बक्सुदी viral होती जा रही है.
Strategy round 19 has for us. Early smoke mid from NRG to start him off there and just slow down.
मेरी बीवी को तो no नहीं बोल सकते. आप legend हो बंस भाई.
could stay on this line. The
मैं तो तुम्हारी बीवी को no बोल सकता हूँ भाई.
Savannah could still continue here. Especially with the knife being shot out, this has to be a little bit of a signal, at least for the side of MIBR, that they should not continue to commit. If you're playing out in the open like that and immediately breaking util,
so much
commitment
to
it.
Yeah.
आसपास का aura देख रहे हो?
Beast Mata and somebody in aggressive position.
It's a great call. You got to be heady
कितना pauza आएगा मेरे को नहीं मालूम.
It's one of the things we see both of these teams being very aware of what possible situations could be at hand. And here,
language.
Brock looking for another 1, 2, 3 maybe if they come through.
This is also preparation coming in from NRG. This camera that's being thrown by Tex. When you're throwing these smokes on the top of that mid side, he uses the camera to ping the door and he breaks it as a wall bang and lurks up. And as it gets broken up, they could try to go for the late hit, the 4-1 at that spot.
क्या है अभी heaven से आने का help देने के लिए क्या है?
Kiko Paranoia is also stored up there. He's trying to get away from this null command. Just orbing out into sight. Brock looks straight down in. No one's really trading. They're all standing to the left side of the smoke as they see their duelists go in. And this could be it now for NRG. Instantly shutting down MIBR in the entry, but at Verno, alive for a moment, can't get over to Mizzino to get him alive. And now Tex, the last one alive as the kills come through. TP to the other side. Tex is trying to find the kills. He heard the TP, so he's trying to swing it back and forth.
Oh fuck, time ही नहीं है, GG.
There's no time.
Manthan bhai, thank you for the 2000 मेरी जान कटे. Binks, Indian esports के लिए कुछ start कर रहा हूँ. बस भरोसा रखो. डन सिंह यार. मंथन भाई. डन सिंह मेरी जान के बेटे. Hope you all the best. मंथन भाई एक चीज बोलूँगा. I think you are a very good guy. Your cause is also right. लेकिन timing might be a little wrong. क्योंकि फिलहाल सीन में बहुत सारे दल्ले लोग भरे पड़े. समझ रहे हो? So I wish you all the best, but get ready for losses. Heavy वाला. Get ready. Just be cautious. क्योंकि यहाँ पे थोड़ा फायदा उठाने वाला सीन है अभी सीन में. Be cautious. बहुत दल्ले लोग हैं. Be cautious. बाकी सब बराबर है. कुछ दल्ले लोग हैं, बाकी सब बराबर है. हाँ, कुछ लोग इज्जत घंटा नहीं देंगे, लेकिन बाकी सब बराबर है. बी कॉशियस. ठीक है? कितना भी कुछ कर लो, बी कॉशियस. इतना याद रखना. चाहे वो तुम्हारे वो ना होने दे, क्या बोलते हैं, पार्टनर्स या फिर प्लेयर्स जो आने वाले, या फिर मैनेजमेंट. एंड ऑफ द डे आपको ही आपका ख्याल रखना है, और आप जो भी कर रहे हो उसका ख्याल रखना है. मैंने बहुत कुछ देखा है, बहुत कुछ, जो मैं शेयर भी नहीं करता स्ट्रीम पे, लेकिन मैं बहुत कुछ देखा. सो बी कॉशियस. समझ रहे हो? यही आपने 2000 दिया करके मैं बोल रहा हूँ बी कॉशियस. 10 देते थे ना, वेरी, उस पे एम्फसाइज करता मैं. बी वेरी कॉशियस, वेरी ऐसा. समझ रहे? अभी के लिए चिल है, बी कॉशियस. लव यू मंदन भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द 2000 मेरी जान करते. लव यू. आई होप यू डू वेल इन लाइफ. Be cautious. एकदम से जज्बात बदल गए. ये अपने इधर ऐसा प्लेयर है जिनके पास 3-3, 4-4 कोच थे. समझ रहे हो? हाँ.
Now trying to look for something. Scuba
Just saying, पंकज ने मेरे को वेज वाली गाली दी एक. पनीर पकोड़ा. Just saying.
Agora contra 4 jogadores, vai ser pressionado. Pode vir. Bora Verno!
I'm standing here with Bonkar, and you guys looked flawless, especially in that first half, and you ended up stealing away MIBR's map pick. Did you expect to play that well going against a supposed super team? And if so, like, what was kind of the preparation going into this match?
We had very good prep on them on Abyss, to be honest, but mainly we're just focusing on ourselves, trying to get into our groove and play our game and playing in our tempo.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly did that. Good luck in the next map.
It ain't a VCT broadcast unless a coach says they played their match. That's right, folks. But that's exactly what happened, though. NRG comes up with the win 13-6. MIBR tries they might. Did everything they could to fight back into this one, but the world champs were just too good, dominating MIBR on their own map pick. And look, they're starting off with yet another bonus win as well. I mean, Dryad, like this team, they just can't be stopped in those critical moments.
They played 3 maps so far, and 4 bonus they've been able to get away with. 2, it was the second half, and also the second half of that second map against Cloud9. But it really shows, and the reason why it's just not, you know, it has an explanation. It is that buy that they're having with the light armor that they've been doing since champs. They continue to do it, and teams, it seems like they don't really realize how easy it can be to punish that.
Yeah, I feel like just getting an outlaw on the other side might be enough to punish, but yeah, it's really helping them snowball a lot of their economy into these rounds, as well as getting all those orbs. They're really proactive with that. So NRG just looking really good for that section.
Yep, and it helps a lot that their execs are flawless.
True.
We talked about it a bit before the match even started, and you know, we go into the bonus round, and Tex, he had no chance.
Yeah, he had no chance on site.
It's truly impressive stuff, without a doubt, from NRG. I mean, Jonah, what else was sticking out for you in that game? Because it did feel like when NRG on that first half, that 11-1, so dominating, you could tell that confidence was through the roof for those guys.
Yeah, for NRG, I mean, it looked very easy for them. And while I was watching the game, something I noticed is on MIBR side, it felt like they weren't trusting each other. Very like hesitant, retaking, and then out of nowhere somebody's in sight when they shouldn't be, or vice versa. It felt like they weren't on the same page, but I have a feeling they're gonna, you know, talk about that and fix it for the next game.
Yeah, certainly things that you're gonna need to want to clean up as you get ready for the second map here. But one player though who ain't in a position to clean anything up because he's absolutely dominating. It was Scuba. Started things off with an ace, Myrna. You know, there's no big deal.
Yeah.
Right? It kicks off the show, but then from there just continues to put on a great show.
Dude, we were even talking in the green room. Jonah, you're like, is this a 5-bullet ace? Only 5-bullet shots. We thought it was gonna be like that, but it wasn't. But it doesn't matter because Scuba, he's really. Wait, they put Scuba Doo on here. Let's go. He's been phenomenal. I mean, putting his wall up, playing around with his util, being able to kind of make sure that he has that Viper pit on site when they're doing their executes. I feel like everything he's done has been really good. He actually
more for 1K,
these stats for 69 versus MIBR, and you can just tell that he's super consistent as well.
It has been really impressive to see Scuba play that opening match against Cloud9, and also the match that we are seeing right now against
Dhruvish bhai, thank you so much for the membership.
Those last 3 rounds when things were getting a bit more complicated on Breeze, it was because of him, whether it was, you know, the Viper spit, whether it was a bit of
Quality में close वाले का info कैसे मिलता नहीं मिलता
lets this energy team start
Quality में कुछ info नहीं मिलता suppress
from
होता
that early round to that 11-1 that we saw.
He's their clutch player constantly, which is kind of crazy.
Here's the thing though, now we go into split, and something you guys had noted before is we haven't really seen this, right? So kind of an unknown commodity coming into this one. What are we reading here, Dryad? How are we feeling about both teams?
13-6 दिख रहा है, but
can we see a close
13-6 वाला vibe आया नहीं
I
है.
definitely see it being a
13-0 वाला vibe आया.
I'm super confident in this team. We talked about it. I feel like the experience really shows in the way that they played with each other. We saw it in the opening. We just saw it again. Even when things get a bit more complicated on site, the way that they're playing with each other. I just want to see what Kiko is going to be playing. I don't mind a double duelist. Kiko now has been playing 3 different agents as well so far. He's played the Neon, the KJ. We just saw him on the Omen. I feel like Split is anything they want.
Plus one.
I wouldn't be surprised for a double duelist.
What would you prefer in that instance?
Honestly, how this meta is probably double duelist for Split.
Yeah.
And I think it matches NRG's playstyle.
What's the benefits of double duelist for people who may not know?
Binks, आप मेरे बाप हो. Please, मेरा नाम.
Your straight up execs are, you know, stronger.
बेटे, love you बेटे.
Yeah, just the bursty pops.
Yeah.
And
क्या हुआ MIBR को?
If teams don't react.
They got lulled over.
Hold it up front, it can get extremely dicey. So.
Yeah. Essentially, you're just getting punched in the face multiple times by the double duel.
First round तो कुछ नहीं कर पाए भाई.
That we've seen, they like to
एकदम anti-lurk खेल लिया.
That double duelist really helps.
Yeah, well, let's figure out what's going
on
in the MIBR camp right now. They have a lot that they need to figure out as they
चौथा
get
राउंड
ready
एक को
for
था
map 2.
पांचवा राउंड
Let's go
अल्ट
ahead
हो
and
गया
check in with Emily once again.
छठा राउंड तब खत्म हो गया अंदर गया
I'm
तो
standing by here with Coach Fraud, and you guys did just lose your map pick against the world champs. But, you know, you've looked really solid up until this point, and we even saw you guys kind of heating up in the end there. So I'm just wondering, what are some quick fixes you're looking to make going into map 2?
We had a really slow start. You know, they're a world-class team, and we can't give them too much space. We can't give them too much momentum. So we're just really focusing on our game plan and just making sure we start the game off on the right foot.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing that. Best of luck.
मैंने बोला था 14-12 होगा but नहीं हुआ.
All right, well, there you heard right from Coach Fraud, right? They had that slow start. I think, of course, that is
Uchias bye, thank you for the 7, almost, very close. Thank you for the 6.99 Canadian Australian dollars.
You've been on the stage, you've experienced that start-stop, right? That's always
20
a
minute का
difficult
game,
thing to
40
have to
minute
work
tech
with.
pause.
I mean,
We
it
love
always
it.
sucks when you're kind of losing that momentum, or especially if you kind of have a game plan from the last round. You start to sit there and you're thinking about it, and you kind of tend to lose it just a little bit. I think too when you're facing against NRG, who they don't.
That's the thing.
seem,
you have to regain.
Yeah,
no matter what.
they don't seem to be kind of like faltered by that momentum stop. They don't really care, and their vibes definitely like pick up to that. So
Windows.
it's definitely annoying.
भाई क्या है नया बकचोदी?
Kind of is the name of the game here. I mean, you're on the stage. You gotta lock in when you need to.
And it also feels like NRG had an upper hand because MIBR played this map before. So it was clear that NRG knew how MIBR were going to play.
This is
whether
what
it was
Bankar said.
Aspas pushing, or it was the mid gaps that we talked about in the pre-show. There were just those little things that really helped out NRG get some momentum going. So now that we're going to map of split, there's a chance for MIBR to get a bit more comfortable and know that they can run their own strategy.
Yeah. Is that your read as well, Jonah?
My read for them, I think this is going to go 3 maps. I'm very confident in that.
Yeah? Okay.
What's more important?
I think at towards
at
the end
least
of the game,
gameplay with average aim or average game sense with at least aim. Aim कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
Oh, I like what Jonah's cooking over here,
aim
folks.
कुछ
All
नहीं
right,
कर
everyone,
सकता
we're
है.
going to send it to a quick
पीछे से
break.
मारेगा.
On the other side, Riv and
सामने aim
Vince are
रखेगा.
going to see
क्या
you
फायदा?
for another epic game of Valorant right on Split. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
aim bot रहेगा तो बात अलग है. मेरे को स्ट्रॉन्ग फीलिंग आ रहा है नेक्स्ट वाला भी अपसेट होने वाला चैट. नेक्स्ट वाला भी फ्यूरिया मारने वाला करके लग रहा है मेरे को. इज दैट माय गुड जॉन पे? यस यस यस. कॉस्मेटिक के क्या रूल्स होता है? डिसरिस्पेक्ट नहीं करने का बस. और वो लोग के ब्रांड्स के साथ कुछ बकचोदी नहीं करने का और कुछ नहीं होता.
It is time to get into Split, our second map
heavy
of
वाला
this
hate weight नहीं
series,
फैला
and
सकते हो
new
कोई player
grounds for both of these teams here in 2026, as we've seen on the VCT stage.
Yeah, NRG hasn't played this since Red Bull Homegrounds.
Yeah.
And then also for the side of MIBR, they haven't played since the summer's off-season, so...
मैंने लाइक कर दिया shout out
That's what I
दे
wanted
दो.
to see. Some double duelists. Finally, we get to see Zekin being that secondary duelist for the side of MIBR. Long have we waited, and now we finally
What's
get
your
it
mouse
on that
name?
side. But also,
Exclamation mark
if
mouse.
we want to look at it, NRG, we haven't seen him at all, and they still want to take advantage of that Whaley and
Third map
Mateo.
जाएगा.
So I feel like they're trying to build their own meta right now by keeping these two guys in tandem as well. Just kind of like that tail meta in the past with the Breach and the Yoru. But now you don't need that Breach to help out anymore because Mana is going to be very self-sufficient on that Whaley to
मेरे को
just
Fade
do
नहीं
the
पसंद.
saturate on top of
Sky
the salvos
पसंद है.
to be able to gain that space. So very fun looks as it's not going to be as new for the composition.
लेकिन मेरे को ये मैप में तेओ भी नहीं पसंद.
MIBR plays their own
अबिस
strengths,
के लिए बेस्ट है
trying to
तेओ.
keep the compositions, recycle them, but have different looks every time.
It is neat to see, though. We don't see too many raises these days on Split. You still have a few. Obviously, it's comfort.
लेकिन मेरे को रेस पसंद है. I believe in race. I believe in race.
Safely.
हाँ?
Just makes me
I
remember
believe in
last year we
race.
were talking about how Aspas, that one map that he finally won on Vine was like his first Raze game that he won in a year. Now he plays Raze again on Split, but you know what? It's a different story. Aspas is the activated Aspas from last year, so this will be a banger second map.
See where they go to start. Smoke to just kind of deny entry into the side over at A. More of a hard hold on mid, but it is MIBR's focus to get themselves in sight here.
So much focus on middle. They don't care about that B site because, again, this composition is very good between the Whaley and the Tejo to just flip back and disrupt here on your hit. So they're just looking to fight MIBR toe-to-toe, knowing that the double dive right now, it's easy to take the ramp side, but also for MIBR side, they're playing full contact, 5-man hit.
Oof.
By reposition.
Got a family photo. If you try to peek ramp right now, all of MIBR are ready and locked in. We do see that Sheriff still, as you were talking about. They're taking a hold on Heaven. We'll play out the site until they either feel comfortable to go over towards B through frags or waterfall into site. But right now, this is the point where NRG says, we're still in a position to make them come to us. So how can they do that? Oh, 1-for-1 there to start it off. And this is going to activate everybody from spawn. Scuba's peeking out at just the right time to get another kill. And this is going to force MIBR into the site.
What a nice flash. We'll talk about that in a second, though, because MIBR is getting the plant and they're turning off in the side. They can't really play off-site anymore, so they have to trust each other. As they already lost one, though.
Concuss goes in. Mada already gets
damage
diya. Oh my gosh. A stiff wind will blow these two over.
Bro, Concuss ne kya damage diya, bro? What the fuck?
Knocks them down, and it's a quick defuse.
Kitna damage hai Concuss ka? 20-30?
Also looks like
40?
Tejo for the side of NRG.
वो लोग HP घप करके गया दोनों का.
Special delivery, the stun and the damage that comes on top of that, both of them being super low. And mind you, as we're going for this compositional switch, it's actually Brock playing this Tejo as well. But I want to underline that flash. So nice out from Ethan.
What are you doing? You're jumping with the frenzy twin? What the fuck?
30 max है
Question
center
was
में.
who was going to bring the vibes now that Storm stepped out.
Yeah.
Sexy एक दूसरे के साथ खेलना.
Pretty much everybody across the board here have their moments and lift each other
Double
up.
stun दिया बे
The
उसको.
flash coming in from spawn side over into the A side elbow, so you flood
Yep,
on that spot.
yep.
Something very rare that we don't usually see. But
Flood
something
के लेने था वो तो
not
सिर्फ
as rare
Viper
that we're
के.
seeing today is a tech pause.
What's that?
A pause, a technica.
Oh yeah. We'll get that
मैं क्या बोल
sorted
रहा
out.
हूँ भाई जी जिसको भी प्रॉब्लम हो रहा
Would it be NRG versus MIBR?
कैफे से
if we
खेलो
have a
ये
tech
वाला.
pause after a cool round? But it will
प्लीज
be this
कोई है
time we
आसपास
stay
कैफे
consistent.
आसपास
We
तो
like
उधर ही
continuity here.
Yeah, if anything to digest more on that pistol round when
किसका हो रहा है भाई हो किसका रहा है लेकिन
right they used a Viper wall, they went for the contact.
ये बराबर है इसका बराबर है.
As soon as they saw the first shots coming
Next.
through, that's kind of like the flash. I'm blinded, I'm going to have to fall back.
Yeah.
So
ये भी बराबर है
just
chillings कर रहे हैं.
leave that
Next.
big space
Why
for
not?
MIBR.
Why
You
not?
take over Heaven, you're trying to hold that spot.
ये भी
And
बराबर
any
है.
type of util that they're trying to use to make sure that
ये भी
they're
बराबर है.
towards the spawn side or whatnot.
ये भी बराबर है.
value.
Next.
So NRG's spacing is
But-
actually very good too to ignore the util being thrown on the attack side. So they
मैं
can
यहाँ
just
से
punch
कंट्रोल
through
कर
that.
रहा हूँ.
Yeah, the idea I think that round from the beginning for NRG was safe, right? 4 in mid. If you
Hello?
saw anything, there's a simple trade there. They were definitely moving as a pack just to ensure quite a bit of damage that round. Is the fold perfect, Hex? That's the question.
एरोप्लेन
Do
बना
the
रहा
corners
है.
meet? Because if they don't, why are you
अबे
trying?
किधर भी टेक वाला दिखाई नहीं दे रहा मेरे को.
Can't lose focus.
Wait, each side too. That was actually a fun little segment between Zek and Jogimo.
Oh yeah, who can cut the best? That's a tough one. I mean, the K-Cat sprinkles you had to take in consideration.
आसपास chilling as
And
usual.
then some of it's coming off on the
Cameraman
knife.
का gear
I
issue
think
है
the hot
शायद.
dog was much
Actually
easier,
में
but then
possible है.
Dogmo's the one tip was
Production
the
issue
thing.
भी होता है. लेकिन उसको
What are you
टेक
gonna
पोस्ट
do?
बोलते हैं क्या?
At least now it allows for
Tech
us to talk a
possible,
little bit
those
more
cool.
about what we're trying to touch upon on that first map when we talked about, being new IGLs going to, or newer IGLs, newish, having a little bit of experience for both Ethan and for Verno. But now we're going into this second map where both of these teams coming out with their first looks in 2026. So sometimes you're going to have to overthink here on the side of Ethan and Verno. And will that actually nullify the value that he bring in terms of firepower? But so far for Ethan, no, he's looking very comfortable right now on that stage.
They are indeed. They are indeed.
But they're going to need to do a lot of work right now to make sure that they're staying on top of one another to try to
यहाँ पे तो सब
close out
फर्स्ट
the
क्लास
series
है.
that they can for the
कैमरामैन ही नहीं है. कैमरा वहाँ पे
MIBR
छोड़ के चला गया.
pushes onto Breeze. Breeze will be a very fun one as well to look at if we get there.
Well, as they
Show
keep
your
the vibes
pets.
up, jumping around on the map on stage for this tech pause, we are going to make the most of this and turn this into a tech pause. That's pause. P-A-W-S. So if you're here in the studio, you got to get out your phones because your pets aren't here. But if you're at home, take a picture of your pets and put it out there to hashtag VCT Americas. I'm actually grabbing mine right now to figure out which one I can send over there. Go ahead, Vance. Take it away. I got to find a picture.
Meow.
अच्छा है पंकुस हो
Actually, I
गई.
have one
हाँ?
of Desmo.
वरना
right
मेरे
here
फोटो
on
डाल
my
दी
PC.
थी.
That's your cat's name.
Desmo.
My new pet करके.
Where does Desmo come from?
It is named after a Ducati engine.
Let's get it, Baba.
Motorcycle. Sick, because he purrs very loud. It was a fitting, a very fitting name. A very fitting name. I am trying. Okay, here is my cat. My cat. Do we have a hashtag pause in there? Nope, just
कैमरामैन को सजा नहीं वहाँ पे बहुत सारे कैमरामैन
sent
और सब रहते हैं
over the interwebs.
भाई गलत लेकिन भाई वो लोग का मेहनत देखेगा ना गांड
Now
फट
again, the
जाएगा
exciting factor as we're able to continue
गांड
to
फट
talk
जाएगा
about this,
इतना बड़ा बड़ा
this
लेके
second
भाई
match with Zeki
पीछे
now
से कंधे उंधे से
showing up
लटक
as this
के
duelist too.
भाई क्या
He's
इतना
been
बड़ा मेटल
not
वेटल क्या
necessarily
करते
quiet,
पता
because
नहीं
when it
इतना
comes
लंबा
down
लंबा
to watching that last
Camera.
performance that he had, yeah, he didn't put up the huge numbers in, but at the same time, he just has enough
क्या लगे?
aura that there's so much respect given to him
my gosh,
that you
it
forget
is.
other people as well.
It's
and
crazy.
even Zekin talked about it. Man, they're so
They're
afraid
worried
of me at
about
this
me.
time. And now you have to be worried about Zekin playing as this Yoru. MIBR on a pistol.
Heavy काम होता है भाई बहुत
Just
insane
going to farm ores. But the thing is, there's nobody really rolling a default on that side over towards A.
चांस में तो है ना गांड फट गई थी वो लोग को देख
At
के वो
that
लोग
point,
what
to
the
just
fuck
maximize these orbs. Maybe picked up by Mata here as soon as he clears towards the A main side. But that is confirmation now after orb being picked up, and you have this forward of control towards that A site. That MIBR are just looking to slow things down on that mid take, which is why you're
जानबूझकर
cycling
gap
Util
छोड़ा
this
है
time around
मारने के
for
लिए
energy. Snake bite already out. You're gonna go smoke to smoke, and then gun out for Brock to try to mow some players down here on the Stinger.
I think if there's any contact here, we're going to see Brock Util through that smoke. Stinger fall back. Both of them playing the same thing. Oh, man. Oh, little cat and mouse there. And Tex gets his head blown off as he tries to come up the rope. Mazzino checking for Kiko, and he does find him. But Kiko gets some great info that they're still just trying to default around the map here towards the B side.
Yeah, special deliveries going to do a lot again. Oh, never mind. Just brings it across the wall, but at least found information. This is still going to be a finish for MIBR towards this B side. You already have 3 players there for energy, so this should be an easy one. Gives me a chance here to just commend on Scuba's mechanical skills to be able to fall back the way he did after he's getting hunted down so quickly by 4 players.
The wherewithal to turn around for the quick kill, knowing it's still an escape, right? It's
you
just
know your timings.
So good.
बेचारा ब्रॉक
And the timings there for the B take are going to be thwarted. NRG clean up a second round here as we get to the bonus. That's talked about this, how many they were able to convert and how strong NRG has been on the bonus. So let's see if MIBR can really take it to them on this.
2-0?
Yeah, because also when you're looking at
नहीं
what
नहीं
NRG brings
MIBR
out, winning
निकाल
this
सकते
round,
हैं
it's a bonus to get rounds where they have a lot of rifles on their side too.
Yeah.
But now that they haven't lost too many players in the process though for the side of NRG, it's going to stay with what they had. Stingers, Judge, Bulldog. How do we want to run this here for energy?
Oh! I heard it from the crowd before I saw it on the screen. Hiya! Quick little tech pause coming in here. Oh, hope it's quick. Round by round. Round by round. All right. And Jonah P said 3rd map. So I'm
कमेंट्स क्या आ रहे रहेंगे
I'm sorry?
Jonah P said 3rd
Windows.
map.
Yeah,
He is
guaranteed, right?
considered that we are guaranteed a 3rd map here on Debris.
Yeah,
Hell
you're
nah,
looking
I'm
at
leaving.
MIBR is pulling out right now.
My
Their
God,
position is something that's,
what is going on?
fairly
Email
known as
Oliver
well in terms of
again.
how you run things. You've seen
But for
some
who
teams going
is
to
it and
2026
why?
want to redefine the meta too, especially
I am
with,
also,
Team
I am
Tino
always
These,
there.
How you're just pinpointing players that you just want
Dance
to
pause,
isolate
इसका तो अलग ही चल रहा है.
going into like the shorty dash kill.
Can you guys fucking lock in? Holy
And
shit.
it's fun to see that going into place, but the MIBR comp is still a short lock right now too.
ये तू मेरे
Make
को
this
points
very,
दे रहे.
doable
Points
on
किधर
their
गया?
side here for MIBR. Just as Fraud mentioned in the coach, or in the between map interview with Emily, you just got to play your own game, focus on what the game plan was. You understand where you're going to play against your opponents too. If you're going to play against the Wele as a coach and you're watching these Vons and you're trying to press things, you already know the gaps that the Wele is going to take, which is going to dash. How much more in terms of meters of like 5'10" with the saturate, when she's going to throw that, right? So you
पहली बार जगह लेट तक ये देखो ना भाई.
And fight back right after, which is something that Furia did excellently versus Sentinels in that upset match.
Yeah. That was a professional observer cat, by the way. Yeti's cat.
And that's a professional cat.
Heavy cat said 2 cat person, 0 dog person.
Who do we got here?
3 cat. Pause मतलब cat ही है क्या? क्या सीन है?
The tech paws are coming through. We love it. All right, we do need some dogs, though.
No.
Huh?
Where are the dogs?
I am a dog person, but I just like animals in general.
Oh my God! It's
Goodbye.
Even better.
That looks like a little snap pea. There we go. Look at the flannel.
ice. Less
भाई
puppy eyes.
कितना बिल्लू से बे?
In the hand on the other side of that picture.
Sab is staring straight into my soul.
अरे बाप रे लग गए.
Is that cat radiant?
Yeah, probably.
लग गए. ये जिसका भी उसके लग गए एकदम गुस्से से देख रहा है.
You did what with that smoke?
That sounds like a duo game between you and I.
Hello. Do you have games on your phone?
भाई वो है dog लोग.
This is how we spend the tech pause, ladies and gentlemen.
लड़का लोग ये पूछ रहा था मैना dogs.
That has to be Lhasa Apso, Shih Tzu. Love those. Those used to be my dogs. Hard to own a dog now. My wife's unfortunately allergic to dogs.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, that's the look I give you. You don't have a dog, what?
Hey, I'm living vicariously through these pictures.
Oh, the loaf feed? We love a good loaf. Loafing.
What? Oh, when the cat looks like a loaf of bread?
Fluffy bे fluffy.
Oh my gosh.
भाई देखने आया था लैंग्वेज यहाँ पे 5-5 का टीम बना रहे कुत्ते लोग कम है.
Snoozing over this tech pause.
बिल्ली लोग का तो सब भी मिल गया भाई.
So good.
Actually, that's live, right? Because that's split right there.
W.
And that's what we're doing currently as we wait. But we do have our pros to explain their in-game names in a new episode of Profiles. Thank you so much for all the pause.
Okay, so my in-game name. So I just put my last name because that's what people started calling me in school at the time. So like Valorant came out and I had just changed schools and there was already an Eduardo in the class. So they started calling me by my last name and that was the first time it ever happened. So I thought it was cool and then I put my last name as my IGN because again I didn't really think it through a lot, so that's it.
So the history of my IGN narrate, pretty much it just comes from, I used to have this name called Underrated. Like that was just my name in game and stuff. And I didn't like it because I just thought it was like too long to say. It's not a good name to be honest. So I was making music at the time and I just want to find like a shorter version of that. So I just found the word narrate out of, rated, like underrated. I just found rated out of that and made narrate. And obviously it relates to music, so I just thought it was a good name, and then the 4 is just
musician, yeah,
really awesome and cool, and I just like pressing numbers.
The story behind my IGN is pretty simple. I wanted to be a try-hard back in Call of Duty days. I wanted something short. Apex.
That is the best
Everybody
game.
had Apex, so it's Apex backwards with an extra P and an A.
I played on like a minigame server, and there was like a community.
That is the best game again.
I had friends with the president, the senator, the mayor, and then I made myself the governor. Got rid of the because it was cleaner, but it's something that stuck. A lot of people think it's from like The Walking Dead, but
पंगा नहीं, इससे पंगा नहीं, इससे पंगा नहीं.
Even though that would be easier than saying all this. Yeah, it's from The Walking Dead. Done. Maybe I should just lie, but yeah.
It's pretty random, honestly. My name used to be Virtue. Then I just
everybody
called me Vert anyway or Verti, so I just made it that, and we're here now.
It's kind of just
Always
something
on top.
that came
Verti.
from the saying of he's popping off or this guy.
ये मालूम था, popping मालूम था.
Whenever I played CS, it always was a kind of common thing.
Val is the best game.
So that's the main reason.
Oh, my IGN, my real name is Timothy, and my grandparents used to call me either Timo or Tino, and so I just took both those nicknames, put them together, and that's how I came up with it.
So in German, Meister means like master of something, and then my initials, like my real initials, are EG, so it's just like Eggmaster, kind of.
It's just like something I saw and I was like, that's a cool name.
Kaiko.
So it's like really no story to it. When I was like 9 years old, like I played Minecraft, like
ये मेरा favorite है,
like
Kaula.
PvP, like Bad Lion, like I feel like a lot
मेरा
of
spirit animal है.
came from it. And my name was Big Fry 15. And then Minecraft made it where like you can change your name. And I'm like, you know what, I'm done with this name. Like I don't know why I made this my name.
Val is the best game.
And I joined a random Minecraft server and I typed in chat like, what should I make my Minecraft name? And some guy named Untitled MC, and his name's Kevin, I think. I like catch up with this guy like every like 2 years or something. Like he'll just randomly message me like, holy crap, you're a pro. He was just like, bro, koala noob. And I'm like, you know what? Like for some reason in my head, like my 10-year-old head, I'm like, I love it. And yeah, I just became koala noob.
Koala, best. Koala वैसे भी noob ही है.
Where does Vansili come from?
हाँ?
So I used to play this mod in Quake 3 called Urban Terror.
तो उतर
So it's
था
kind
काम
of
कुछ
like
है
a,
नहीं
looks
actually
kind of like
W
Counter-Strike, and I had two teammates of mine called Vendetta and Vincent.
अब मैं बोलता हूँ एक बिजनेस स्टोर भी हो जाए
I watched a movie called Enemy at the Gates, which was all about snipers back in like
दो इधर के दो उधर के
Sorry, I'm old.
मोनोपोली
But
क्या बोलते
I was a sniper for my team, so I said, oh, instead of being Vasily,
Liars
I
bar.
there and I became Vasily.
So you're an op crutch.
Not anymore, because I can't opt for him in this game.
Fair enough. That's really cool. It's always fun to see where people get their names from because it's something that it's ingrained in them, right?
Yeah.
Especially when it's like Mada, but it's actually Adam. It's your
Adam,
name, you
yeah.
know? A lot of them coming out of the TAC FPS scene would just turn your name around. I mean, that's my name. My longest CS name was Pixel, though. I don't know. That was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I used that. I just did.
Have you had
it's
multiple?
Like, cool, that one that's really good.
Yeah. Have you had multiple evolutions of your aliases until one?
I guess आसपास का PC का issue है
No, they'd always just change to
कोई
something
टेक वाला किधर है ही नहीं किसी PC के पीछे
wasn't really stuck until Riv or Rivington. And I was like, nobody's going to have that one.
I started with Shinji because of Evangelion.
Okay.
And then I went over to...
nobody liked you.
Yeah, basically. And then I went on to Shocky, Shockwave, and then Vansilian, and that's
cool. Goat भाई बंदी कर दिया game.
Yes.
Game ही बंद कर दिया Goat ने.
He is so deep inside, he doesn't even have that screen anymore.
He doesn't need it.
Yeah.
This guy, every one of his kills is intuitive.
Now even from Aspas.
भाई वो चालू भी नहीं कर रहे game.
From the man himself. So we're just getting that sorted out. Thank you so much for your patience throughout this. Get the right client.
कौन सा फाइल है? इससे गांड पड़ता है. इससे गांड पड़ता है.
And we're going to get back in the game.
ये सब मत दिखाओ यार.
On that bonus round again to see if NRG can bring themselves over that
ID
finish
दिखाओ.
line to keep the strength going from map to map here. Already a 13-6 first map. If you missed it, it was very dominant on Abyss by NRG, showing us the Taeho comp and how they just continue to push through with those double initiators. But we'll see what
मैं उठा 3:30 को मैच देखने टेक पॉज हुआ तो मैं बेड पे गया सो दैट पिक होने के बाद वापस लैपटॉप पे आ जाऊंगा बट सो गया अब सीधा अगले टेक पॉज पे उठा क्या चल रहा है टेक पॉज
Well, the last time that they showed that composition, or at least this map, was during the Red Bull home grounds, as we mentioned before.
Right.
But the comp that they brought in was actually Kiko playing like a
the
Killjoy, if I'm not mistaken. So
मेरा
switching
ये
around between KJ and Omen, depending on the maps. And that in itself wasn't a real test.
Offline 3 server chat stream snap करो. किधर है side monitor वाले?
In a conversation with an independent interviewer,
which
is some entry Andre.
Got it.
So they were
सबसे best dialogue है ना मेरा life का सबसे best.
Like a team building exercise and
problem
moment
है
and
dealer
event
लगा
for
दो.
Kiko to just be accustomed and acclimated to the team, because outside of the
अलग
Red Bull
Pokemon है वो
all
लोग
the
अलग
practice that was done was still him playing at the 100 ping while he's still
अलग
trying to work his
Pokemon है.
visas coming into North America here. So it gives them a chance to get to know each other quite early, and then just create a little bit of a brotherhood, friendship. You're already seeing it from the pictures. It's like a trio right now between Mata, Scuba, and also Kiko. Just being the bad boys now.
तुम्हारे पीछे कोई कार हॉर्न मार रहा रहेगा तुम लोग बोलोगे ना हॉर्न मत मारो.
Finally going into
प्रॉब्लम है कान बंद
getting
करो.
acclimated and now building your strats, building your meta, and now going with a whole different composition that throws MIBR potentially for a loop right now to have to rethink.
Yeah, and if the coaches are true to their word, like GB says, it's always said they're playing their game the way they practice.
Live सुना था वो हाँ ना.
And that could very well be what helps MIBR push into this bonus round so they can get themselves on the board. Here we are, back in. Thank you so much for your patience. VCT Americas is live once again here with NRG versus MIBR, and they flex a little towards B. Last time it was leaving Mazzino.
Dedication देख रहे हो अब वाले खोला direct VCT खेल रहा है आसपास.
How the strat's going to play out.
And remember, this is a bonus round for NRG.
Dedication
so already
on top.
when you have Ethan pushing out and breaking that boom
मेरे
bot,
jokes गंदे
you're
होते जा
now
रहे
forcing MIBR to make the next play. And they're playing a slow default right now on their side, expecting an NRG push, which is why you kind of have players just on the extremities watching for these pushes. But as it continues to stay super quiet, which has been the name of the game for NRG, at least for the first few rounds, MIBR will have to go for the blind hit into a site and hoping that the util is good here to really overtake their opponents. And it looks to be a split potentially for Vents Control at the start.
Yeah, a little bit of movement now for Tex up the ramp. And that's going to give them a little more access to that vent control that you're talking about if they want to take it. There's also a paranoid ready here to take heaven.
Yeah, so, and also with the time remaining, so you have 30 seconds left. You already dogged 15 seconds ago, then they went for the drone, and they still see Zekin here. You don't have a TP anymore for that Yoru, so you're probably just going to think that they're going to split into this B site, so they have the perfect read now with the numbers for energy on the high-low crossfire.
20 seconds.
Ethan still has a flash in the back, so they can get back into the fight. Dodging the first one, and Aspas has already got us off to the races. Somehow Energy are finding 2 to answer 3 now. And they're keeping it quiet still. There's almost no action, and Energy is just hiding in the shadows, waiting for the peaks from MIBR. And it's going to be an NRG round
Ethan is amazing right now in his form from champs until now. Moving forward to hoist that trophy at champs is also, remember the breach from Ethan on Sunset.
Yeah.
And his firepower, the way that he moves around, the way that he jiggles across, finding his perfect opportunities is just pure advantages of fragging IGL.
Still had that flash in hand too. I was like, I don't even need it. We're just gonna go ahead and clean this up. 7-0, not a problem. Seeker's ready. And that previously they had Scuba's ult to get into vents on Abyss early because of his ace. Now they have another big ultimate early and ready. MIBR. Whether they use it or not for the low buy, they might just go for the throw on MIBR's next buy.
There is a
rifle
for Zekin. Small shield with a Phantom, and he's looking for the opener here. Getting one hit would be perfect for them to move into the next round. He could still buy in the next. Will have Dimensional Drift. Does get the dink onto Ethan. Unfortunately, that will not result into an orb. And not into any map space at all here for MIBR as well.
So he's using Mata now just to get a bit more space and clear that back because he's so low.
They
already heard the judge and Vents walked right away from Scuba once they heard him take down the dog, or the Prowler rather.
Now is the right time.
Now they're going to work it towards B. A little bit of a lurk from Zekin on this one. Full clear down the right side. This is going to be an easy move for Energy now, but can they get into defensive position?
Need B hai.
Already thought they had the read there with how forward Mata was on that A line already, but using the Seekers, you'll take it on that side for MIBR in your quasi-eco.
So much space. Yeah, they're looking. Like, is he there? Oh, he's going to clean blindside them with this timing. Chooses the last one and is going to back off to play his life.
20 seconds left, though. Energy's over.
Spike रहता तो A पे जाते थे.
And finally, here comes
Actual में A was the right call, लेकिन Spike ने
तो.
Just a little bit. You're right. It could be the reason MIBR gets the ground they need. Ethan goes down from the damage earlier. That headshot over at A pays off. They just have to be careful.
Oh my God, Kiko.
He's done it before, but is there enough? There's too many angles. It's only the head of
Mata.
It can't be taken off. Beautiful job there coming around.
Actual में ये जाने का right call था. अगर वो लोग सब लोग mid में रहते थे, वो लोग ये जाते थे.
Yeah, I mean, even Kiko already did an excellent job anchoring up on that site.
सिर्फ सिटी देखने का था बस सिटी में.
He had a head on a swivel, looking back towards that pillar, back towards Heaven, and then realizing after this kill on Heaven, there's no time left. I can hide around the pillar, and then just win this off time for the team.
Jeez.
Look good here.
बहुत slow रहा है. जा नहीं सकते ना fast.
It really felt like Energy overread and
जब तक वो लोग info लेंगे, आगे जाने का सोचेंगे, pull आता है, वापस पीछे जाना पड़ता है. दूसरे रूटीन में जब आगे जाने का सोचेंगे, nades आता है.
Excellent.
It does seem like unless the anchors move, they're
अभी
still
बीमिन
in a
पे जैसे
very
smoke net डाला
advantageous position, even if
जब तक ये
they
smoke
have
में
the
जाता
leaners
है
going
या
left
फिर वो
and
लोग
right
कुछ एक दो
between
util
sites
use
on
नहीं
the
करते, वो लोग
defensive
बीमिन
side.
नहीं ले सकते.
Death ball
उतना
status
time
from
hold कर रहे हो
MIBR, trying to put everyone together here for
अभी
this
smoke
gun
गया,
round.
Prowler
The
डाला,
operator from Mata is locked
बीमिन मिला.
onto an A
थोड़ा
line, so
control मिला.
again NRG can move early. This is just like having that
अब
secret
जो
info
execute है
almost.
उसको रोकने
Just
के
not
लिए
as
2 स्टार है.
guaranteed.
जैसे अल्ट आएगा, nade,
TP to come across here.
pull.
So here comes the ult, then you take full map control.
Nightfall, Molly's over top, so they're committing their lineups.
बस
They're committing
एक बंदा
everything
साइड
here.
में,
Seconds
बाकी
already
सब
made it backside.
disconnected है.
Mazzino's
Fight
able
आ
to
रहा वो
clean
बात
up
अलग है.
too and bring hell straight to the doorstep of NRG.
Fight आ रहा वो बात अलग है.
Scuba's only able
लेकिन
to
fade
get a
ult नहीं
sniff
रहता तो
at
वो
one
लोग शायद
kill
घुस के
here.
मार
So
भी
4
देते
members
थे.
in sight for MIBR.
Yeah, somehow the Nightfall got a lot of value here. Lots of tethers that you saw around that site.
मस्त शॉट मारा लेकिन
And that
सेकंड
just
में.
allowed MIBR to very quickly
उसका
tempo
क्लोन
into
ने
the
भी
site.
किसको तो ब्लाइंड किया.
Just catch the players off guard. Op shot misses, and that will be Mata forcing
भाई
to save
पड़ी
that.
ना
So
उसको
the
spam.
first time that you're showing the op, that'll keep MIBR ready going into the next round, knowing that they have to watch out after Mata now, having to utilize very early util to try to spot where the Opera will be.
Exactly.
That's why you're playing this composition. We just talked about the differences here. Having Prowlers, having the Boombot. It'll give you a chance right now to really work around that map and maybe avoid Mata in the first place or try to find ways to punish him.
अगर वो Zach वहाँ पे मरता ना वो लोग वापस बिगन पुश नहीं करते.
Nicely executed onto B. MIBR knew exactly what they were doing there, and I think it also shows a little bit of the trust, as Jonah P was mentioning, that MIBR was lacking in the last map. They knew backside was taken, they believed that hell would be covered, and you see everybody else's eyes fixed on the priority angles that are then becoming a threat. So very nicely done.
आई इतने blind किया उसको.
Nightfall, that was the only thing that was available for them in the last round for MIBR, but second getting that spacing in the kill. That's dimensional drift available right now. This is actually great looking at MIBR's next couple of rounds. They're looking at a 5-man hit once again, using potentially this ult from Zekin.
They think they're crushing into the op maybe and trying to take it offline.
It's a great way to spot the info as well.
Yeah.
This gives space for Osbos. He gets a pick. That's a showstopper available for him as well. And now Ethan is anchoring once again.
क्या blind दिया bro? अरे miss किया इसको बने. Bro sexy blind दिया था. Sexy blind दिया था. Miss किया वो लोग
work with on the ramp as he eats that concuss and backs up. And the util here, not fantastic for the side of NRG to get back into the site, and they're going to start to backpedal right away.
Yeah, so you currently have what we praise NRG for the last couple of rounds on the anchored plays from both Ethan and Kiko from round to round. The last two, though, they had
लोग disconnect तो अच्छा कर रहे थे. अब तक तो shots मार लिया मेरे को नहीं लगता वो लोग.
This time, Ethan's playing solo towards the site, trying to flash play, but it's also punished. So now it'll have to be NRG trying to figure out if they want to slow down that tempo, maybe give up a little bit more space. We talk about how good the Waylay and the Teo is on the Flood retakes. That might be a different look now coming in for NRG in the next few rounds.
ज़्यादा guns मत गिराओ, please.
Osbos now has ultimate, and they continue to push just a little bit on the extremities. Oh, to see if they can find that.
Shit.
Yeah, found it.
They did. Yeah.
Mizzino goes down, and Mata gets another one. The speed they're
हाँ,
also
Braze
working
ultimate
at
तो भी करेंगे,
really
भी
negates
करेंगे.
the op wanting to stand
most
still
likely
too, so I
तो
like
नहीं
the
आएगा.
up pace by MIBR.
Yeah, so now you get to keep it. Mizzino has his ult going to the next round, and we see some plays, at least on Corrode, when they're trying to TP all the way back through defender spawn and trying to crunch through.
क्या blind था ना?
Go for that pincer maneuver.
पूरी team blind थी बे, मार
Could be
सकते थे
something
वो लोग.
that's very doable this time around, especially when you have Osbos and Zekin grouped together with Mizzino at this point. Op is moving on that side. The Boombot is trying to clear it out first.
करके आने वाला है.
I like that it's the buddy system and Kiko breaking that down, hoping to see somebody else swing behind that Boombot where Mata could get the kill with the op. But he hasn't shown that hand yet, so MIBR, it's still question marks of where that op could be.
Double star as well here from Kiko. Feeling like they may need to stop something right away as focus goes to mid. Really, the focus should be on A. Guiding Light doesn't actually tag anything. They were still hiding behind the wall, but the Prowler will give up a bit of this strategy.
Dog's gonna confirm a lot.
Oh, देख लिया.
Confirmed. They're going to quickly drone the side of B just so NRG can make the final correct move here if they have to rotate. And this is also that time that MIBR.
बहुत सारे लोगों का आवाज है, बहुत
It almost
सारे.
looks like they wanted to try to go for Heaven in the first place, so they could try to leverage a showstopper from Heaven into A. But now finally with the TP flash
Sexy
on.
speed, bro.
Lots of util to
Sexy
try to
speed.
get in.
Fake TP?
It's going back and forth. They're trying to waste out that util on the side of the defense first for NRG, and there is that hit. Nothing to stop
और
this
nade?
time around.
Haunt in. Oh, little bump on the bump on the blast pack. They collide with each other there, and it
Good
slows
for
down
one.
the hit. Scuba and team are ready to receive. MIBR have to work a little bit harder to get this one to go through now. They're still just breaching the site after a few times of entry. First miss leaves Scuba alive. He gets to create more problems in the back of the site. He's still alive. Scuba still alive. Finally gets taken down. And they got 12 seconds. 12 seconds. That's the final kill they needed. What a scatterbrain round coming in there once the ult couldn't get through from the showstopper.
Yeah, you can see there from Scuba, he was just trying to find when that person inside that A site was going to get behind him. So it's just very similar to what was happening before for Kiko. Looking back and forth in that 180 degree, and finally there's been enough pullback to allow here Scuba to fall down. Op shot was beautiful, but in the end, they were in prime position to trade off each other, so it didn't really matter that they lost that spike.
3-4 कर दिया था रे, left right हो गया उसके बाद.
You tried to go quick, you're trying to fake out that it's a plow to the site. You waste out.
कैसे जीते रहे पता नहीं, NRG actual में अच्छा खेल रहा है.
And then you actually go for the hit. So very nicely done.
Regular pause.
thank God.
Team pause. Is the timeout coming in?
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ नया रूल चालू करते
हैं
कि टेक पास में भी बात कर सकते हैं.
What the hits from MIBR are doing that are so effective, and I think that speed is one of them. They're doing a good job.
बहुत रिस्क ले रहे हैं MIBR डिले में खेल के. अरे बाबा MIBR डिले में नहीं खेल रहा, एनआरजी उसको डिले करा रहा है. डिले में खेलता फैनेटिक है.
This side of NRG, because now at this point the tides have turned. The ults are actually more available on NRG side, as you can see at the bottom of the screen.
तो हम किधर खेल रहा क्योंकि रात हो रखी है.
For retakes, Mada that could stall a lot with his slow field, and also Scuba with the ult. What I like as well from the looks of NRG is we've seen against Cloud9, they don't really necessarily always use big pops for sight hits. They also use big ults for just map control.
सामने बहुत यूटिलिटी है बे. इतना fair fight मिलता नहीं है.
Key points that really slowed down that 4-1 setup that C9 tried to take over the orb all the time on Pearl. That's why you could see here they're not really trying to go for any type of trap plays. They're still trying to focus on their own look at the beginning on how they're defaulting, and they're back controlling that part.
Just like you called it, trying to get back into a position for themselves, and it's completely negated.
Off a clone.
Off that clone, off himself, he gets back into the gate crash. So while that position is lost, you got the gorgeous path, so it feels really good there. Towards mid, says, we'll still give ourselves the first blood through spamming smoke. Nice timing there.
And just waiting as long as he can before he puts the snake back down, so that also cancels out the paranoia.
He's almost able to get out. Has his secondary exit though, and a saturate and just backpedal.
अब
बैंड
से ए पे जा नहीं सकते क्योंकि ए में कुछ है नहीं. वो लोगों को बी जाने का है. बी में 3 बंदे लोग का क्रॉस है.
Group a lot more. 3 players now contact play on the top of that B heaven side, where it's being watched at the bottom from Brock with this.
Clone one blind है. निकाल सकते हैं.
No noise made just yet. So they're wondering if this is a ruse, if something's happening. A main control isn't just there off the rip for them. As the sky starts to rotate, it's going to be the hit coming in from MIBR. The smokes make it difficult, but Scuba still knows where the targets are going to be dropping. And it's just Mizzino now in sight as Kiko is still back there. NRG strengthened the correct sight and are there to make the play.
It looked like such a nice look at the beginning. When you have that Prowler and you're shooting that Prowler, well, technically, if that flash comes out of the smoke, it's going to fully blind Brock. But they didn't expect Scuba still at the bottom of hell, playing under the Omen smoke right here. So he doesn't get affected by any flash. 2 easy kills for him, which allows even Kiko playing outside the open towards that back of the site.
In those situations, it seems like MIBR is falling into the lap of NRG.
Yeah, literally, yeah. Gifted kills onto Scuba at that spot in that previous round, but again, it looked good at the very beginning in terms of the macro, though, wasting out that ult and salvo play. There was no util left for Brock in the mid-round. Yet NRG is still able to anchor up with the buddy system inside B with the stacks.
Nice little aggression here from second. Dogged, saturate, quite a few things used over there towards A by NRG just to re-clear the space, and this may help as they go to B, as long as they're not spammed out here, as long as they don't get whittled down before they meet the site.
That'll just get Armageddon.
No, that's the truth, honestly. Brock's had some crazy positionings for that really affect his opponents.
To
start it off.
Crucial shot मारा उसने delay नहीं है अभी कुछ.
He's read himself to start this
Crucial shot मारा bro.
Looks like they are going to easily be able to encroach into the site.
I'm trying to not give a chance here for MIBR to set up in the post plan.
Quickly back in, Scuba and Mata. Both with good way. MIBR don't know which way to look right now.
Oh
and it's
my
just
God.
left alive. You better have a damn
और
good
Scuba
shot
को देखो इधर ही बैठा है.
and Scuba's going to be there to clean it up.
भाई wall करके उधर ही बैठा है वो.
Energy take back B.
सब एक दूसरे एंगल देख रहे हैं. What the fuck? क्या सिर्फ है?
Wit on the side here of Mata of how he wants to play around that wall that was set up by Kiko. Because you're hit by the Nightfall, you're low on HP. What are you going to do with that? You're leveraging your teammate's wall to isolate fights. Look how it goes, left and right, just playing the angles. Has a buddy system on top of that with Scuba watching on top of heaven so that he can do his thing. It's just very nice from NRG to flip the way that they did. MIBR had no chance to really set up in that post plan.
ऐसा wall और flood retake पहली बार देखा. Actual में insane था.
Lots of pings. You're seeing here trying to activate quite quickly and potentially go for that line at the TP in the back of the site again. Something that found value for Zekin to open up that hit on that B site.
know if Kiko is actually in range to hear that in the position of the beginning shadow step. So he does have two, one for a delay, one for a smoke. He is going to start that stuff up. And they get by it.
अकेला ही है.
Quickly gate crash by.
ऐसे पनिश नहीं हो रहा पता नहीं. उसके पीछे कोई scale up ही नहीं कर सकता था.
So it's the little things MIBR is starting to win over now that turns NRG for a loop.
Spike planted.
Huge opener. Armageddon also once again taken out of the picture
नीचे खाली है. Oh ये बहुत info है बे. पूरा नीचे राफ्टर पूरा खाली है करके info मिला है.
So aggressive. Mata going in by himself. They're so confident in these fights. The swing there would have to have been incredible from his teammate to even help. Zekin's able to punish now.
Zekin ने गलत मारा. Zekin ने गलत मारा. Zekin ने गलत मारा.
Crazy over the past few series, so it's going to be
Zekin ने गलत मारा.
Upgrades.
भाई ये भी एनर्जी रिटेक कर सकता था ब्रो. गलत मारा Zekin ने.
Yeah, still 2 out of 2 out of Zekin to get value on his TP into the side, and you gotta thank the support.
ये देखना ये पनिश होना चाहिए. ये पनिश हो गया जीत गया एनर्जी. तो उसके पीछे कुछ स्केल अप नहीं है.
Get that picks a salvo actually
playing like क्या है एनर्जी गुड डे रे बाबा चैंप जीता है क्या बात कर रहे हो.
Then Zekin just finds even 3 kills on
player
top
change
of
हुआ वो
that.
लोग का.
Maybe MIBR now. Well, actually, let's hold that thought. There's a little bit more aggression coming out here in terms of util. Zekin finding a lot of info in his dimensional drift. Here.
वो लोगों को पता है भी हो रहा है.
They've stalled out MIBR a little bit, but they know they can run through it. Oh, Kiko focusing a bit on those smokes, gets taken down as he gets chased down by the dimensional drift here. Mata quickly acting to take down the lurk. Can they focus towards mid? Is the or towards site now is the question. It looks like they're actually going to meet up all the way on the outside for a late flank. No, that's a turn by Ethan. They say no.
It's hard. A 3 versus 4.
Time तो है वैसे.
You're looking out at what's left here on the
दो
side
major
of
ult था.
They still have flashes. They still have the haunts.
3.
Just trying to make it
नहीं कर रहे.
potentially
What the fuck?
expensive
अच्छा
on
में
the exits
possible
for the
था
side
यार.
of MIBR, but the money is also not the best. You see Scuba and Kiko. If
भाई कैसे मारा
it's not for
Zekin
the
ने?
saves, they're going to have a broken buy. So
Huh?
keeping these 2 weapons are going to be super important. Ethan still keeping a lot of his util. Could really drop that a rifle for his teammates right after.
Oh, clean. The drone's one of the only things that found him salvation for a moment there.
सबके पास ult है.
And MIBR go for more.
आसपास का लड़ना चाहिए था.
Swing on 6
Close
to
to
5 here. NRG feeling good about the first half already with the 6 to health.
Yes, it'll be one of them. They'll have a broken buy in the end if they don't have a drop. That is surprising. Playing with that classic on top of that. Our classic, I guess, at that point. I mean, usually you have a shorty or something to come out of the TP.
I did my ult with a classic instead of a shorty, and I still won.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
+2.
Just like riding a bike.
+2.
Knows what he's doing.
Help a girl out, would you?
He also probably knows he can affect Kiko as the smoker because he knows that Astra's going to want
he
to be
doesn't
in
know.
those situations.
We don't know.
And you see here in this round, Ethan still only has that 1 flash, and he's already used it to try to find early information towards his ace line. So you have to drop, I think, a rifle for somebody to not be able to get full util.
Oh
You're looking to
my
fight back
God.
Armageddon with a trap play.
Protecting the saturate is going to cause MIBR to have to
God.
swing out, and that's right into the hands of
खाली कर दिया, bro.
NRG as they move through that B
खाली
main
कर
area.
दिया.
2 members left here in Zekin and Tex. They can get the job done. It's going to be difficult, though. Tex is going to be on that search, goes for the ult right away. I thought he might be seen for a moment, instantly dropped by Ethan. And this is going to be a tough one. 1 flash, 1 gate crash.
अगर कोई कर सकता है.
This is the moment we've asked for on the switch to MIBR. What is the duelist going to be able to provide? And against 3, against the dual fire of NRG, they are too fast. And Zekin goes down.
भाई वो तो नसीब वेले ने वहाँ पे अल्ट ने हमारा नॉर्मल स्लो डाला क्योंकि 1 या 2 बंदे भी रहेंगे ना उनके लिए एग्रेशन लेके लड़ने के लिए था वो तो ज़्यादा लोग थे करके ऐसा अगर वो लोग को मालूम रहता था ना बहुत लोग इधर डबल अल्ट मारते थे सब खत्म.
Absolutely incredible here from NRG, and we'll see if they can continue as we come back from break.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
टेक्स ने साइट क्यों नहीं लिया? टेक्स अगर साइट लेता दूसरा बंदा दूर था ना, वो आने तक टाइमिंग हो सकता है, उसको हेवन से मार सकते. कहाँ पे अल्ट मारता? हेवन से मार सकते हैं, रैम्प से मार सकते हैं, सिटी से मार सकते हैं. अगर सिटी में अल्ट मारा तो हेवन रैम्प से मार सकते हैं. प्लस साइट में अल्ट मारना बहुत टफ है रे. 2-3 जगह पे ऐसा फुल स्पैम मारते हो लोग. फुल मतलब फुल. लास्ट क्लिप के 10-15 बुलेट बचा के रखते, बाकी तब तो सिर्फ स्पैम ही मारते हो लोग. गुड ऑफ तो MIBR के लिए पिस्तौल चाहिए बस. पिस्तौला मिल गया ना, MIBR एक्चुअल में मैप 2 जीत सकता है. लेकिन ये 7-5 वाला गेम नहीं था, पता है? एनर्जी का एकदम स्ट्रांग था बे. जैकेट टीप इन कर रहा और पनिश नहीं हो रहा, उसके पीछे 5-6 सेकंड तक कोई नहीं आ सकता है. फुल नेट सब प्रॉपर डाल रहे, लेकिन जैकेट पनिश नहीं हो रहा था. बट वाइपर अल्ट मार के पिट पे क्यों गया? वो इवेंट वाले को मारने के लिए.
We're back here at VCT America's NRG now on the attack side to see
उसको बार-बार अल्ट के बाहर जिगल करके रैंप तो रखना ही पड़ेगा ना, कि पूरा रैंप नहीं था. सिटी अल्ट था उसे.
13-6, so we'll see how fast they come out gunning on this first round.
It's interesting when you're looking at the scoreboard as well. You're almost thinking sometimes the Yoru is
एनर्जी बहुत स्ट्रांग था, बहुत स्ट्रांग.
sacrificial lamb right now, but it has
सिर्फ
really
जेकन
been
पनिश नहीं हो, पता नहीं कैसे पनिश नहीं
allow
हो.
MIBR to
जब
fast
बी पे
tempo,
टिपी
allowing
मारा.
Zeket to open up here on this side, but on defense, as you mentioned, not the best of looks. But this is a brand new year. We haven't seen these comps before from both of these teams. Their approach might be different this time around as well for MIBR on defense. They try to fight back.
Looks like they're fine with the retake here to start too from the defensive side. Just giving that space in, but they control A, and Ethan is actually quite hurt to start things off here.
उसने भी अच्छा मारा है हेवन से. डिफॉल्ट प्लान नहीं था, फिर भी उसने साइड में मारा है.
Guardian to the face or something else. The man's the medic. He's still running around getting shot, unfortunately. Here's the take. They just jump into the site. Not too much util to alert that it's going to happen. And it takes him off guard for a moment. Tech's able to hold down ramps. Does he know there's another one? And it's going to be Brock with that right click. They're still trying to find Scuba. Brock is left. And MIBR buckled down here for this pistol round to make sure they can walk away with it. Oh, no.
Wrong person.
It's just around. He's drawn a beautiful picture of Mazzino there.
Oh, shit.
She gets away with a sliver of health.
Oh, shit. कितना close था.
Oh, my.
बस उसने 2 कैसे मारे बे रैंप में. फेड ने.
Down to the wire again with what we saw in terms of scenarios on Abyss.
ये भी एनर्जी का राउंड था ना.
from MIBR was kind of nice.
ये किल के बाद तो एनर्जी का राउंड
था.
था.
Passively Aspas played so he could throw paint shells on that right side when the players are being pressured. And then if they're trying to escape towards the main thing, you have Tex just waiting that up. So it's a nice little trap play that's not as aggressive from your star duelist in Aspas, but man, his utility is definitely helping out the team and keeping MIBR in this game. A stinger buy with 2 Spectres. Looking to slow things down. One ways to being thrown by the side of Mazzino to spot feet. And Ethan is spotting bodies with bullets tapping through the smoke.
Mazzino happy to unload a few mags into the smoke. Looks like they're trying to get a check on mid, maybe one last time.
Bro, actually में B exec करते थे, rotations था नहीं बे.
This is all for the fact that
हाँ, उसके reload में अगर B exec करते थे ना.
With a little bit of this B fake.
I mean, it almost looks like the exact look from MIBR, just with a different comp this time around.
Yeah.
Control that orb towards that side and maybe work towards that
mid.
But instead, they're going for the full rotate. After they haven't been pressured on that side on top mid, when they had the 2 players inserted in the first place, they know that there's no aggression coming out. They could thunderfoot all the way across until they get into this point right here. Walking in a spot is super important because walking or running right at this angle.
Yep.
So that's why you have to use Boombot right now to clear out space. But even
Orbe guys.
A dog out from Ethan is also going to give you the
tell. Exactly. They're both regaining control of this area. And NRG feels comfortable about that. The C's will slow them down just a little bit, tying their shoes together for a moment. And here's the hit. Quick flash through the wall. Smoke towards heaven now as Aspas is trying to run around the site with a stinger. What is that? From second. The medium to long range stinger bringing the pain. He finds the third one on a quick peek. And Brock goes down 7-7 for MIBR.
That's why I got to thank the snake bite actually on text as well. So it just melts down your opponents as they try to go for a 20-second hit, maybe from a mid to B. But they definitely just got stopped across. Actually, the snake bite wasn't even in range. It was just to block the players from running up.
One of them had a bit of raise damage, and the other one just got collapsed.
Shit.
All right, then. 14-9, Zekin bringing out the Yoru like riding a bike for this guy. He's got thousands and thousands of rounds on Duelist and a few hundred on Smoke, so you know he still knows how to do this.
Clear.
Staying far back is Energy this round. It's a bonus for MIBR. They haven't lost too many players in the process, so you just have to wait it out. You're also seeing how you're playing judges on the site for MIBR. You know you're playing against a Wele, so playing towards Mail or whatnot is not going to be the best place to play it. So you're just having Tex use his wall and leverage that as like the the A ramp. Well, you have a 3-player push on that B side, or sorry, on the mid side for MIBR, just to watch Scuba's, just to watch their teammates back, so that Tex can just focus on that A ramp.
That's all he is doing. Just making sure nobody crosses into heaven. And NRG are getting a lot of space for free here to choose where they might want to go. It could be a trap for them, but it also could be a way that they start off right at the front door of MIBR's defense. It looks like getting up in the mailroom might be where they knock first.
He almost didn't look at his teammates back anymore, and Texas is going to get shot in the back there by Mata.
Oh, right up there. It's obviously going to be a site for everybody's ready. This actually looks like the strat from NRG, honestly. 3 in sight with them falling in from heaven. But can MIBR have the same result NRG did? Hopping through, kind of elephant footing on this one, stomping it, and that's going to give a lot of knowledge to Mazzino to do the damage. Scuba's down to 46 HP, and Ethan gets the plant down. Moving into the site very quick, actually, as they get a bit of a heal back from Ethan. He found on one side, and he plays the look at me, so you can't double take the teammate. Verno and Tex coming up with a nice win there.
Interesting smoke being thrown by Mazzino as well, instead of just, well, I mean, usually that smoke is supposed to be the attack side, but yeah, you're throwing that on the heaven, so everybody's running through with the question mark when you come on the other side of the smoke, and you see 2 players sitting up at that spot. Top of heaven, also towards the top upstairs.
He escaped the pie! He escaped the pie!
And that's talking about the all-star Aspas escaping the pie.
My
hey, we all love some pie. This time we avoid it, and it's for a good reason.
At least they're vibing and having fun right now. And also, you're definitely vibing now that you're taking the lead over Energy. It's been so one-sided for the champs team since that first map, 13-6 final score. Now MIBR are looking to trade maps back on Energy's map pick.
And through a Zekin carry at this point, through the way that they're doing the double duelist. Obviously selfless for one of them to go in and kind of create a distraction, but the question's somewhat being answered there, that this team can work in that fashion. It's 8-7 though. They still have a lot of work to do, and that means Energy is right on your heels for this match.
Tough with the Prowler missing.
Heavy ramp ladna like hello.
Mata inserted on top of that ramp, and they're looking to go for the punish, trying to find their timing.
Mata slowly working up, actually just dodges out. Sees that there's nobody there from the dog. Here's him running backwards. Here's the reloads, and he can't find the timing, but he's giving himself up. They try to take the site. Discipline is cleaned up, and Verno goes down after a kill.
Scuba ne mara be, crucial.
Aspas' turn to shine.
Sabka info.
His teammates in a dimensional drift, finding information for him.
Oh, yeah, he saw you. Mazzino trying to play a little funky on the ropes here. Second comes out of the dimensional drift. Aspas is already working the site. A double on elbow by himself.
Aspas ko de. Aspas ko de. Silent.
Mazzino over after half to get the
language.
And a heads-up play by Zekin to say, just paranoia. I'm going to get out of the TP right now to not get punished.
Bola defense में मारेगा बे.
Spray across the board.
Attack इतना easy नहीं है कॉम के
play
सामने.
from Zekin is really helping MIBR not only take the lead, but maintain the lead, also allowing the defense to take 4 in a row. We talked about it being very difficult for MIBR in the past on a defense, and it's looking quite good right now with how free
seconds में मिल गया.
And you see Verno there at the end of the round getting vocal very quick, knowing they have the momentum and they have to keep it, right? Some ultimates are coming up. They have to work against Ethan's Seekers. And that's actually going to be a timeout, so they'll have a little bit more time to talk.
Yeah, and just before we
दो
saw
भाई
this,
दोनों दबाए
very vocal Verno.
आसपास मारेगा, heavy
Figure
मारेगा.
out here what they could do on the attack side.
Ult भी आने वाला
I
है
had to
उसका.
praise the util that was being taken on the side of Energy to allow Mata to get that space on the top of Heaven first, though. When he's inserted in that vent, there was a Trailblazer that came across, and the dog pushes opponents back. But as soon as that dissipates, you're out of that range. There's salvos on top of that to push him even further back, and then Mata will take over that space. And he almost capitalized on a kill and capitalizing on players falling back. Exactly. And that
लेकिन एक मारा और सब बराबर था, सिर्फ योरू का अल्ट बीटी दिया उनको. वरना तो सब बराबर था.
So that the rest could tend up on that A entrance and play the buddy system for that trade and take that site was nice.
Third map कौन सा रखा? I think Breeze है
and MIBR is able to take this. This is now 3 retakes.
Mostly
3 plants. That is
mostly उसमें MIBR
so that is probably that main conversation for Energy side.
Yeah, that situation where they save
Long
themselves.
range map ना, तो आसपास थोड़ा
everything Energy is doing is for a reason, but an aggressive reason. That dog didn't come into clear so they can come in later. It's because someone else is right there behind it. Very smart to know that NRG is working off of everything, and that's going to be a flashback for both of them. As they do identify
mid info नहीं है, Raze वापस vent ले नहीं सकता.
Very quick here by NRG to kind of position themselves again around the orb. Looks like they disappeared just from the vision of Mazino.
At this point, I feel like Ethan should play Teo so that he can get healed by Brock.
Utils देखा वो लोग को mid कितना जल्दी छोड़ना पड़ रहा है.
Contact and being low HP on the
MIBR
actual
को.
site hits in the end.
Hey, a good leader gives himself up, right?
True.
Lets everybody else flourish. And not too much of that happened for Energy this round. Nice job by MIBR. They still read that it's going to be the noise cut didn't confuse anyone, and they quickly take down this low buy from Energy.
It's MIBR that's flourishing so far. Very nice
Jet and Vele खेलने दो बाकी मैप पर सेकंड को डिले खेलना चाहिए. ऐसा नहीं है. हर एक मैप का अलग-अलग कॉम प्रेस है.
Yeah, you see it.
तुम सेम चीज सेम कॉम हर मैप में नहीं रख सकते.
First place, just to try to get Zekin out of that line to allow Energy to fast tempo if they can. But it's just so hard for them to bottleneck through that B site when Mazino continues to throw these one-ways and being a nuisance right now to the B site.
He is. We saw him getting 4Ks on Abyss in their previous series. Mazino, definitely one that can hold his ground, has a very good understanding of the state of the game and what needs to be done. Dang. Mata's so quick with it. 17 and 9 right now, pushing up, looking for kills himself, right? Nobody's really that close.
भाई mid control वो लोग को इतने easy मिल रहा है और इतना सारा utils है.
At least for the defense, but then for
फिर भी scale नहीं कर पा रहे
the Seekers, they see where the util is at, they see where the opponents are, and they're trying to go for the push.
Bro, बाप blind, कुछ नहीं कर सकता था वो.
They're going to have to just be a distraction for insight, and they are still
sexy
crosshairs broken enough for Ethan and Kiko to come in and finish the job.
Yeah, that was just a hero play attempted by Zekin.
दोनों मरे.
I mean, respect to him, was feeling it, but so far it's not really over yet. They're trying to chase down Mata. If they're able to take them down, that would have given them a little bit of a window to work with. But now Spike's been planted. Everybody's playing off-site. Should be the round for Energy.
I like that. Much more kind of round of distraction from Energy. Touch and go, find a fight. Make sure you're fighting on another front at the same time. It seems like they were giving MIBR a lot to look at for that one. And it's going to be a B ending round win here for Energy.
Still good.
And again, I wanted to talk about the respect to Zekin, what they tried to do.
भाई मिड का क्या करेंगे बे? कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा वो लोग को. 5 सेकंड में वो लोग मिड छोड़ना पड़ रहा है वो लोग को.
Which, by the way, still combined to 3 hits on the side of Ethan and Brock at the end of that round. So
अभी तो मिड नहीं ले रहे.
Out of those 2 initiators for the side of Energy, but he's trying to walk outside of that smoke, trying to get an outlaw pick into the top of Heaven.
Smoke nade.
खत्म
कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
Didn't happen. Now it's an off though. Not on Zekin, it's on Aspas. Watching it from a passive angle on top of the A site, sorry.
Flash over top, that's going to be a quick blind. Nightfall goes out. They can trail a few.
Bro, वहाँ पे plant करने का सीन था वो कोने में chat.
That knowledge, which is still in itself
wall देख रहे हो?
Those smokes may be reused.
वहाँ पीछे कोने में plant करने का सीन था. सारे events लड़ो फिर.
Maybe fake something as they push over towards B to make some noise. A is still the hit, and they've gotten MIBR to move around quite a bit, but Aspas will second guess and keep them in a 2-1-2.
Just like how Ethan was running back and healing at the same time, but it's regen shields and damage they've taken by a Nightfall, so it's not really needed at that point. And
I think it was
right now,
smoke
Ethan,
deep
you're talking about
nahi hai
something
na?
fake. Maybe it's a
Viper
dog
wala.
into the pit, but it's only him solo, so it's not really worth it at that point.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's going to be using sight here.
Aspas will be ready for it. Has the operator to look down that line. That, I don't know. That might be a false call by MIBR. He doesn't see anybody on the top of that ramp.
Verno in a scary spot. Saturate comes through.
Mar gaya.
He is trying to get out of there. Back to normal. Just everybody trying to be flash safe right now. His energy heads into the site. And Mata cleans up Aspas behind the map. Ulti goes down, and now Zekin trying to get in. A beautiful paranoia, but can they work off it? They don't know if it's hit anybody until they get themselves in. Oh my gosh, the push from Brock. Right in the face of MIBR. And the action doesn't end. Zekin's able to refresh just a little bit in the situation. And they're going to have to try once more if they can get in together. Oh my gosh. They are throwing everything in the kitchen sink at MIBR right now. Tex is able to drop the ult rather.
It's not planted for them.
It's not. They got to get this down. Oh, I thought maybe just on the outside of that. But it's not going to be. Moving in, an easy kill from the ramp as they both swing together. Mata and Kiko are going to be able to finish it off and bring the game within one.
Had to be Zekin on the outside
Viper
force
help करने के लिए था वो.
If not, it's an easy kill and for Tex to fall down. And Tex, he actually got slowed down by that slow field from Mata and still gets that kill because they admit it from watching that spot. There, I think is a miscomm because that wall was actually a defender wall that Mata hit through. I saw that ping coming out from Aspas and the wall never came down. He was looking for that pick.
He's such a baiter. He's such a baiter. Nice guy. He's nice.
And that's Zekin when, again, he was at the top while his teammate was trying to defuse. So the vibes are back now for NRG. They say, look, we still have the game in our hand.
And the operator now on Zekin. It switches hands. Aspas had that top site last time. Showstopper for him, so he will be whipping out the ultimate when possible. And NRG says, okay, can we activate the ult early? The little give and go at the front of B, but Aspas holds that ult discipline.
Yeah, it was off shot to Showstopper if that default from NRG on that B side was going to continue. And then with that boom bot, they could now start taking that forward position from Zekin and then rotate Aspas potentially somewhere else.
By mid, कितना weak है बे ये comp में लेकिन.
I mean, a lot of players right now are in forward lines. If they lose their position on the
निकलना
A side,
पड़ेगा.
it's going to be a
ये
lot
round
more
निकलना
difficult, so
पड़ेगा.
they kind of have to be more disciplined of where they want to start stacking up their buddy system here. And that
any sound
right there, having that prowler,
Nice
little spray though by Mazzino.
Nice.
Always Ethan.
Timing spray.
Unfortunate situation of this game for him, but through
एक
the smoke,
elbow.
Mazzino finds one.
Mazzino को मारना
They're still
पड़ेगा.
gonna try to get in here. Oh wow, trading places, but Mata still finds the kill onto Mazzino, and he's still going haywire here in heaven.
पीछे dash मारा वो. Oh my god, no bro.
Mata gets a third. A fourth and a fifth are still
Bro,
on
ये
the map,
मारा round.
and he
ये
goes
मारा
ahead and
round.
refracts
Clear
right back
cut.
to heaven to make sure he's part of what can happen up there.
That's a give up moment. Zekin's still holding towards B main, so Aspas trying to keep the economy low if he can, but
भाई क्या crazy गेला ना तेरे नेट के अंदर गया वो खुद.
Aspas gets one. Zekin could get another pip towards an ult here if somebody goes searching, but they're so far away. It's just about Aspas.
गन गिराने का भी जरूरत नहीं उनको बस पैसा है. Kill दे के भी मतलब नहीं निकल जाना चाहिए.
Even then, just winning that round might potentially make it a difficult buy for MIBR in the next. Vern only has 100 credits going into the next round. So again, very important for them to keep Showstopper and Op. Wouldn't be surprised if you want to get the Phantom to Verno in the next round and try to go for a Showstopper play, because that was attempted by the positioning from both Zekin and Aspas at the beginning of this round.
I mean, this win, 3 alive, it's almost like NRG will have the money they need
बस
here
उसके
to
पीछे
see
dash
out
मारा
the
देखो.
game, as long as it doesn't go back and forth too
ये
much.
timing वाला spray
with
मारा.
buys. Depth, jeez. Just so aware
Mazzino
of the
वहाँ से
situation,
निकला
knowing that
नेट की
they've
वजह से.
constantly been playing up there too.
That was the most perfect round of Val I've ever seen from one guy.
That's what I'm saying. This guy was going haywire up there.
True.
Yeah, he's
True.
activated too. And a
True.
lot of the things Mata's been doing are
Perfect, actually.
I should say just
ऐसा लगा जैसे उसको exact position मालूम है सबका.
So he is just really trying to put a foot in the door right away, get in the face of NRG, or I'm sorry, MIBR, whether that comes away with a kill or whether he's just grabbing the info as a waylation.
And all he got were kills.
And all he got, oh darn.
You just talked about trading places. He went over Mazzino. Mazzino understands that he wants to play the defensive line, kind of like playing against a Euro ult.
Yep.
Somebody's going to get behind. Other players are going to flood. I'll just try to get my 1 or 2. Nobody went through behind that dash.
अभी लोग हेवन छोड़ के खेलना
just
पड़ेगा.
turns around and kills him.
Yeah, it's just a space he's opening. And yeah, Util's providing that form. You're going to need it.
Mid heavy and side heavy.
ऐसा
कुछ change करना पड़ेगा.
Immediately, but still, Mata says, all right, a little more in my hands. I like
उसके ऊपर एक को close करना पड़ेगा ताकि drone और dog ज़्यादा info ना दे. वो भी BT है.
Saw that buy that we currently have with Verno. The low credits moving into this round will go for a stinger buy, and Aspas will will keep rather the Phantom on his end, which is fine. Verno's goal right now is to control the information for the team, being that main person. It's not for Clone and Boombot. Those prowlers on that A side are super important to find that info for the team. And
shot, bro.
All right, I'm gonna stop talking because that was a nice shot, and action's probably gonna continue now.
Just because it's smoking doesn't mean
आसपास ult भी है.
All right.
11-10 ले उनके पास पैसा है. OT वाला ये बार है क्या?
Now again trying to go on a solo journey to see what he can find. Won't even really have util from the team over here. He's gonna play off of the noise being made at B.
Mata inserted himself again though.
अरे बाप रे.
He found it.
Earned a stinger that kills him.
Calling the strats,
भाई ये
knowing
भी
the map.
actual
Verno's
में
been watching
माड़ा कराउंड था ना.
Mata closely throughout this series, especially on split. We're at 10-10 here for both teams' first appearance on this map, and they are really testing each other once again. Text to hold down Heaven and delay even more. A more delay.
Yeah.
They are layering nicely.
And that's Kiko Smoke, being very similar to what they were doing on the previous side.
अरे बाप रे.
Just to try to scale up and try to get control of that B Heaven. Yeah, it's a nice shot.
Ready लेने चाहिए. ज़्यादा runs बच्चे नहीं हैं.
Up against the world, a 1 versus 5 Spike being down with 30 seconds left. Hunt for these kills. They're still comfortable to buy in the next round here for NRG. 18 seconds left. He's shooting to try to bait out some aggressive peaks on the side of MIBR.
They're too clean with it though. They just check the minimap to see if it's an actual vision caught by their teammate. No crossfire had, no contact play needed. Oh, it's just a bounce house in the smoke.
ये tips and tricks देखा हुआ लग रहा है.
MIBR are within 2.
Yeah, to finish the
मैं
map.
actual में OT वाला है बार.
NRG.
हाँ.
Form round to win right in the ankle.
Crispy shot बे.
But it's still the value that they're taking. I think it's also
वो crucial था. वो वाला किल अगर मारा मारता था ना, वो लोग का chance था. वो round भी जीतने का.
Good call on the jump across, Ian.
So expected a push from
jump
somebody
across?
to jump
Yeah.
into Robin. That's Tex here.
Mid वाला.
Having a sixth sense in terms of what he hears at the beginning of these rounds.
That's
Misses
crazy.
the orb, unfortunately, though.
That's a lot what they talk about on the team is that while Verno talks, a lot of the voices can still participate, and plays like that are pivotal.
This is important though right now. He missed that orb to look down towards middle, so you already have to start wasting smokes on the side of Mazzino. That's going to be one less smoke to utilize to throw one-ways on B or to try to prevent this push. So an advantage for NRG to not only take space, but to split into the B site, and they're going straight for that.
Holding. Good push from both sides. They've got actually dog up top and drone from B main. Aspas finally.
Bro, double pick कर रहे हैं.
Watching here.
Bro, क्या timing.
Control coming in from
double
Tex,
pick का.
But they answer back one for another here. A 4 alive now for MIBR is don't give up numbers.
Double pick.
The double peek. Very nicely swung.
Beautiful.
You love that kind of protocol. And Mazzino
Clean,
just gonna say,
clean.
Don't worry about it. 12 for MIBR with Breeze on the horizon. Ken, they get one more round.
Almost felt like that was intentional for him to miss the poison orb at the beginning so that you could bait players into the showstopper of Aspas at B Heaven.
Oh no.
आपके ज़रूरी आपसे क्या language? वापस वही
We
दिखाया
don't talk
clip.
about that though. We've seen a few of those this game. The sun was in his eyes.
And found redemption too for getting a kill as he pitched back on middle and drops that spike. Beautifully done towards the end in terms of MIBR's look in the second map versus the first one.
डिफेंस है आसपास है ब्रो
Shooting across the board. Yeah.
अभी ये मत बोलने kill नहीं
Osmod's finding value on the defensive side as well. So it makes it very difficult for NRG when you're unlocking everybody.
Plus ये बंदा goat locked in है
of a split. As MIBR is trying to push this into Breeze.
Pretty loud mid. First time we see Mata just kind of ripping the Vandal off through the smokes here, so they can say, yeah, here's some noise.
अभी ये लोग को यही राउंड में खत्म करना पड़ेगा
Still in a default
कि नेक्स्ट राउंड के में जाएगा ना बहुत माड़ा अल्ट आएगा ईथन अल्ट आएगा ईथन का तो अभी आएगा
For them, it doesn't really matter if Mata goes for that dash into vents again. They just want to control the mail and leverage Verno to watch into the ramp, which is why you're seeing them playing pretty passively on top of the heaven side this time around for MIBR.
Now sub 1 minute, Zekin throws out the gate crash, thinking if he's going to get an op shot, he wants out of A, so they can go for the B, but it's all towards B. A lot of the focus now going towards mid. Boombot 2.
Smoke, blind.
Getting the info, the fact that nobody's there, and they're about to see here in sight.
Nice.
Zeno trying to save himself, gets to the right, but Scuba's cleaning up sight. The rest of the death ball, known as NRG, flies through in what could be a flawless 23rd.
Will the last two have to save?
Yeah, they're going to save.
The crazy, we'll have to look back at the replay. I want to know how Scuba did that. Did he just spray through the B heaven smoke and drops 2 players there? Because I was going to say that everything was perfect by Mazzino. He plays towards that pillar side, gets slowed down by the saturate, but what he does is he flashes towards that B main before TPing out on the other end. So nobody could capitalize on that on a dash.
Bimin नहीं मारा था उसने blind. उसने वेले के मुंह पे मारा था.
Scuba just sprays on the top of heaven and gets 2 picks.
Now we get the full smoke, but yeah, we've been seeing that heaven smoke that allows them to strafe out, kind of denying the fact that you can run out heaven side and drop at the same time. Maybe creating too many options.
Wow.
Mata. Ian Mata. Oh, Mata.
Verno really wants to keep this going. He's even toying with them.
नहीं उसका अल्टा नहीं देने का अल्टा है उसका.
All right, they pull it back into their favor.
गन का नहीं है लास्ट राउंड में पैसा तो है उनके पास.
Can take this map.
देखा उसको ब्लाइंड मारा उसने मेन पे नहीं मारा.
Oh, the creep out. Just the orb of the smoke did not play in MIBR's favor there.
Look like we're missing a little bit on that side to really try to flood out and help Mazzino on that side. Well, I guess they were really trying after that paranoia that was thrown and thinking that would probably blind enough players.
मैंने कहा सीज गलत गिर गया, ब्लाइंड गलत हुआ, नेट ने डाला, शायद वो लोग को लगा कमिट नहीं होने वाला है.
Dimensional drift on the side of MIBR. We got Seekers for Ethan, which you know the mastermind is going to try to use that in a way to find out how to get macro down and move energy or MIBR all over the map. Then they bring it back in with the Seekers to know exactly what site they can hit. That's my guess. Because it just
like करो chat like करो.
And then they'll have to force
अभी देखा
seconds dimensional drift to get themselves.
Thank you YouTube UI.
Simple as that.
चूज करने के लिए.
We'll just see how it's done.
If anything, though, NRG is doing a great job avoiding the off at the beginning of these rounds. But so far, going into this last round, the timeout called by MIBR, the last one available for this last round of regulation.
Love from Canada, love you.
Although not, doesn't seem like at an aggressive angle in the first place.
Yeah.
One orb away from getting the slow field from Mata, and that might be the first piece of the puzzle for NRG to flip back into the B side and push this into extra innings.
Seekers right off the bat. The orb control won't even be there. Mata's going in to see, to distract, and goes down, doesn't get the refract in time.
That guy.
They're forced to move off towards the right side. Remember, this is either map 3 or OT here. If MIBR can find the win. Pit's already down today. This is forcing NRG's hand through the middle of the map and towards B.
Pit's out on that side. They use Seekers at the beginning to try to get that space for Mata. So now it's the mid-round information taken by MIBR. That spots 3 right there. Stays in the smoke. What? I think he wanted to TV, no? I don't know what happened there.
The third time he dimensional drifts, it's not going to be the one that second gets a kill in. Each of the other ones, he's been able to come out successfully. And
मैं बोला ना ये नहीं जाएंगे बे पागल वाइपर अल्ट उधर.
This
unfortunate, Riv, because him falling, it equalizes on a 4v4, but you're also thinning out the defense because you forced the pit towards the A main. So now you're going to have to gamble the B side. There's a huge gap right now for them to take over back on the A side if they want to for energy.
That was the operator, the one that holds hard lines, but it's actually Outbox and Verno. It doesn't matter. They're still doing the work. Mazzino has been a rock in sight, the safest pair of hands you could ask for at this point, and they're still trying to give him hell. The 1v1, it leaves it up to Verno and Tex, a Judge and a Vandal to come back in.
2v1 on that side, but Brock's been in this scenario before.
Oh, catch him already.
Oh my God.
Like that. They don't even
Last round ऐसे हारे.
get the kill. It's going to be MIBR.
Love from New York. Love you मेरे जान कर रहे. Love you Manchu bhai. Thank you so much for the $2. Love you मेरे जान कर रहे. Love you.
But MIBR are looking really
और
good on
map
this
3
map.
गया तो सीधा Apex team नहीं.
Not having the best of numbers for that Star Duelist of Ozpaz, but that was not needed. We talked about how sacrificial of a Lamiet to be to allow Zekin to open up here for that side.
करेंगे यार, कभी-कभी होता है watch party.
The board, dropping 20 for the side of MIBR, and Mana's 23, unfortunately, was not enough for energy.
That's the kind of mentality
भाई लेकिन मजाक से हटकर NRG का डिफेंस बहुत बाप था, सिर्फ अगर Zekin को पनिश कर देते उनके पास ब्लाइंड एंड कुछ नहीं था, सिर्फ Zekin के एक ब्लाइंड था बस और काउंटर यूटिल 100 आ रहा था बे, लेकिन फिर भी वो टीपी इन पनिश नहीं हो रहा था उसका. Zekin ने अल्टी गलती से खोल दिया. जोश में वो नहीं, मतलब मैं बोला था यही स्ट्रीम पे एपैक कंटिन्यू नो स्लीप नहीं दे, 1-1.5 घंटा 2 घंटा तो मैक्सिमम सोना पड़ेगा, वरना गांड है. गांड है कि नहीं वो तो मुझे फील नहीं हो रहा है अभी. एकदम एक लाइन हो गई मेरी का बैट कैसा, बाकी लोगों का ऐसा हो रहता है, मेरा ऐसा है, समझ लो.
Now trying to look for something. Scuba untouched and unbeatable.
Agora contra 4 jogadores vai ser pressionado. Pode vir. Bora Verno!
Welcome back, everyone, as NRG and MIBR get ready for Map 3. We are going to look to break it all down. And what a Map 2 we just witnessed on Split. GB here alongside Jonah P, as well as Athena and Dandryad, as we look to break everything down. Let's talk, though, about the end of that game. Because, my oh my, what a wild closeout, but also it just felt like it was a lot of conflicting ideas, Jonah, working together, and didn't work out for NRG.
Yeah, watching that live coming out of attack pause from Bonkar, I was a little confused.
Yeah.
You know, the insta sky ult into Mata just going in.
Yeah.
you know, I was a little confused. I felt like he kind of just got sent to his death there, and then, you know, it looked kind of embarrassing for him. But then, you know, Zekin bailed him out, your ulti, and getting out to 3 people. So now all the focus on Zekin now. So it's just like a very confusing round, and then, you know, they close it out with perfect util at least on Brock.
So. We take those, right? We take the perfect util to close it out. But hey, looking at the way that it all crumbled down, though, of course, for NRG, they're going to need to reflect and look forward to that map 3. Let's actually talk about what we just saw, though, in Dryad. I mean, this was definitely a different tone from MIBR than what we saw in that first map. On Abyss, a little bit of a slower start. Team not quite sure what they wanted to do. We heard the coach mention that as well. This time around, not the case.
It looked very different for NRG. We've seen the other maps so far for them, where they have full control of how they want to play it. This time around, they look very uncomfortable. They were trying to get space. They couldn't get that space. It was constantly being denied towards mid as well. And then you have a Mazzino that continues to remind me of that early Mazzino version that we saw in Crew, in Lev, now in MIBR. How good he is at bringing that confidence to the team when Aspas is struggling a little bit, when the team is still going back and forth. You still have a Mazzino that's standing strong, clutching those rounds and also opening them when it's necessary.
Yeah, I feel like his defense half was kind of incredible. He kind of proved that rock status, like TPing behind them when they were coming to side, using the blind really well to kind of deny a lot of that space. But yeah, I totally agree with you. NRG, they got a lot of map control on their defense, didn't know what to do with it. And
Need some mobile real oxygen.
Super confident. Actually, Jonah, you were talking about how confident they looked too.
Yeah, I mean, I predicted this would go to 3 maps because I just know after a first
I didn't believe you. I actually didn't believe you.
I knew after a first map how MIBR was playing, very passive, hesitating. I know going into like that 10-minute break, they're going to talk about we need to be more confident, we need to trust ourselves more, and you saw everybody taking more individual fights. They're holding down, you know, their area. Verno on A site in a corner, he's getting
Valorant on top. Valorant on top.
Yeah, they just look much better.
Yeah, and you were even seeing that as well. I mean, Zekin always a highlight for this team.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, सुबह के 6 बजे तो fuck? हाँ 101 Fire? But I don't know if you remember me. I know that DP very well. But I'm on verge of comeback, and once I come back, I'll make sure कि तू भी कमाए. अरे चिल है मेरी जान के टोटे. वर्ज से कम बैक करके इन्वेस्ट करके पैसा डबल ट्रिपल करके मैं इधर ही चूँ. समझ रहे हो? डू वेल इन लाइफ मेरा होता रहेगा. चिल है मेरी जान के टोटे. डोंट टेक सो मच टेंशन अबाउट मी. अपना लाइफ सेट करो एकदम. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस मेरी जान, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस. डू वेल इन लाइफ.
Seeing Aspas kind of just be a bit more of a team player in those instances. Zekin was the guy that was being the one that was really looking to go after those kills. So it shows a bit of a growth of this team as well.
I won the
they're
claim with Uchia Bai. So did a small super chat. Else ज़्यादा करता.
You know Aspas is your guy.
I had said MIBR would win map 2. Still did the super chat out of respect to Uchia Bai.
On top of Zekin getting those entries, like you said, he got
आपस में
8
लड़ रहे
or
तुम
something
लोग.
like that.
Yeah,
8. And just making that space for
Uchia Bai.
Aspas and
Shame on you.
Then you have players like Mazzino closing out.
Yeah, it sets things up.
Map 3 बोलो कौन जीतेगा?
MIBR going into our final map of Breeze.
MIBR.
Of course, a series this good could only end this way. But now we take a trip over to Breeze here in Dryad. What should we be expecting here? What are we looking at? Because again, it's still new commodity, right? We've had a couple weeks now with the new Breeze.
This is a map that we saw NRG play against Cloud9. That first half, super dominant, 10-2. Going into the second half, those post plans were just not working out for the squad. We saw Kiko also talk about it on social media, and it just felt like it was a bit of what we saw on
Thank you everybody, thank you for the 100. Thank you for the 100
and it was just not really working out for them. They were constantly going for these A hits, and it was 10 A hits and only 3 side hits that ended up going towards
that's
me.
a wild
It was
stat.
an easy read. Then it was different approaches where you have an NRG who wants to play towards main. They get shot down. They try to take more space, play towards orange as well. And you have
150,000%.
you down. It just felt like they could not get any
Jet
space.
Yoru,
So that
Jet
is going to
Yoru,
be kind of the biggest challenge for them today. How much have they been able to fix this? Because if not, it can be a scenario where it's a little bit the opposite of what we saw in that first map, where MIBR might have a read on and how they can punish those post wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, folks, it's going to be a good one, without a doubt. Map 3 coming up next. It's going to be Breeze. Who takes it? Who's going to pick up the dub? Is it NRG or MIBR? Only way to find out after this.
Mostly Cypher ही होना चाहिए. हाँ? I don't think no Senti खेलेंगे. Astra भी खेला. Astra भी अच्छा है इसमें. इस बार का वालो एक्सपीडिशन नहीं कर रहे भाई. इतना मैं खेल नहीं पा रहा हूँ रे. इतना मैं खेल नहीं पा रहा हूँ. एंड लवली रिप्लाई टू शैंक सुपर चैट. लव यू मेरी जान करोटे. मैंने देखा रे वो बहुत टाइम से. मैं उसको जानता भी हूँ. अभी @ करके नाम है ना तो मैं भूल गया. लेकिन मेरे को डीपी याद रहता. मेरे को डीपी याद रहता. डीपी याद रहता मेरे को.
And the compositions are on your screen right now, Vans, for what we are going to see.
Yeah, and I think after the results of the first map,
Valorant Expedition language
would go to a third map except for maybe Jonah P.
Jonah P.
Right? But now we're here, and it's going to be continuing the storyline of the unknown, I think, at this point. We get into Breeze, where we haven't seen MIBR play it yet, but they are playing a composition that's not really out of pocket. So far, we've seen other teams run this in the past, but not mistaken, FURIA does so with this composition and quite well. But this is where we see another switch. We get to see Kiko back onto the Neon.
So scary.
The other mention of the unknown was that if you're trying to study the tape of NRG, versus Cloud9,
no Shinchi, no Shinchi.
Hitting A, hitting A, hitting A.
Yeah.
But the reason of that conversation is it was mentioned by Mata and by Bonkar in the post-match interviews where they weren't used to playing
Neon Euro से अच्छा तो मेरे को
trying to
जेटी
learn
लगता है
and
bro.
practice as you go. They were confident they were
least.
going to beat C9 in the first place, so they just went into let's try to figure out where is the best place to plant, where we can flip the map.
Netflix पे धुरंधर
We have some
देखो कि
different
नहीं आ
ideas
गया
on how
क्या?
to play their attack side as well, but thankfully
मेरे को
Cloud
देखना
defense
बचा.
first
आज वही देख के
looked
सोऊंगा.
quite strong.
They did. The pistol round decision to push into spawn with everybody got a little funky, but they cleaned the rest of the map.
Yeah,
honestly. And now we have to see how MIBR is going to react with their attack side, or I should say push onto their attack side, and how NRG reacts. Hotspots back on Jet, not on the race. You know the comfortability is going to click there. And with Zek and Yoru. So we finally get to see these two dance together and what we'll get out of that.
अगर वो देखोगे तो सोओगे कैसे?
And their best.
Oh fuck, हाँ 3 घंटे का है ना?
And Mata's got his work cut out, or Kiko and Mata have their work cut out.
Music सारे skip कर दूँगा सिवाय ट्यूश के.
They worked so well. We last time we saw them on this map, so.
And thankfully, Kiko looked comfortable as well on that map against Cloud9. He was just sliding all over the place, judging here and there. Finger blasters in the front of that site, just flooding into the retakes for the side of NRG. So again, the defensive side for this team of NRG was quite good. The other thing you have to pay attention when you're watching this game for NRG on the defense is how they do their setups initially, especially around Scuba in terms of the walls. I think I've counted like 5 or 6 different walls that he throws onto the defensive side, which really throws the attacker side for a loop of where the main positioning could be, or also when is the right moment to force that utility. And this is one of the walls already, as you see from NRG, trying to keep them MIBR from really crossing that line and getting real information as they're going through the toxic screen for an actual hit. So MIBR realizing that wall, they want to play a little bit more slowly at the start.
And where does NRG play? Either in front of that wall or right next to it to make the plays. A third one to come out.
अभी लोग भी जाएंगे. यूरो टीपी मारेगा. 2 बंदे भी पे वॉल पे.
Sorry कौन आ सकता है? All the way over towards Mazzino. So this may be a touch and go. Unless they get a kill. They're trying to confirm something. It might be a peak.
Great opportunity to contact play. It's missed though. But that should still sound the alarm for MIBR to move in.
Ospas with the creep in. A little silent last game, and he shouts to start this one. Scuba takes him down as they get a quick trade on for the 4v4. But remember, we still have a little bit of space over here for Mazzino.
Exactly. You still have the insert of Mazzino at the bottom at the same time, as you've just mentioned, in the recon ping 2 on that B side, so they know they have some room to work with, some time to work with. And it's still another contact play, walking back down towards that middle and looking to finish towards A. This is so far a perfect read and a perfect play because NRG are playing soft side B side to try to play that flood retake that they're, by the way, really good at, as we just mentioned on this map.
Yuji bhai, thank you so much for the membership.
For that retake, so they're going to have to do it in numbers. Smokes to cut off the site, and they just have a gigantic playground once they clear this to mess with. and set up that garrison to get themselves locked in for the post plant. MIBR taking the first round down to red on the timer. And they get what they want on A.
Strongest plant you can have right there too. Not tucked into the pyramid, really on the outside, so you can play towards main because they have that freedom to do so as they went and walked into an open site.
Kiko has to break crosshairs. Dark goes out. And it's going to be heads torn. Oh my gosh, the clicks. Just one clicks. Great job by MIBR. Very sturdy in that defense and all throughout. Pistol round here on Breeze.
It's very good as well for MIBR in the post plant to not stay tucked in on the inside. They weren't really playing off-site or, you know, the grab ball towards the end. They've already gained so much space in the beginning, and the way that they re-cleared from elbow back towards middle, and they've already identified 2 players on that B site, they already have to think that a rotate's going to be coming back through middle. So what do? You go back and reclose that gap with the crossfire setup, and there was no way for Energy to get through.
Pistol. Holy. Wait, but now.
Wait, but what?
Wait, but what? Oh, we'll never know. All right.
उसने बोला ये जीतते भाई.
For MIBR, for sure. Ain't eco for
Anti pistol, anti pistol.
Just playing full classics, trying to keep economy on our end, flowing to potentially maybe get an op up as soon as possible.
भाई है तो सही भी आसपास.
Yeah, NRG in very 1-for-1 trade areas right now with a long range backup. It doesn't look like anybody's going to bite just yet. Slow movement up. MIBR went full contact into that last round. It looks like they'll do a bit of the same, just getting some cover in mid for themselves.
Jump spot. I mean, off spot, just waiting for the reflood from elsewhere. Oh, good guy.
Little no scoper.
हाँ?
And they're pushing. They're saying, wait.
जब किसी हाथ ने पकड़ा, I mean, friends, ये अंडर का गेम में hope, thanks for being there for people. आप लोगों को भी नहीं मालूम कि आप लोग बहुत लोगों की जिंदगी बचाइए. Love you यार.
A 2v3.
Love you यार मेरी जान.
They were coming to play. Scuba picking up that Marshall and getting another. It's a 2v2.
जिंदगी बचाइए is a very strong word.
He draws Brock. With the
जिंदगी समझाइए, I think better है. बचाने वाले अपन कोई नहीं रहते.
Exactly. No headshot. Okay, there's a headshot.
He got tagged.
What, bro?
That's quite a bit of
भाई
damage.
second जो बोला था वो right होने वाला मेरे हिसाब से.
He's doing a good job just staying tucked in. So playing the clock to his side. They're guaranteeing the round.
There it is.
बच गया.
Zekin's good for it. Even hit a little side
जिंदगी
relief
समझाइए.
there, knowing that the pressure is bearing down on him, and this is a very important round.
Exactly, it should have come down to that.
लोग जब समझेंगे ना कि वो लोग जो जिंदगी जी रहे,
like how it approached.
वो अच्छा है जैसा भी
We were
है.
talking about the door here on that side of middle before we got into the cast.
चाहे कितने भी धोखे मिले,
could set in when
family problems
or
हो, financial
and it was
problems
actually
हो,
Ospas with that
it's
Marshall.
still
So
a lot better
noise,
than
never closes back. You're afraid somebody's really
many.
watching with that scope, so nobody's really.
So you should
out.
always
So
be blessed.
Energy's just looking for the contact play to flash to the window and crunch through. And it worked. They did some great damage as MIBR tried to rotate across towards that A site.
मेरे को भी देखो इतना financial problems है.
Made it very winnable on their side.
कल मैंने सिर्फ bread खाया था.
Clean, especially when you can catch a team
अभी तक complain नहीं किया मैंने.
Viper wall towards right side again. Actually, a little bit farther in this time, as it looks like they want to stay for this fight.
Execute बोलते हैं.
Clears Motto with the wall bang there as Scuba wants to stand true in sight.
Bam.
Oh, that's tough. He gets very good help. What assistance coming in from
God,
Kaiko there
बच
to
गया
help
वो.
on the detection.
अभी पूरी team में यहाँ पे.
Still trying to make this fight just on the corner. Zekin gets another 2.
नहीं swing ले
They're
सकता.
trying to fight Brock off the corner. And he is not going to give him more than just a shoulder each time. So Tex takes the whole pie for himself. And now it's just Ethan.
WhatsApp check.
Moving in onto doable for Ethan here.
एक सेकंड सुनो, financial problem अभी भी है. ये मैंने loan दिया था ये.
You're forcing double bubbles, and he's trying to re-clear back towards B main potentially, but feels like he misses that timing with that smoke disappearing on that left side. So now the question marks are up.
Yeah.
Where did where did MIBR go? So she's going to have to wait to hear for that plant.
He has a bit of a battle star he can use and dismiss to get himself in if it's necessary, but he's just going for the shot.
Oh fuck, क्या shot मारा बे वरनू ने.
His first kill is a big one, and it's going to
Sorry,
capitalize on the round for MIBR.
मैं खरीदा था. अरे chill है.
It's been hot since that second map was
split. Chill है. Membership का tension मत लो मेरी जान के बेटे.
Somebody on the side of MIBR to try to clutch and
Love
keep
you,
the
मेरी
team
जान.
alive.
Text message नहीं आया मेरे को.
Stay alive there, by the way. He got stunned, falls back from the wall, and still gets 2
Double
kills on
tick आएगा
top of the castle.
Vant, it's been a painful
Thank you,
few
bye.
rounds.
Much love to you.
Yeah, for Energy's camp for sure.
एकदम सेक्सी कुछ ऐसा करना है ताकि अपन कभी मिलेंगे ना. बोल सकता है रे ये मेरे स्ट्रीम पे आता था. God of Goders. समझ रहे हो? तो बिजनेस मीटिंग में रहेगा मैं आके बोलूँगा अरे ये तो God of Goders है.
Have to go back to MIBR. Aspas just opening and closing that door.
और दगल दल ले कैसा है तू?
Clear on the top of elbow so you don't go for these type of trap plays. And
मीटिंग में.
Cleared out by
Crazy मेरे भाई.
Might pull the rotates back on the B side, especially if they have contact on A. So they're gonna walk.
टेक्स्ट मतलब नॉर्मल मैसेज है को वाओ क्या बात कही है. WhatsApp पे देख रहा था मैं.
Ooh, yeah, that's an ability use just seen on the edge, I think.
भाई क्लियर किया
Cleaned up by Tex.
क्लियर किया.
They're still walking into that. The spikes making their way towards A main.
Yeah, they haven't cleared it yet. I think that might have a change of heart in the play as the 4 members of Energy now gather in sight. We have Zekin coming all the way back from his elbow excursion, and the kills coming through Aspas. 1 bullet, 1 kill all day. He is going to go down though as they don't know what's happening on the right. Brock gets a few cheeky classic kills, but MIBR is still smothering NRG.
Yeah, in the end, disrespect them.
Yep.
Don't try to fall back and play the clean game of Valorant. Just brute force
मैं
your way
काम
through and
करने
just
जा
cycle
रहा
these ults.
था.
You are
क्या करो
playing
बिंग्स भाई?
Taiko
देखो या
for
जाओ.
MIBR here. So
काम
now
पे देखो.
they load up 3 ults going into the round number 5.
बीच बीच में पूरा टाइम
That was just an easy pick from Tex in the beginning. You just
अभी आया.
saw the orb coming through and was just thrown out by Mata, so they knew that it was close. They open it up and don't really give a chance here for Energy to go for a trap play. So money's back though, not enough for an operator.
I'll handle this.
Early ult from Zekin to clear out the A side, and it'll be a 5-man hit on that spot.
Cosmic Divide, bar split on the left.
Nice try.
Goodbye.
He chooses the movable target, and Kiko says, no thanks, I got back up. Another one comes out. So
उसके पर 2-2 है, समझ रहे हो?
Mata, knowing they made the goal play earlier, thinks that it might happen again. And beautifully calls that one. Now it's Zekin and, or I'm sorry, MIBR and squad with 3 left alive here.
अरे जोश में फिर से खरीदा.
Yeah, I mean,
Hello?
right now it doesn't feel like, or shouldn't, see the push down from Mata.
Love you, Shanky bhai. Love you, मेरी जान.
He controls that space. The gap is currently towards elbow, where they could walk up towards mid, which is why here you see Kiko looking all the way back towards that spawn still. There's a huge gap around this spot for the attackers to take. We have the smoke on the elbow too, just to support. Now finally a TP.
मेरे को लेट नेट वाले वॉच पार्टी अच्छे लगते हैं. काफी प्यारे लोग मिलते हैं चैट में. W.
Coming in, playing around their smokes. That's going to give a little bit more room to Verno to try and squeeze something out of this wall, create the pressure where he can get through. He checks the space to the right.
यारे लोग अरे भिंचोत ये मैं मारूंगा. ये मैं मारूंगा. ये मेरे को मिल गया लाइनअप अभी. ये मैं मारूंगा. इधर से आने सकते बंदे स्मोक है.
Doesn't look like it's going to be possible this time. And NRG.
Oh bro, नया चीज सीखने मिला. सुबह के 6:30 बजे.
Beautifully done.
Just try to
oh
play
fuck, जिंदगी में उधर कोई प्लान नहीं करेगा अभी.
On the side of MIBR on that hit.
Yeah.
That wall across, we'll talk about it in the next round, but they're trying to have the dimensional drift TP outside of an Astra wall and swing out for a kill. And unfortunately, the sprays missed. Couldn't get that kill onto that side right there. I think that was Scuba we just saw, and he's able to take him down. So that had to cancel out the MIBR play. They tried to re-pivot in the mid-round, but they just lost too many players in the process as they're trying to re-hit towards B. So that wall that they had across, they just tried to get the TP right at that angle for Zekin to come out of.
A little bit of what Brock was saying earlier. They're so late in these rounds, and MIBR starts to flex that late round again. I mean, the comment was about defense.
What's up?
Attack. Into the site. A quick hit. They know one is close, and Aspas says, by the way, I'm at doors.
Huh?
Easily cleans up one as they get Fury from Verno.
अब ड्राफ्ट करके मारा चैट. अब ड्राफ्ट करके मारा 1 taps.
Exactly what they need, but it's not planted yet, and Energy's made quite a move
ड्राफ्ट करके मारा 1 taps.
So many slices across the board, creating question marks too. But as soon as the walls come down, finally MIBR knows that they have space to work with, and that the money's still pretty decent for Energy.
या फिर बोलो आपको कॉल करने.
Something here to attempt the retake.
Yep.
Really comes down now to Mata to slowly creep up here, but they, as soon as he makes it towards main, That will probably activate now. All three of them is trying to flood back. It'll be all individual fights on the side of
Well, रुक जा, चलेगा, मैं खड़ा रह जाऊंगा, मैं बाहर खड़ा रह
Once this
जाऊंगा.
goes down, it seems like there's a lot of gas to work with here, and some of them start to go up. Mata,
मैं देखता हूँ, chill है.
the perfect moment, finds Mazzino and gets to hide behind the wall after the fact. 7 bullets left, makes it count. Gets a reload in as well as he's still creating the pressure for the rest of the team. Now coming from spawn.
भाई retake और क्या?
Mata with 4. As the pressure on site's created, it's still not enough to get to the spike in time. MIBR lose a lot, but
ऐसा entry होने के बाद भी ना happy इसलिए has booked the 3 BHK home for family. Also prediction for 10 gifted दे दे. अभी तेरा हो गया ना shot? हाँ? कुछ prediction में आराम से घर बुक करने के बाद इंटीरियर होती है, पार्टी होती है, वो सब होता है आराम से. बाकी बाद में मैं इधर ही हूँ शंक भाई एकदम.
When we talked about pulse plan scenarios that didn't really work out for NRG, that was actually when they were playing their attack side into pulse plan versus Cloud9. This time it's the retake that's a little bit harder to take against MIBR.
We're seeing a huge mentality shift in the Kiko go shotgun. And now Kiko
my god, दोनों ने dodge किया blind.
Kiko still has a line on mid, but he's not going to find much. The play is here. It's up to Scuba once again. We've seen some very stellar sight holds, and he already delays 4 people, but will he be ready for this gate crash that's going to happen behind him?
Fake TP मारना पड़ेगा, हो सकता है smoke में कोई हो.
Oh. Duck and cover.
Fake TP मारना पड़ेगा.
I think it should still feel that there's somebody there, though. This is a common spot.
Oh,
up and over.
shit.
Ospas is already atop a ladder. Should be able to play that one well towards sight, and it looks like they'll be happy with the situation here. They have to worry about
right
Brock,
में, एक side में.
He's still trying to make plays in the back of the site. The team allows him to do that. Knows it's safe, knows it's comfortable for him, and he gets it out.
अच्छा खेला बे Brock के round.
Knows exactly where Tex is for a moment. Yeah. So that's going to fizzle out as he doesn't enter the smoke right away.
W?
Verno's been doing that across the series for them, catching these to come back across.
अब जरूरी था बताने को कि हाँ मैं इधर ही हूँ.
Just living next to the Viper wall and eventually takes it out. Brock doing work right now.
They're
going to know exactly where one is. They just have to identify where Zekin is here after the darts come through. Brock is on it, but he gets taken down finally, and Zekin's able to clear out Kiko. Really methodical movements on the defense, but MIBR was able to work around it.
Yeah, and it's just now 2 rounds from MIBR that is really jiggling and running that clock down and forcing the hand of energy.
क्या तेरे को पड़ी? हाँ पड़ी मेरे को. ले श्योरिटी. ऐसा कुछ तो था. कुछ तो रिफ्लेक्स में निकला है उसका.
Almost doable at some point when this came down with this spray right here from Brock. Look at how Zekin continues to bob and weave, tuck in, come out. Just
6:30 बजे.
From Brock. So they could double swing in the end and do full pressure and take down their opponents.
सुबह के 6:30 बजे text by. What the fuck?
On the side of energy, where finally it feels like Bonkar had enough.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. The Bash brothers up there, Aspas and Zekin, 6 and 6, 7 and 3. Mata is 6 and 5, and Kiko is 1 and 6. And I said that was a big mentality change. It was Kiko sliding in and just
chill hai meri jaan.
Silly how comfortable he felt in the way he was doing it. So to have the operator there and kind of flex a different way to think it would shut down MIBR, they were more than happy to make the fast play work towards B and stay away from it.
Jonah P was mentioning here at the beginning of this game where almost the way to play almost an easy mode is to play that double duelist, right? You could really try to smother sites, to take sites, to really disrupt here the defense on the attack side, and it seems to work pretty decently for MIBR. They're almost pulling it to the finish line for the side of energy, though, in these post-plant scenarios where it gets so close.
Arrived at location, मतलब 2 मिनट लगेगा ऊपर आने को. ठीक है.
I think that was 2 1v1s that he lost at the very beginning at the pistol round in that 3rd round, and then just previously now a 2v2 that came down to the wire that was won here by MIBR. So it's just a matter of cleaning up some small things here to work those funnies for the retake of energy that they could keep this game close.
Not able to follow right away on the drone. Not really wanting too much off this as well, as they are stopped in their tracks for the time being. Just waiting for the right position to retake or someone to get some info across the map.
Yeah, they're just moving quick now, trying to be more proactive for NRG.
Yeah.
4-player stack. They see that they stopped the first push. You're already droning at the minute mark, but look at the inserts that you currently have on middle. So right now, this still allows here for MIBR to or brute force their way through, or just cancel out and cut the rotates.
Second person that's died there, just like that in the last few rounds. MIBR continues to clear that. Now Brock wondering how many have made it in. Between the pyramids, trying to get some effect down, but it's second on both sides of the site, getting work done.
I mean, that's the issue of losing mid control for the side of NRG. You saw that Mana felt that pressure on the split later on, and he just got backstabbed there by Zek. He was looking for that ace now, but it's stolen.
Actually, WY vibe here, while so much hate in the world.
So NRG's game plan was, okay, we're going to try to fight toe-to-toe against MIBR.
There are
with the fast
many beautiful places with many beautiful people.
But then this time,
आप जो देख रहे हो वो जो न्यूज़ आपको भेजा जा रहा है वो देखो.
Full sense of paranoia of not getting mid control for NRG really just played in their own heads. They all got backstabbed.
They must have slept with that VOD on in their bedrooms of NRG playing.
एक दिन मोबाइल बंद करके मस्त घूमो.
Absurd from MIBR right now, especially after what we saw in the first game. The mental reset.
मेरे को हिप्पोपोटामस बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है क्योंकि मैं नहीं घूमता, लेकिन मैं घूम चुका हूँ. अभी तो मैं 22 का हूँ, लेकिन जब मैं 21 का था ना.
Focus on it.
We had a 7-1 scoreline for NRG on the map of Abyss. Now a 7-1 on this half for MIBR.
Exactly.
भाई ये लोग तो
LOL
all कर रहे हैं लोग, LOL over.
Still a player advantage for the side of MIBR with Scuba, who's died in a spot where he got a highlight reel just last week. So as we talked as much about Bonkar studying their opponents and really working out a strong game plan to anti-strat or find the tendencies against their opponents, Fraud does the same thing here for MIBR.
This is a 7-1 round where Verno or Ospas decide, hey, it's also an outlaw round again in the econ. So they're just in numerous ways stacking their advantages, keeping money in their hands. And this one as well, a split, they would lose a lot per round. Everybody going down here, they're getting a lot more people through to that next round.
And it brings back to that win con that we mentioned for MIBR versus Envy. It's Ospas on the snipes on the attack side. And it took 3 maps for them to finally pull that through because it was part of their game plan and it works. Until potentially now.
Kiko gets on point though. Yeah, he found his aim here. Now is the slide coming through, but Mazzino is very accurate with it. They've lost quite a bit though, and a great delay here by Brock. Both are just a shot away from going down. This would be incredible if MIBR are able to pull this off. Ospas wants to look behind him for a moment, and then he'll be looking forward here to help Mazzino.
Yeah, he was
They want to seal the deal. I mean, the damage could have been called through by those who have gone down already, but NRG is not messing around here. It's going to be a defuse, smart play.
Actually, 2 minute बाद हो जाए
should be able to find Ospas at the last moment. Maybe leave him alive with his outlaw.
They need to stay alive for NRG. They can't chase. He had like 2 players at 200 credits.
Unable to send super chat. It's a sign. It's a sign. Chill karo.
Guarantee the round.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Biggie. Welcome back.
The push finally affects them there too.
Panko, are you happy like MIBR is
winning?
winning?
To take this mid area, it really hasn't paid off for him, but folds over into a win for that last round.
Let's go.
Ospas changing back to a rifle this round, so potentially upping the tempo with some mid control. Zekin going with the same pathing as before. This time, there's still the dimensional drift, but it's not being used, so they'll just leverage Zekin to find out where the last player is at. The stun!
Oh,
he
was able to find him though. Very nice control over the Viper
Here
wall
we
there.
go, kya? Seedha go hi hone wala hai abhi.
MIBR is still too much. Tax with the aim onto Brock.
Too
and
much.
Now they search
Too
for
much.
Ethan, who's on his rotation over.
अब तक MIBR खत्म नहीं हुआ.
Like NRG might be gaining a footing in these
क्या
rounds.
लगता है कभी खत्म होता है इन्हें? सुबह 8 साढ़े 8 बजे मिनिमम, लेकिन 9:30 10 बजे भी खत्म होता है.
But then you have Kiko coming through with
You have a very hard-working Fati, dude.
Trying to open up that site behind Ethan, that's lagging behind, so far
MIBR
behind.
जीत गए, ये.
Sorry, a Cosmic Divide. So it just allowed here MIBR to go for a 3-player swing against Kiko, and now Ethan has to clutch a 1v3.
getting these moments where you
Good off to
want to be a
already.
part of the play that helps stop everything. And you almost forget
Someone
about the
didn't
state
wake
of
me
the
up.
game sometimes. Mazzino cleans
I
that
didn't
one
sleep,
up,
it's okay.
9-6 for him.
I was
2 overall
doom
score here
scrolling
for
since I
MIBR.
cannot sleep. Doom scrolling? Matlab?
They still keep this
Because of
positive
that
line on the
bitch.
attack side from that previous round.
My sleep schedule is ruined.
Lurks as well. I mean, they're just
देवेश तेरे को बीच बोला बे
sight hits to lurk
सबके
kills.
सामने 4-4 बजे तक लोल ब्लॉक्स खेल रहा करके स्लीप शेड्यूल खराब किया करके तेरे को बीच बोला देवेश भाई मैं रहता था ना अब भी 4 किलो मिर्ची का पाउडर बेच के सुपर चैट करके गिफ्टेड करता मजाक सेट कर
to sit in the back, hit those shots, find the snipes. The round there for NRG was stopped in their favor. But yeah, Zekin's just being very
मेरे को
selfless
तेरे को बोला
right now
वही तो
on
मैं
this
बोल रहा हूँ
Yoru. But also making plays when he can. 11 and 5 there at the top of the score.
मत करो क्या
and
चीज
just based off
You wake me up
recency
tomorrow
bias of how
when
things
mate
have been
comes
going here for
done
NRG
done
on Breeze in the past to see
Huh?
that Bonkar has to use both of his timeouts.
I
on
wake you up
defense.
tomorrow when maid comes मतलब मैं तब तक जगा रहूं 12 बजे तक
Not necessarily struggled, but they had to use multiple rounds.
कल पैसिफिक है मैडम 1:30 को
on that map. And if you don't have any more timeouts to work with on the second half, and
Dudes.
MIBR is pulling a whole different play style than FURIA does with this comp, and NRG has nothing to work with, so this is the most important timeout right now for NRG to stay in this game and give themselves a chance to be one step away from being the first seed qualifying into Masters Santiago for the Americas.
You wake up when maid comes impossible
All right.
I am
Round
getting
11,
sharp at 1 o'clock
8-2. Your super team is coming to life here for a moment in map
half an hour
3.
जल्दी उठो
Man, does it look good for this squad.
Hey, half
Can they
an
keep
hour
it up is the
जिंदगी में
question. There's
सोने
still
का
a half to go, but even
okay
more
wake
so
me up at
rounds here
12:30
in the first
ठीक है
half.
ठीक है ठीक है
If NRG
दूसरा
can
भी
get
2
these
minutes
last
अवे
two
डन
games
से
getting much
bot भाई thank you so much for the Instamart खरीदने के लिए
Here towards this B side, where once again,
love you bot bye thank you so
solo
much
play anchor hold on this B side, but
for
Ethan,
sending the care
he's been
package
very good dancing around this map before, already avoiding so much util, but that shot breaking the recon.
केवल भाई thank you for 40 minutes जान के today
The long-range ping was still orbing out, unfortunately, as he hid behind the wall. One teammate down, Mada flicks the crosshair to get an answer on the close one.
अरे बाप रे भाई माड़ा गुस्से में
And that's Brock and
माड़ा
the rest of the
गुस्से
squad
में
coming
bro
in so fast on the reaction
Bro.
there. They do indeed grab themselves around after the timeout.
So you need a 4K from Mada and a 3K from
कितने उठने वाला
Mada.
मैं
You're not wrong.
To allow
जगह
NRG
मेरे
to stay somewhat in this game.
को वापस आधा घंटा
At this
लेट
point in that back of the site, I usually call Castle for me. I'm gonna have to start calling this spot Ethan. He's just deadly at that in that area. But at least they find that footing after the timeout, convert it here after the round 10 timeout.
बंदा love it too
Economy still pretty good for MIBR.
आसपास का
Hunter's Fury available as well.
चल नहीं रहा है उतना
Looking
अच्छा
to fake
8-4 है भाई आसपास का
clone the dash.
Oh my, Mada! That's insane. He almost had all three.
clean है बे बंदा
What a showing of skill from him currently to keep NRG in these rounds. You said it was a 3
Clean
or
है
4,
वो.
right? That was a 2. So they might
Next round,
struggle a
1.
little bit here. But we'll,
उसका take है now you
we'll
sleep
see. Still got to find Aspas, Verno, and Mazzino. Verno does the finding first.
Shit.
Brock goes down, so Ethan's going to be forced to peek here off contact, and
Oh,
it's Verno
shit.
again. So clean in these outright engages that he's finding.
And the drone actually saw Kiko towards that back
city
of the
plant
spawn.
देना पड़ेगा
Scuba
W
thought they had a timing on that flank,
बे
but it looks like MIBR flipped that map, flipped the site, contained themselves within the back of Ethan. Ethan spot.
oh shit मारना
Earn a
पड़ेगा
little bit of reload, but that could be anything. It'd be 2-3 people stacked on each other, so you got to be very careful. This is Kiko. Scuba makes a little bit of noise, so Kiko can maybe have a free look if a head was turned. Oh my gosh. Cooking him up to saying there's almost not enough time for you to do anything, so we'll cut off the entryway. And Kiko here has to get
already
it to half
reposition
almost
कर
in
लिया
this instant. Because it's going to be two people playing cat and mouse with him right now.
पिंकी दी काय खाऊचे अरे यहाँ पे 7 बज गया है सोने दो उसको.
A strong finish for MIBR within the half. A timeout where you thought that NRG maybe could have strung 2 rounds
चलेगा वो just आया है लेकिन
but MIBR continues to be amazing in these close plant scenarios in terms of delays and forcing that clock against NRG.
Love you, Shankar. Thank you for the 100. Love you.
Nicely done. We're going to be throwing it down to Emily, who's standing by with our on-site co-streamer, Lucky.
I'm here.
What lagi gayi che sleep puri na thati thu.
MIBR coming back in map 2. How are you feeling about this map 3? And is MIBR going to be like the super team of Americas to actually find success this early?
I definitely think so. I think there's so much firepower on this team. It's so exciting seeing them play finally. I know with roster mania happening and everything, everybody had a lot to say about MIBR, and I think they're living up to the hype. I think map 1 was a little bit of a misstep for them, but it just goes to show that it could be anybody's game. But I'm backing MIBR today, and I really think they could take it all the way.
101 million%.
You know, let's send it back to the casters and see this map play out.
नहीं एक दो क्वेश्चन और पूछेगा बाद.
Thank you so much, Lucky and Emily.
Bye. Thank you so much for the membership.
How was the prediction feeling?
I mean,
तू गया अबे मैं क्या किया?
I think I see your crystal ball crack.
तू गया वाइडो.
Cracked. That's why it was taped in the first place. But that said, I mean, it's energy on the attack side too, and I guess the sweet spot right now, if you want to have some hopes in the copium on Energy's camp, if you're an Energy's fan, is that the timeouts and the ways that they were hitting towards the A site were just A sites. So they still have openings where if they want to start to work defaulting towards middle,
क्या बोलते इसको मालूम नहीं गुजराती में लॉल.
That could be studied on the side of MIBR. So I think with what, if I'm thinking of the mental game,
उठ को क्या बोलते हैं वो भी नहीं मालूम इसको गुजराती में लॉल.
as well, since you already did that so many times before against Cloud9 and activate from there. So this is a very important pistol round for them to take if they want to choose that same type of plow hit towards that A site. If it lands on their side,
3 वागे उथड़, 1 वागे उथड़, alarm bot nothing.
Yeah.
Who? 6.
Can it be a pistol round for NRG here?
6 ने actually 7 बज गया है. सो जा.
Yeah, they're gonna rush it, or at least like you said, condition. If they're gonna sound like they hit it fast with 5 stampeding feet and then cut, right? But it looks like a walk up here.
दो को मनती जावुस हुआ.
Yeah, still looking to be an 8 finish.
दो को काम नती करिसी.
Viper wall clone. Right now, they could be fairly quick and put all their bodies on that site.
Same retake, same
You
retake.
might have Kiko's wall for them to rotate if they want to, but they're flipping that site again.
This is what they did against C9. They had 3 push out onto the bridge. This time, they're only keeping backside safe because Vic was able to take out 3 in that game. Here we have the double door push. A quick trade on both sides. Who's going to light up the feed first? And MIBR comes across the board. But not before Mata finds one more kill. Sheriffs versus the Ghost. There's a lot of firepower from MIBR if they can stack it together here. And there's one of them. Kiko. They push in. They try to flood and get Mata and the rest of the team to show where they're hiding. Mata still playing that ring around the rosy. Is it enough though? Aspas finds the inside. And now Scuba. A god in the Sheriff clutch. 1 and almost a second. The spike's not even at the half right now. Scuba's got one more shot. Aspas is going to find it. Fast Beep is already there, and Scuba does it again.
Actually, come back.
Both of them running out of bullets. Aspas is struggling, pulling out his knife, and then Scuba's just out in the open reloading. You knew it was going to be chaos when it came down to a 5v5 retake in the end. And it was a dangerous position for Ethan to play.
Actually, come back a bit,
as it's 3 players swing against
लेकिन वरना वो मारना था ना. ये बंदे को देखा हुआ लग रहा है. उस पे ही वरना ने मिस किया था. हाँ, आपने वीडियो लोगे क्या? आपने वीडियो लोगे क्या?
By the saving grace of no remaining bullets for most importantly Aspas there, because at least our spikes down on that side and Energy gets that very important pistol round that they needed.
You love to see it. Brutal rounds, taking everything from everyone. It's necessary to get through for the W. 3 towards B here to start them off. Is the action going to start right away? Does Energy say we're going even faster now?
Go right, X side.
But they don't disrespect. They keep it safe here.
Yeah, it's interesting. They made a lot of noise towards that mid side, maybe trying to fake that they were moving up towards middle to push towards that spawn, but I thought it was going to be a round where they wanted to disrespect MIBR, but slow things down and looking for the question mark at that minute mark. Who's going to push through? Scuba's going to spot one, but only one.
Dink Dink, Zekin with his MIBR classic, Sentinels buddy there on the kill, but oh my god, Kickoff doesn't need a buddy on that entry, just flies straight through with 2 Vandal slides. Aspas looking for shots, knows he has to peek again to at least see what's going on.
Gujarati nasto karso pinky.
Low though. And already Zekin's there on that backstab, dropping down towards that window. The gap's closed as soon as the smoke, or the spike gets planted, sorry.
No weapons really within range to grab at this point. And nothing given up by Scuba on the other side of the map. And a quick cleanup by Ethan. Always good for the control on his spray, and they get through this one. So a nice 2 rounds. We said that was kind of imperative that we saw NRG grabbing the pistol rounds, and some of them have been going to the wayside, and it's paid off for sure as they put their foot down here on the next round too.
Yeah, and if the story continues throughout this series, NRG's been quite good in terms of converting their bonus rounds as well. Keeping 3 players alive on that previous round, they could still go for a really good buy. 4 Vandals. A Marshall going into the bonus and still having enough money to work within the next round on the attack side. And that's what we were talking about before. Winning a pistol round on the A side, now it's time for them to...
One of each kar diya board bhai ne be.
It's a high position.
One of each. Ferrero Rocher, popcorn, Kurkure, Lays, Balaji.
Thinking only one person would
सारे
really be watching,
वेफर
but that was
इंस्टामार्ट
not the
में
case.
जो भी अवेलेबल था 2 स्क्रीन में सब one of each किया है.
Who plays it for FURIA on top with a jet.
Shai bhai, thank you for the 40 minutes channel today. Bot bhai, thank you for the 2 care package.
More difficult for anyone to follow up on that jump through. An energy.
2 bag भर के.
Gunned up here.
वो भी बड़ा वाला थैला.
Now at this point, they've wasted a lot of util and also given the hand of what they were
चलो
doing
finally
after
कुछ healthy खाने मिलेगा क्या बोलते
they push back on the B side hit. So faking a presence on top mid, but now they just have to group up and hoping that they find the timing on how they want to walk back here for the aim.
ले देख आसपास का रिवाइंड करके.
Yeah, after that drone though, that's already the call. You have to push it. Wait, he's pushing with the spike.
Oh, scene. Yeah, that it's kind of, you're in a fog of war for a moment, you know, you're trying to make a play, you forget what's happening. A fog of war can affect anybody in these tight moments, but we see him recoup and back into the safety of this drone before
नाश्ता बेचना है कैसे? नहीं नाश्ता वैसा कुछ नहीं, क्योंकि नाश्ता के मैं सोने पाऊंगा.
Still forces NRG to play inside that site.
Little chip damage, not too much there. Oh my gosh, they swing together so well.
Clean bay.
And they know they're covered once they do so. Kind of Zekin pausing on that smoke though, knowing the aim is there. They wait for the roundabout to come back कर सकते हैं. And 9-5 now as the bonus goes to MIBR.
2 round back to back जीतने का.
The jitters on the side of MIBR too. So yeah, not only are you staying within that site, but you were still in a position to try to trade off against each other based off the info or the contact that you get. And Kiko actually turned away from the angle that he was watching when he heard the fake TP. So just audio cues is making them react in the wrong way. And MIBR capitalizes on the flood right after that as soon as he falls. So MIBR, they stop for energy. So once again, changing that story in this 3rd map. Giving a lot of chance here for MIBR to prove that they are that super team that was built throughout the offseason.
It is so wild to see Aspas switching back and forth in his agent pool and just how much that jet excels all the time. But that's not the case for the current round. It is the push in from NRG. They need to root themselves in this site to make sure NRG or MIBR cannot get back in. Aspas is trying to do that just by himself. All 5 are here for the 5v5 retake. A few watching back towards main, actually only Kiko. Now the smoke's clear, the dust settles and the fight begins. Trades towards that left side crab. Everybody needs to get there.
It's about to get bloody.
It's about to get bloody, and that time is still ticking down on the spike. And move needs to happen now for MIBR. They're all activating towards the left side of the site. They're all going to have to just clear out. Mana gets one. The Bulldog fired into the smoke isn't really going to give much back. but they're also not getting the spike just out of the smoke. This makes it so awkward. And NRG and MIBR basically look at each other for an entire round. What a play by NRG to make it weird.
You're gonna have to look back at the POV of the 10 players. I think down to that 5v5 retake, it's a Clobbers to a Nebula to a slice wall. It was just so many smokes around that map that it came down to that final line of scrimmage right at that spike where he got as bloody as possible.
Everything in arm's reach at the end of the round.
But all those smokes, it also slowed down the push from MIBR, and now you're seeing very similar looks into NRG towards the end of these post-fight players. They're able to really run down that clock and pressure out MIBR to make these mistakes. But thankfully, there's still another lifeline for MIBR, enough economy for another buy. The last one into the belt before they have to potentially go into a half buy here, and it's Dimensional Drift from Mata that clears out the full B site.
Zeno had 4 stars dropped on the site. He drops Mata as he get back into position, dismissing a few. Yeah, it was a clean shot. He put his smokes up, so he knew exactly what he needed to shoot through. On the way back, dividing that site in two helped them to slow it down, but Kiko drops Verno on the way back in, so they have a little bit of trouble now detecting where the rest of the members are. On the side of NRG, a moment to take a breath here as MIBR sets up. The concuss comes through. Kiko gets another one from the same spot. The back of sight. Aspas versus 2. He may be able to get half through the smoke. He will get half through the smoke. It's about to clear. He's going to try to hold it. Pulls him off. Vuln for now. And yeah, that's going to be another round for NRG off of time. Playing so well in these moments to string it out as long as they can.
Wonder what happened there. Too, I wonder if the recall was a little bit too late for Ethan and he was struggling, waiting for the star to be activated again so he could actually pull that grab well. I still like the look. Brock going for a plant, has Hunter's Fury, and goes for the immediate Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
So it could still continue to disrupt the site, allowing Kiko to get a lot of value back towards Castle. And also utilizing the grab well towards the end. So that question mark that we had, how does NRG look on the attack side? It looked a little bit rough at the beginning against a breach comp that they had to be acquainted to. But now understanding here how this comp is being played by MIBR that's been seen before by other teams. Found their footing on their own attack side, even denying that orb being picked up by Verno.
Buddy.
Which would have put him 1 away from getting the ult in the next round. That's a big kill to start.
Setting back up towards the B side. A little bit of sound over towards what Tex heard. But I think he can call that they have to go towards that mid side or at least start leaning.
भाई अगर कोई बोला A आ रहे और वो orb ले रहा रहता.
And now once Kiko's present, they start to use that fast lane to get themselves into position. It makes it look so tough to defend, honestly, in this situation. Okay, I was... You just see the mini-map smothering red coins over Zekin's blue, and I was like, okay, they're going to see him eventually, right?
I mean, if Ethan keeps playing these spots and bobbing and weaving in those angles, they have to check those when they play their own attack side, too. So, very nicely done. Aspas even just trying to die to Spike.
He's being his best DJ.
I guess so.
No, honestly, that's the only thing
I can do when I pick this up.
No,
listen to this song.
I'm sorry.
It
just shows that we need more things to inspect and play with in-game, Riot. More things.
There you go. Dyna Spike in the end, so very clean in terms of how he plays that disadvantage position for Aspas, but this is now NRG closing that gap.
10-8 right now. NRG definitely having a talk at that halftime.
Guys, the pressure is on for them, bro. Pressure is on.
That the pressure's on for them.
And that's the thing, because right now how things have been going so well for NRG with that last timeout that we talked about here for Bonkar that called at level 10.
Yeah.
Or round 10, excuse me. That now was so important because now it forces MIBR to throw their own timeout, and now Bonkar has the opportunity to talk to you again. So seeing how things have developed here for NRG, he now has the opportunity to absorb the last few rounds and also come out with something on his own, which is why we're seeing being very, very vocal with this team right now.
Mata topping the charts for the side of NRG at 16 13. Ospas there on the other side with Zach in that double duelist composition is working for MIBR. It's just now that NRG is figuring it out. They're able to scrape the rounds back in their favor. The attack side is much more brutal.
So let's bring the Copian back up if you're an MIBR fan too.
All right, let's do it.
Going at a timeout when they were, starting to see a comeback from Envy. Corrode. What happens after the timeout? We have Ospas now with the operator, and he's taking forward lines.
Yeah.
And what he does very well, or did very well in Corrode, was also just utilizing the kit of the Waylay to respect the walls, go for a pick, and just fall back. He could do very similar things this time around here on his Jet if they choose to do so. And so far with his position, it almost seems like he's looking for a mid double doors peek down here. He'll be passive instead, though.
He doesn't know which way he wants to put it.
After hearing the drone, though, he's...
Yeah.
Doesn't really want to force himself out yet.
He's safe, knowing the right side of the site has been taken each time, right? By NRG. They really haven't had too much care about the left with this wall that they're putting up until they go mid-site, bombs planted, and they can spread out here. Now they start to traverse that wall. The operator, and he gets out of there right quick to the help of Zekin. Oh my gosh, the rest of the team cannot do the same. Ospas goes down in the repeat. Tex falls. Mazzino has to push up, but he knows that NRG has gained so much ground now, and they're basically in his face at yellow. Oh, Brock gets the turn onto Zekin. They try to do the Cosmic Divide again, but it doesn't work.
I mean, he stayed on the right side of the wall. He should have heard that TP.
Yeah. Comes back. It's still a 2v2 after all of this.
The
walls are going to go down. The Viper walls. Not going up at this point as Mazzino clears another one out. Verno stays on the spike with the safe hands of Mazzino, and that's the 11th round. These teams are capitalizing after their timeouts.
Talk about upgrades now for the roster of MIBR. Mazzino, who's been so good as that flex role for the team. Even though there was a small mistake from Zekin on that side. Look at that. He's on the right side of the wall. He heard the TP out, but it's LAN, you know?
कहाँ से सुनाई दिया? मेरे को नहीं सुनाई दिया, उसको सुनाई दिया.
There you go. It had to come down to Verno and Mazzino going for hero plays. The slow scale up, catching their opponents off guard, and putting MIBR in what should have been an impossible scenario to win. And now 2 steps away of getting that victory over the champions of 2025 of NRG.
Fail the ulti. Oh my god. Oh my god.
2 kills closer.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Zekin takes down Kiko. And they're still pushing from the outside of the map. You can see Ospas has an offline on the rest of it, so they are not even worried about this round. MIBR breathe a sigh of relief that they can clap back now this hard after their time.
ये जीता MIBR तो next.
Ospas on the flank too, so they are pinned.
खत्म तो हुआ tournament finals तो
One shot, giving that up. Scuba could do a bit of damage here, but this one is just going to play out.
Angle check नहीं किया. यहाँ से भी check होता है. What the fuck?
He's just waiting for the repeat of Verno, and that could start snowballing things.
वहाँ पे खड़ा रहने का कोई तो जगह है बे.
The duel of Scuba and Mata to work this site.
Uh-oh.
Wait. He has a timing.
Uh-oh.
For 2, and Pit.
Uh-oh.
Pit goes down. Gonna get one. The walls could go down. And that's what Zeno on 2. Oh, it's always at the last split second for these rounds between these two teams. They have to act and react to each other so quick in these situations.
That was such a nice attack by Scuba as well. The pit and stays outside of it, knowing and thinking actually that somebody would be swinging through double doors. He reads it perfectly, but just unfortunately couldn't win that fight onto Mazzino, who has gone 2 double crucial kills in 2 rounds to keep MIBR at the forefront. Map and series point for the Brazilian organization. NRG still has money to work with, but they also have to try to work towards it
full support. I am with you.
So now this allows MIBR to funnel energy towards the B site hit where the op is currently posted from Ospas. Drone does the same thing. They're doing everything they can to utilize utility to force the players towards this B line. And look at that, it's a cancel by NRG. The call back from Ethan to group up and go for it. And just to leave that pit up inside A And once again, going from potentially that pistol round, a flip in that slide, and fight back towards that spawn on the A side.
Pushing through double doors, stopped. A little bit of a one-way put up on top of mid doors.
Could be a drone into the ults just to flush them out and pinch them right through the double doors after. Doesn't spot anybody.
You're right. A few tags come out. Tex has that locked down. Not the first time we've seen him do that, as he gets a quick bunny hop to safety as well. Keeps his gun tucked tightly inside, but he still goes down to Second was never seen by the drone, like you said, was able to just mill about in that Viper's pit. Now 3 left standing here. MIBR look to finish this game on to the 3rd map of the series. Mata to even the score. One shot away from going down though, so things get only more tense.
But he's low on HP and they're going to go for a huge play. He's going to try to wrap back towards the main side, so these two have to stay alive in sight.
Ethan goes for a bit of a spam there, hip and hip. Are Verno and Aspas in sight. Zekin turns around, he gets the kill onto Mata. So aware of the situation, now it leaves the operator for Aspas in sight. Verno there to the side. It's but Scuba and Ethan though. It's only going to be Ethan left alive. The captain to bring him into another round to keep him alive. He's got the spray. It's almost enough, but it's Zekin to capitalize for MIBR. The super dream is alive, and MIBR take down NRG.
At .39, down to the wire.
Not even close. Not even close. Lol. Lol. Not even close. Lol.
Proving that they are the super team. That they are here to just easily qualify to Master Santiago and to be our best representative that we may have now for the Americas.
बस क्या बीटी वाला यूरो के लब है वो वॉल के वजह से वो लोग बार-बार इधर-उधर कर रहे थे कि शायद से टिप्पी मारा रहेगा करके
which was a battle back and forth all the way to what 10-10 even more, and then just the absolute dominance and showing of a clinical MIBR who came to play on map 3.
W.
That shows a lot, though. Even though we
Sexy
had, I love that little handshake between Bonkart and Verno.
Sorry. Second. Sexy killer second.
There's still so much
I'd like to apologize
around it. It's no rookies coming to the stage like a Shenem and Cortezia. They didn't have to work back towards square one to get some people back into the system. When again we talk about Tex and Mazina rejoining forces with Aspas, where Verno already had the experience in the past in the previous season with Aspas, and then you have Zekin. I mean, that is just explainable in itself. A superstar that's going to fit into any type of system, and now they're able to topple down NRG.
The double question is answered. Will it still flow with the team? Is there any ego to worry about? No, there's not. We saw the selfless play, we saw the team play, and we also saw Verno calling an amazing series from his position with the squad around him. Like the team said, he knows the game. It's not something you get worried about at all, because there's always ults in the game. There's always things to play around, and he's got a lock on it.
Macro doesn't work. At least you have the firepower. Across the system for MIBR. Again, think about 2 rounds that came down to like 1v1s, and then a 2v2 that came into their side that they were able to capitalize and keep such a strong lead to kick things off there for MIBR.
Absolutely. All right, with that game over, let's send it down to Emily on stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Verno.
I'm standing by with Verno. Congrats on the win and the bounce back coming in from map 1. But to talk about that a little bit, NRG came in hot on Abyss, and their coach Bonker did say that they were prepared to face you guys on it. Do you think that that preparation that they kind of came in with had an effect and kind of contributed to their win on that first map?
Yeah, they had full like anti-season preparation on how we played, and we had nothing on them, and they ran like a new comp with the Sovatejo and the Viper. So, they were snowballed early, and we weren't able to
G2 baby
bring the game back on Abyss. But
पहला मैप देखेंगे यार, G2 एकदम इजीली जीत गया, ऐसा कुछ रहेगा ना? तो सो देंगे, लेकिन पहला मैप तो देखेंगे. G2 है बे.
When you're facing a comp like that, it's pretty hard the first time to be able to just adapt on the fly. You really don't know what's like gonna happen a lot of the time. Yeah, it could have gone anyway if we had the information.
Yeah, that makes sense. And there's been super high expectations for this roster literally since the announcement. Do you feel like now that you've taken down the reigning champs that you've kind of met those expectations or even like exceeding them now?
Yeah, I think we've been playing without a lot of time of practice, so it hasn't been too easy like in preparation, but I think we've been able to show a good form despite that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And going up to this next best of 3, whoever wins, you will be facing for that first spot in the 2026 Masters. Who are you looking to kind of go against?
I mean, I think the main thing, I mean, I don't know who's going to win, but I think the main thing is that we focus on ourselves and use the time, more time that we have now to improve more as a team and fully prepare for the game.
Yeah, so who are you kind of hoping for? G2, Furia? Any preferences?
No preference.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Congrats on the win. And yeah, good job.
Well, अभी क्या ले ले? स्ट्रीम चालू है।
पूरा स्ट्रीम पे पूरा दिन 24 मैं बोलती हूँ सीसीटीवी लगा ले इधर 24 घंटा लाइव स्ट्रीम कर।
Gotta be all on him for an ace. Artson shuts it down.
A 2-0 victory for Furia, the team who could not even get a win in 2025.
Honestly, I did not expect to be facing Furia, but hey, props to them. They played really well, or Sentinels didn't play good. I don't know what was going on. Furia plays a lot of double duelists with Koala Noob and Alim.
Spikes down. Koala, so good up the rope.
Koala Noob's gonna go crazy. I will dash in for him. I'll maybe get the entry or two. G2 is the same, they have the same structure of everything, but now they have the big boy Andre. He's a pillar. He will not let go of that angle, whatever. You try to get him off and he's just right there, he never moves. Sometimes he moves, like you get like, oh, Andre could be there. It's a little scary.
They're gonna have fast pace, they're gonna try and catch us off guard. They're looking really good, honestly, but I think the audience will expect a 2-0 against Furia, just because it's G2 versus Furia, like, it's gotta go that way.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT America's Kickoff and our second upper bracket match of the day. It's our second match of the day. Oh, God, we've been here for a hot minute. I'm Golden Boy. That's Dryad. You also have Athena here. We're going to break it all down, and we got a great matchup for you, one that was quite unexpected. G2 facing off against FURIA, which, you know, if you were following the sport last year, this probably feels completely random to you, but there is a reason for it. Let's go ahead and talk about this Cinderella squad, because this team that no one thought would be in this situation, Dryad, has met expectations, but not only that, it is a comfort. There's just something about this team that is simply hitting right now.
Everything is clicking together. You bring your IGL and your duelist from tier 2 and core, and then on top of that, you add players with a lot of experience, like you have Artsin, like you have Koala Noob that just played for EMEA, and that just really, and EU as well, and that just adds so much to a squad that even though the expectations were low, it seems like it was more because of the results of last year. But going into this year and looking at the individual players, you know the potential is there.
Yeah, they're so confident. Their fragging powers, the way they peak together, their teamwork, their synergy. It just feels like everything is going right for them, especially with that double duelist combo, Alim and Koala. They're both just playing really well together. I think versus Sen, that was probably the most confidence-boosting game that we've seen from them. Just peaking, winning their ones every single time. It was really fun to watch.
Yeah, and one thing definitely that throws me off is that, you know, there are a lot of Brazilian Valorant fans that would love to see full Brazilian squad, especially when it comes to a prolific Brazilian org like FURIA. But it is really cool to see these players who kind of were in a bit of like a last chance saloon type of situation, really trying like figure it out. I mean, granted, EU, Arts, these guys are nasty, but they were all like figuring out where to go, and then they end up in FURIA of all places.
Then the pool
It's insane. It's just a mix that you would have never put together, honestly. Only
these
FURIA
players,
can make
this
this
team,
happen.
like, yeah, all of it. It's truly something else here. But here's the thing, though, right? This was a huge moment for the team, picking up those big wins. But specifically for Koala Noob, we showed a lot of emotion on the Brazilian broadcast following the match. Let's check it out.
You know, I was always like, even in tier 2 on M80, when we were destroying, you know, I've always been a player who's been like super underrated.
It's okay, bro. It's okay, man. You crushed it. You deserve it.
And even on Navi, like, you know, I had a rough season with them.
It's okay, man. Yeah, you deserve to be here. You deserve the moment.
It is such an emotional moment, and to understand how much these wins mean for Koala Noob, we have to take a look back at his road in VCT. He started in Ghost Gaming alongside John, Cutie, Brock, Kaplan, all names I'm sure you guys recognize. And meanwhile, Koala Noob was still on everybody's radar. He joined Nearest Airport, another team that you guys might know, with Governor, but it was M80 when we started noticing him a bit more. He played with EU, Sander, John, Cutie, and it was a team that looked like was ready for VCT Americas. In 2023, Koala and M80 were one match away from winning Ascension and making it to Tier 1, but they were denied that grand final by their nemesis, the Guard. Despite the loss, he stayed with M80, but watch as history repeat itself in 2024 when 2G lifted the trophy in the grand final and Koala Noob once again got second. In 2025, the call to come up to Tier 1 finally came, but it was from EMEA's Navi. And after flexing roles and struggling to make headway into a new region, he was cut from the roster after Stage 1. But at the end of 2025, the phone rang again, and it was FURIA. Today, Koala Noob gets a chance to face his past demons head-on and take on the old guard core that denied him in 2023. But this time, with a squad that nobody saw coming.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth, man? No one saw this coming at all. And Koala Noob, Athena, has been unbelievable. This guy really is not just the, you know, the skill anchor for the team. He's the emotional anchor for this team as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like, every single team that we've talked about so far has a rock, and it's pretty evident that Koala is probably one of, if not the rock for the team, just because emotionally he's so good at keeping it calm, keeping it a little bit hype. Yeah, super vocal and super aggressive too with what he wants to do. He knows as a duelist player he wants to take which fights, and he kind of pulls everyone around with him to make sure they're going together and getting that map control.
That is why that rivalry was so good those years ago with the Guard and M80, because you always always had Kuala being so annoying with the operator, which he continued to do against Sentinels, and also just be that very confident, very excited duelist that knew that not only he could rely on the team, but he could rely on himself to win those rounds.
And also, too, let's not forget, right, that was, what, 23, you said?
Yeah.
That's 3 years ago. These players have improved and grown so much since then. I think that is by far the coolest bit there. But let's go ahead and hear from the man himself. Emily had an opportunity to catch up with Kuala Lumpur earlier on. Let's take a listen.
Koala, the last time you faced the core of G2 was back in like 2023 Ascension Grand Finals. Do you kind of view this match as like a shot at revenge for yourself?
Yeah, I mean,
they were the main reason why my journey to Tier 1 got delayed. I love all the guys on that roster, of course, but like they improved a lot. They made a lot of tournaments, but I've also improved, and I want to remind them why I used to destroy them in regular season.
I love the confidence. Best of luck today.
Bro, अब मैं really चाहता हूँ ये जीते.
That's what it's all about, baby. Love hearing that confidence from Kuala Lumpur. We'll see him take to the server a little later on today, but let's move on to his opponent, G2
आप
Esports.
सोते हो या बैटरी चार्ज करते हो? US में रहता हूँ, but you're always live.
Continuing to struggle in Corrode, but on top of that too, we're just seeing a G2 team that's, you know, just still trying to find that mojo, I think.
Yeah, they played 100 Thieves on their best map, Bind, and then they followed them into Corode, which also looks like 100 Thieves' best map, but they just struggled a little bit. I felt like we saw not as much confidence as we normally like to see. A lot of these set plays that they tend to fall back on, they struggled to kind of find. It felt like we weren't seeing the normal G2 that we usually see a little bit, trying to farm those orbs, set up strats and executes based on that. And it just felt like there was a little bit of a struggle, but still they pushed through to the end.
They're definitely trying to find themselves, and they were able to punish as well some of the mistakes that 100 Thieves were making early on. Like, for example, when Baby was getting those kills with the operator, with 100 Thieves just kind of swinging those angles on the defense. And then you also have a map number 3 where he wanted. So they're able, obviously, to rely on those individuals, but you also won that strength, that team working together.
The thing that G2 is known for, right? That cohesion that G2 has pretty much made their brand off of.
Yeah, for sure. They have a lot of playbooks that are specifically kind of by the book. And I think they're also trying to find that. And like you said, there's definitely going to be holes in that cohesion. A lot of these confidence plays are what kind of brings Furia up to this level. And I think against G2, if they're playing the way that we've kind of seen, it's going to look a little bit scary for them.
Fascinating stuff here. Of course, G2 have a lot on their hands, specifically the captain. We want to get some words from him. Here's Valen.
Valen, you are 2 matches away from qualifying to the first Masters of 2026. And this is arguably the toughest year of competition we've had in Americas. What are you doing to kind of put focus on to have the best year yet?
सबसे खतरनाक लेकिन ये में ही है ना बे. सारे teams नीचे गिर गई.
Make sure that not only the team tactics are really up to date, but also just the individuals. I would say like everyone's getting better individually and as a team across all regions, so we got to step up as well and try to become better players. And you know, we got a great opponent today like Furia, so we're just trying to be humble and understand that maybe we're not the best individuals and we got to get to a higher standard, and from there just, you know, try to strive for the top and get to the top again.
I love to hear that. Best of luck.
Double be. ये भी humble है, इसको भी जीतना चाहिए.
Take there, right? We were just praising the individuals as like a big part of this. I mean, one individual in particular, the guy next to Valen in the picture there, Leaf, is someone who you certainly want to have on your side. We were just talking about the guy in that match 3, or map 3, excuse me, absolutely having every single moment he wanted there, Dan.
You know that Leaf is always going to show up, but the way that he did on that last map of split to close it out was so impressive. We've seen him pop off on the Duelist, on the Sentinel, and now on the Breach as well, on Split, and they were also playing in the off-season. That just adds an extra layer when you're playing that Breach. You are always supporting your team. You're always kind of following up what that call is going to be. So the fact that he was closing out those rounds, that he was getting that ace, those multi-kills constantly is so impressive.
I think too with Breach, you're so susceptible to being predictable, especially with your stuns within that beginning of the round. But what I did like from Leaf that we saw is he did a lot of these mid-round calls himself. You could see on his player cam, he was super vocal, kind of saying like, I'm going to stun Heaven, I'm going to stun Heaven. Throwing that stun, throwing those flashes, making sure that everyone is kind of
अभी just डाला इसलिए पूछा नहीं.
on the right time and
Watch party के अलावा मैं Valo
kind
related
of those
कुछ नहीं
glimpses of
देखता.
teamwork that we've seen a lot from
Nothing.
G2, but they kind of struggled a little bit. But in that last map, no, Leaf kind of like had it on lock.
And that's going to be the thing I'm looking out for too, right? Both sides, right? Because you got Furia, who are
First game, full
new
sense.
squad coming into this needing to find that cohesion. So far, so good. Meanwhile, you have G2, a squad that core's been together for a hot minute. They've won championships together. So there's a lot at work here that's going to be quite fascinating. But, you know, as speaking of fascinating, I think a lot of people have been enjoying our skirmish side selection. It's all about the coaches that are going to be dueling for this one. It's Sean takes on Josh RT. So I'm excited because we get a little coaches brawl here. I think, honestly, all skirmishes should be settled between the coaches.
Yeah,
personally
I
speaking.
agree. No, that's gonna be
or just the staff in general. Like, just get like one of the managers. Yeah, you know,
like
just
the team photographer.
भाई ये तो बराबर जिगल विगल ले रहा है bro. What the fuck?
in there, you know, I think it'll be great personally.
Oh, okay.
भाई ये actually player है hello.
All right.
Okay, okay. Oh my God, wait, is this gonna be a stomp?
हाँ भाई actually player है ये.
Those 5 stacks with Vans. I've heard of those.
Oh, with Vans?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
That doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything.
Oh, we didn't even acknowledge
Nice shot, nice shot.
you know, crumbling bracket.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh, you hate to see it, kids. You hate to see it here.
I can't believe you already messed it up.
I did, or he did, and I messed up not mentioning
W,
it.
W.
All right, 3-2 so far. Josh RT.
Dude, I love this.
Is up by 1 here.
Okay, sneaky. Oh.
W. भाई उठी जाएगा क्या इधर?
3-3.
Okay, shot. Okay, outplay.
All right, so this is Shaw's POV using the default Vandal. Josh RT. Oh, big dink. Gets 26 on that. So what else does he have to work with there? So close.
Wait, I'm so stressed.
Actually.
अरे बाप रे.
I don't think I've seen that.
I
haven't seen this ever.
मैंने भी नहीं देखा उस पे jump करने के लिए.
Tied up.
उस पे jump कर सकता है?
It's coming down to the wire.
This
Who
is
gets
intense.
it? This actually is quite intense here. And it's Josh RT.
That's funny.
Oh, man. Josh RT picks up the
Not
win.
even close.
Well done there, and that will, of course, go for advantage for G2 Esports. They get that 5-4 skirmish victory. But let's go ahead and continue to talk about this G2 team here. We got a little bit of time, and you can't talk about G2 without mentioning the newest addition to
on the way, bhai, on the way.
You know, that guy we used to work with.
He looks familiar.
Yeah, he kind of does. Also, that lower third is diabolical, Alex. So let's discuss this. Let's see where is Baby Bay right now, because I feel like currently Dre's out there putting in some work.
I do really like what we're seeing from him. He looks more confident in the roles that he has been playing. I still remember
MIBR
his
versus
opening
NRG
matchup when they were still trying to figure out how Karod was going to look for them, when he was still playing
Obviously,
on that vice,
dude.
and how they're still wanting to play a few of those 4-1s that when he was left alone, he was a bit uncomfortable. Now you see those 4-1s for G2, and he looks a lot more confident. He's getting a lot of space for the team. He's striking out as well. He's finding those openings. It looks like a player that he's
main lineup में आ गया.
He slotted in really nicely, and I think also for me what stood out was his chamber.
ले उसका vibe भी अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है.
I have been raving about Cryo, and then Baby Bay just comes in
Cyro.
and starts winning those opening duels against him, kind of winning in those operator fights, getting a lot of those first kills. And like you mentioned, they realized that they were getting punished. They just started avoiding Baby Bay. And I think if you have that much impact in the server that the whole team is just calling like, yo, find Baby Bay, avoid him, let's go somewhere else, or dump all the util we have on him so he doesn't get any more kills. Like, I think that's
and the thing with a player like him is that, you know, knowing him personally, right, like he's a very confident guy.
Oh yeah.
So if he has that feeling, if he has that read, 9 times out of 10 he's going to take it. He's not going to be afraid of someone.
He was so confident that he was getting those openings and standing up when the run just started. He just got 1 kill. I mean,
to be fair, when I competed in COD back in the day, I got 1 pick in S&D, and I got up and I started yelling at people. So you just got to do what you got to do.
Jokes on you guys. I would get 0 kills, but just because we won the round, I would stand up and yell.
There you go, sister. That's what's up. Teams are on the stage ready to go here, so we should be jumping into the action in just a bit. You can see the team capsules, pick them up. Make sure you go out there and support your favorite squad. Give them some love. You know, supports the teams, the players, the business that they put forward. forward for us here today and as well for FURIA también. So make sure you go out there, do that, support your squads. And man, I wish we had thrown up the prediction graphic because
I was just thinking, what did you guys
I actually don't know.
I tend to default
Ye ka
G2,
next match
and I've been doing
kabhi
that for the
first
last
Feb.
4 years. It's kind of hard to pick against
Kal.
them.
I mean, they win Americas every time, so I don't blame you.
But I will be very honest with you. This was the first time that I got my Google Doc link and I'm picking my predictions and I'm like,
oh, you hesitated.
Maybe I go for FURIA because of what we saw in that
Mere ko bhi lag raha hai, mere ko bhi lag
I mean,
raha
it was an absolute
Mere ko
domination.
bhi lag
Of course,
raha hai.
here's the series layout. You got a bit
Is
spine,
baar
and if
FURIA
necessary, we'll be going over to split. What do we make of this one, girls?
That map of Abyss is interesting. We saw it in that opening match of FURIA.
दोनों मैप स्ट्रांग है G2 का बाइंड भी और स्प्लिट भी अच्छा
kind
है
of the test. People were still not really taking FURIA seriously. Obviously not taking Crew seriously because they were playing with this academy team. And then we started realizing that, hey, actually the strats that FURIA were introducing to this map and also throughout the series were really, really good. So I'm excited to see it again against maybe a little bit of a tougher opponent with more experience here.
For sure. I think it makes sense too when you're playing against a team like G2 that they're kind of known to be slow, methodical, farm those orbs. You might kind of have an advantage trying to go for those early picks like Koala. We talked a lot about him trying to do that, and we saw a lot of that during that Abyss and during all their maps, honestly, where he's just pushing down lanes. Doesn't really need any crazy assistance, but everyone is gone.
Fallon looks different.
But everyone is gone.
Here are your agents now. We're going to get to see Alan back on that waylay there. So, you know, get to see him kind of have a little bit of impact in this game, right? Koala Noob, we've been focusing a lot on him too, right? The supportive Omen. Looking to see what he does there. What you got here, Myrna?
Oh, no, I was just, the player cams are crazy. Oh my God, that was wild.
Ready to go.
Yeah, Valid.
They're ready to go.
Wait.
Look at him.
Yeah.
Wait, breach?
I like what we're cooking here.
दोनों अच्छा है, दोनों अच्छा है.
Really?
I like it. I like this double duelist. I mean, obviously, we haven't seen this map yet. We were kind of wondering what.
I think Breach Jet.
Double duelist with a baby bay that we know Joshua T wants to position more to play this operator, so he's going to be able to continue to do this. And on top of that, Jagimo, that we've seen a lot of the waylay, we've seen a lot of this other duelist, but bringing it back to the Jet, that it seems like is making a little bit of a comeback. I think it's pretty.
Why do you think Jet's making a comeback? Is it just because it's over-reliable, or is there something else that we're missing here?
Yeah, if you want to op and you want to get out of situations, like
But for those who may not know, why not opt for a chamber then in that instance? Why not opt for, like, you know, what would be the purpose there?
I think for Jet, you're less likely to get punished if you are the first kill.
Yeah.
Whereas with Chamber, he is technically still a sentinel.
Yeah.
So you never want to play double senti comp.
Okay. I think
Baksodi kar rahe bro. That's kind of the site technically left open because you no longer have that trip. He's supposed to be anchoring and he's not going to really be doing that anymore.
Yeah.
Whereas with Jet, if you're playing on that stronger side or the weaker side, you can be aggressive. If you get picked off, it's not that big of a deal. You should have still a sentinel on the other side of the map or with you kind of holding it down, and you should have like some sort of backup with the initiator. So it's just kind of like pros and cons. Like the Chamber is really good at getting one and getting out, but if you get punished, it's kind of
लॉक कर दिया ना कुछ रहेगा कुछ प्रैक्टिस किया रहेगा वो लोग
on that one as well. We'll see whether or not this plays through. I think when you look at the experience, Dan, on the team, you do have to side with G2 in this one just because of the experience that's there. But man, there really is something about this FURIA team that if G2's not careful, could very well catch them off guard.
Absolutely, and that was what was happening when they were going against each other all the time. You had this Koala noob that was always confident. Once they get some economy going, you know he's going to be having that operator, whether it's the attack or defense side, or even when he's playing that Omen in a map like this one. It just feels like it's a guy that you can rely on, while on top of that, you have
and I also think too, you have a guy who has a point to prove. You heard him in that interview with Emily. He wants to go out there and show them why he's been dominating them for so many years. That was what he said.
I actually love that. I think that kind of plays into having a little bit more anger emotion, which is really fun when you're playing because you could totally channel that into the way that you're playing, focusing, tunnel visioning, but in a good way, nothing too crazy. But yeah, I'm really keeping my eyes out for this Alim Koala duo. We even heard in that tape earlier where Alim was like, yeah, I just run in, kind of run around, sometimes get a few entries, sometimes not, just set up Koala Noob. Like, you love to hear that. Every single kind of team has to have that kind of selfless duelist player that I really love if they are running the double duelist. And I feel like that kind of strategy just works so well.
And it's something that we haven't seen in a while, but obviously there was a time where we're seeing a lot of these duelists playing Omen on Icebox, for example. And Koala Noob was one of those that were introducing that idea from early on because he was still able to be so aggressive on it. So that
please get good sleep. It's required for you and us. Love you, मेरे जान करते हैं.
And now on top of that, you have that support of Alim that continues to be, I feel like, such an underrated duelist. He was incredible when we saw him playing for Core. He almost made Ascension, and you have that supportive team of two players that like to be super aggressive and.
हो रहा है सबका setup.
With G2 that
10 more seconds.
Because we heard Trent saying, I was not expecting to face Furia.
Yeah, I think I am a little bit worried though about the solo duelist from Furia because of the breach. I think that's my only
seconds.
Kind of because it's like the second that they get delayed, those choke points are kind of really hard to capitalize on when you have a team comp like that where it's only the Waylay going in. So.
No, well, folks, as you can tell, a little bit of a delay on the stage there. We're going to be getting this one sorted in just a few. Should be good to go. But earlier on, we had an opportunity to catch up with Alim about the energy that Koala Noob brings in the server. Let's hear what he has to say.
Koala, we haven't had bad morale, bad vibes yet. I don't think ever. So it's not an issue where you need to have one like hype person to keep you hype. Like let's say Zelsis, perhaps he's like always hype, gets the team hype. Like Koala is kind of our Zelsis, but he only gets us more hype when we're already hype, and it just helps the team. I have him turned down to like twice as everybody else because he's a naturally very loud person. So you have to have him a little bit lower, but like kind of evens out.
Well, as a naturally loud person myself, I can relate to that. No, my wife actively tells me time and time again, just bring the volume down. I can't control it, man. You know, I've been doing this for 15 years. Now, of course, so we'll be getting this one going in a minute here. And what did you guys pick prediction-wise? I said what I picked.
Honestly, I can't remember.
Come on, Dan.
I can't remember.
Can we flash the graphic?
I feel like if I want safe, I definitely won G2, but I was thinking I wanted to take a risk. The question is, did I take the risk?
The question is...
I don't know.
The question is, what was I going through that day?
Exactly. No, you get it. Exactly.
Yeah, what were my emotions in
that?
You know, then and there. Actually, did find out we do have the predictions.
W
so we're gonna flag these in a moment
sure
here.
I picked G2.
Yeah,
I am also very close.
Okay, all right.
I am also very close.
Okay, and Emily went Furia, and it turns out.
He's the only one. Wait, no, someone else did MIBR.
Yeah, Riv got MIBR as well.
Damn, they knew.
Okay, so Furia. Yeah, I mean, makes sense though. You're feeling it. You're in the.
Again, I was like, am I taking a risk or not? And it turns out I was willing to take a risk there. I just feel like this Furia squad has been so underrated, and I feel like it was.
That's a Fnatic win के बाद से कौन जीता बता दो इतना brainless काम नहीं कर रहा है.
How good these players
लेकिन सारे favorite teams जीत
has
गए.
always been one of the best initiators that we've had in Americas, even if 100 Thieves was not finding success. Koala Noob, again, with the operator, how good he's been.
देखा ज़्यादा नहीं है बे difference. मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना इतना heavy favorites भी नहीं है.
They just had more potential, but
70-30 ज़्यादा हो गया. 65.
I mean, you have so many layers
35.
of things that you can talk about for Furia with the experience they've had that I just feel like. They can definitely do it.
And the community, well, they disagree with you, Jen. Dan.
Yeah.
They said, not Jen, Dan. They disagree. They said, they said 62%, I believe, we're on the G2 train. That kind of makes sense. But I will say, though, it is crazy that, you know, if this was like last year or the year before and we ran that poll, it would have been like 85, 15, like maybe some of the Brazilian fans come up for their compadres, but like, no. This is actually a much different situation here. That being said, though, I do feel like there is a conversation to be had about just the fact that you're going into this with a Koala Noob who knows these players, right, has face off against him. You have a G2 with a ton of VOD, ton of tape on them. There is this possibility where Furia comes into this game with so much prep work that perhaps G2 just simply is not
The
prepared
sound
for.
is
True. I think it's kind of the tale of two stones. I don't know. Is that a saying? Did I just make that?
Tale of two stories or two stones?
I don't know.
Two
Where
stones.
on one side you have Furia, who has a lot of VODs on G2, but on the other side you have the
Kela
Furia,
kis samne?
who's super confident and could just play their own game. And I really feel like their playstyle does counter a lot of G2's playstyle.
Yeah.
They do like to kind of hold those chokes, get the aggression, kind of deny a lot of those first kills. And I feel like for G2, the second they don't get those first kills, they do struggle a little bit. Obviously, Valen, he's really smart in that mid round. He knows how to move the pieces around.
I think
but sometimes they do slow down just a little bit too much. And for me, the only downside to this G2 team that I'm seeing right now that I'm really begging for is that they set up Jogamo for so much more success. I kind of feel like he's on these reins where he's just not zooming in as much as he used to, not taking a lot of these.
Mostly the 2-0 G2 re. Mostly the 2-0 G2.
Like remember when Neon came out and he was just insane, literally the first person to master her mechanics and was insane. Waylay too. I would love to see him on Waylay, just full sending it, abusing those mechanics, kind of confusing the hell out of the other team.
Unleash the dog. That's what we're saying. Unleash the dog. All right, folks. As you can tell, we still have this delay on stage. We're hoping to get this thing sorted in just a few. But for now, though, we're going to take a break. And when we return, hopefully, we'll be back.
Guys, I think we should watch the match and sleep together. हाँ? क्योंकि अगर मैंने ये देख लिया ना, वापस 3 घंटे सोऊंगा और कल भी 3 ही घंटे सोया था। आज भी 3 ही घंटे सोऊंगा बे। मैं अभी जाऊंगा 8:30 बजे तक शायद सो जाऊंगा। 9:30, 10:30, 9:30, 12, 4 घंटा मिलेगा। 4 घंटा मिलेगा। I think we sleep together. We watch and sleep together. huh? Off stream. I think we watch off stream. Fuck tech pauses, bro. भाई एक्चुअल में देखने का था बे। बीटी पूरा एनर्जी ड्रेन कर दिया बे टेक पॉज ने। दर्द। हाँ चटकते घंटा 3 मिनट चटकते और आते हैं दोपहर को पैसिफिक। आज मैचेस किसका है? फुलसेन तोंगशिम पेपर एक्स आर के दोनों बाप मैचेस। ठीक है, फिर बाद में सीधा रात को एनए है, तो मैं शाम को भी सो सकता हूँ। W आई थिंक वी गेट सम रेस्ट टुमारो। W चलो गाइस, बाय 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 बाय। साथ में देखते हैं। सियास, टेक केयर, बाय बाय एवरीबॉडी, गुड नाइट्स, लव यू, फक टेक पॉजेस, बाय बाय, लव यू।
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do. I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a